Hey everyone, welcome back to Daily Tuition. In this course, we will learn how to create this amazing e-commerce website using PHP and MySQL database. If you are confused while creating your own first e-commerce website, then this is the right course for you. I will take you through all the step-by-step process of creating e-commerce website. In this course, you're going to understand how to create this e-commerce website HTML template really from the beginning. We're going to start by creating HTML template, and then we'll convert that HTML template in PHP and add all these products using MySQL database. So we're going to learn how to work with front and the back end of this website. You're also going to learn how you can create an add to cart feature, how you can change the price of the product using quantity, and how you can add the shopping cart product price in the subtotal section. We not only add the product in the shopping cart list, but we can allow customer to save the product in the wish list as well. So the customer can add their product in the wish list. And if the customer want to add the product again in the cart, he can easily do that by clicking on this add to cart button. We're also going to learn how to create this beautiful product page and display all the information of the product. We will also going to understand how to create a whole carousel and add different products using database, how to filter products using brands. We will take a look at how object-oriented programming is helpful when building any PHP project. We will work with classes, PHP partial files, and learn useful techniques to improve your PHP skill. Now, before we get started, make sure you have the basic understanding of HTML and CSS and familiar with PHP and MySQL database. If you're not familiar with PHP and MySQL database, then don't worry. We will learn everything step by step. I'm so excited to have you on this amazing journey. So before we're getting late, let's get started. If you want to follow along with me, you can do that from any section of this course. I have added the course directory on the Git. Git is nothing but a simple version control system. Using Git, you can create different branches. So to follow along with me, you can use Git. You just need to download the Git on your local system. So once you download the Git, just open the command prompt. You just need to type git --version. It's going to return the Git version. So once you understand Git is successfully installed on your local system, let me just clone this project. So if you want to clone this project, you just need to type git clone and specify the link provided in the description. So you just need to specify the git link here to clone this project. Now once you clone this project, you can follow along with me from any section. For example, if you want to follow along with me from the primary navigation, you just need to enter into your project directory. As you can notice, I am in my project directory, and here I'm going to just type git checkout and specify the branch name. So I have different branches in this project. You can find all the branches in the description. If you want to follow along with me after the primary navigation, you can specify here primary navigation. When you press enter, as you can notice, all the files are now removed from this Git repository, and you can notice from here you can follow along with me just after this navigation menu. So now you can follow along with me from the main section of this website. And for example, if you want to follow along with me from the top sales section, you just need to change the branch. You just need to type here git checkout and specify the branch name. So here I'm going to say top sale. When I press enter, you can notice here is my top sale section. So now you can follow along with me after this top sale section very easily. So that's upon you from where you want to follow along with. And if you want to get the complete project, you can check out to the master branch again. That's upon you. Now let's take a look at how to create and get started with this project. I'm going to open the Visual Studio Code editor, favorite editor for writing HTML code, and inside it, I'm going to open an empty folder called mobile shopping. So I'm going to create a new folder here. So I'm going to click on this new folder icon and specify the name for this folder, assets. Inside this folder, I'm going to put all the images which we are using throughout this tutorial. Just after that, inside this mobile shopping, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to click on this new file icon and say index.html. In this index file, I'm going to create a simple HTML5 snippet. So I'm going to type exclamation mark and press tab. When I press tab, I'm going to have a simple HTML5 snippet. I'm going to specify title, mobile shopping, and then I'm going to save all the changes. Now before we move on, as I said, I'm using Sass in this project. So we need to install some software to use Sass in this project. Along with that, I'm going to include few libraries which we are using in this project. So the first thing you need to install Node.js in your system. Node is just a runtime environment for executing JavaScript outside of the browser. We're not going to understand how Node works because Node is out of this course. We are using Node just for using Sass. So you just need to install Node in your local system to work with Sass. Sass is a CSS preprocessor. Sass reduces repetition of CSS and therefore saves time. We will learn how to install and use Sass later in this course. If you want to learn Sass, you can find the Sass course link on the top right corner of the screen. Now just after that, I'm going to open the Bootstrap website. So I'm going to type getbootstrap.com and open the Bootstrap website. I'm using Bootstrap because using Bootstrap, you can use the predefined style for your HTML template. Bootstrap is a responsive mobile-first project library used to build HTML template. And using Bootstrap is super easy to create any HTML. So we're going to use Bootstrap in this project. Just after that, I'm using Oval Carousel in this project to create beautiful slider. Oval Carousel is a jQuery plugin that lets you create beautiful responsive carousel slider. So we are using this Oval Carousel plugin for that. Just after that, we're using Font Awesome icons to use different free icons in this project. So let me first link all these libraries to my index.html. So I'm going to first open the Bootstrap. So first I'm going to link this Bootstrap file. So I'm going to click on this get started. And right here you can notice we have this link of CSS. So I'm going to copy this CDN, content delivery network. And just out of this title, right here I'm going to create a simple HTML5 comment and say here Bootstrap CDN. And now I'm going to paste my link tag. Just out of that, you need to link JS files as well. So I'm going to copy all these three script tags like this and paste it before the closing body tag right here. Now the Bootstrap is now successfully linked to this index.html. Now just after that, I want to link Oval Carousel. So I'm going to create here HTML5 command, Oval Carousel CDN, and then I'm going to link Oval Carousel CDN here. So I'm going to open my browser and open a new tab and search for CDN.js. So I'm going to open the cdnjs.com and right from here, I'm going to search for Oval Carousel 2. Make sure you select this Oval Carousel 2 instead selecting this Oval Carousel. I'm using this Oval Carousel 2 because it is latest. Select the CSS and right from here, copy the minified version of this Oval Carousel. So I'm going to copy the link tag and paste it here. And just after that, I want to use the predefined styling of the Oval Carousel slider. So I'm going to use this Oval theme default min.css file. So I'm going to copy this minified version of this theme default CSS file and paste it just out of this link tag. So now I have both this file. Just out of that, I want to link Font Awesome icons. So I'm going to simply create here HTML5 command. And then from the cdnjs.com, I'm going to search for Font Awesome icons. And from here, you just need to copy the CSS file, all min.css. I'm going to copy this link and paste it inside this head section. Now all the libraries is completely linked to this index.html. Now before I move on, I need to install Sass in this project so we can work with CSS as well. So I'm going to open a new terminal. I'm going to click on this terminal and say new terminal. And in this terminal, I'm going to first check Node is installed or not. To check that, I'm going to just say here node-v. When I press enter, I'm going to have the Node version installed in the local system. So now once you know that Node is successfully installed, I'm going to install Sass. So I'm going to type command npm node package manager and then say install. I'm going to install Sass globally. So I'm going to specify -g Sass. Before you execute this command, you need to initialize this project. So you just need to type here npm init. When I press enter, this will just ask me a few questions. So I'm going to specify here package name, mobile Shopee, then the version. I'm going to leave everything as it is. I'm going to press enter, enter, enter the author name. I'm going to specify my name here and then enter. So when I press enter, this will create a new file package.json. In this file, you can find your package name, package version, description, and all the information of the package. Now, once you initialize your project, let me install the Sass in this project. So I'm going to first say here npm install -g Sass. When I press enter, this will install Sass in this project. I'm going to clear the screen. Once we install Sass in this project, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to create a new folder here. I'm going to say Sass. And inside this folder, I'm going to create a new file style.scss. So as you know, to create a Sass file, you need to specify extension as CSS. And in this file, I'm going to first create a simple comment and say Sass template. Save the changes, and just after that, I'm going to open the package.json file. And here I'm going to create my command. So I'm going to create here start command. So I'm going to say here start. And in this command, I'm going to say Sass, then specify this file. So I'm going to specify here /sass style.scss. And then I'm going to specify the output file name. So I'm going to specify here style.css, and I'm going to specify watch flag. So I'm going to specify ---- watch. So when I make changes, this will automatically compile this command. Save the changes, open a terminal, and here I'm going to just execute this start command. So I'm going to simply say here npm start. When I press enter, this will execute the start command, and you can notice we have a message compiled sass.style to style.css. And you can notice we have two files here, style.css and style.css map file. We just need to worry about this style.css because in this file we have all the style of this project. Right now you can notice I have this command which we specified in this file. Now I'm going to just close this terminal, and just so that in this Sass I'm going to create a new folder, include, and in this folder I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to name that file variables.scss. Now in this file I'm going to create my variables which I'm using in this project. So I'm going to put all the variables in this variables.scss file. Now before I create any variable, I need to first include few font family using Google Font. So I'm going to open my browser, and right here I'm going to search for Google Font, and from the Google Font website I'm going to search for my favorite font. So I'm going to here search for Balu, this one. So I'm going to choose this font. So I'm going to click on it, and I'm going to select this regular 400 font. So I'm going to click on this, select this font style. You can find this font right here, and just out of that I'm going to just back to the fonts, and now I'm going to select Velvet, this one. I'm going to choose the regular font, click on this, select this style. You can find this font right here. Here we have two fonts, and then I'm going to select another font, Rubik. I'm going to choose the regular font size. So I'm going to click on this, select this style, and here we have three fonts. And now I want to use this font in this project. So I'm going to click on this embed and click on this import. And I'm going to just use this import statement. So I'm going to copy this import statement and paste it in the style.scss file right here before this comment. So now using this URL, I can use all these fonts in this project. Save all the changes, and when you save the changes, you can notice when you open this style.css, you have this link at the top of this file. So when you open your terminal, you can notice the file is now compiled successfully when you save all the changes. I'm going to just close this style.css, and just out of that I'm going to create my variables in this variables.scss file. So the first variable I'm going to create is font Balu, and I'm going to just specify here font family, and then I'm going to specify the fallback font family. Just out of that I'm going to duplicate this line like this, change this font family. I'm going to select here railway, and this variable became railway, and I'm going to change this variable to Rubik, and this became Rubik. Now just out of that I'm going to create a few color variable using Sass. So I'm going to create here color primary, and then I'm going to specify hex value to it. Just for that I'm going to create color second, and then specify hex value to this color. So this is my secondary color, and then I'm going to say here color yellow, and I'm going to specify here hex value of the yellow color. Save the changes, and just out of that, and right here you need to import this file. So to use this file I'm going to just say here @import, and then specify in the single quote the path of this file. I'm going to say include variable.scss. Save the changes. Just out of that I'm going to create global Sass file where we put all the global classes of CSS. So in this include folder I'm going to create a new file, global.scss, and in this file I'm going to simply create a simple command, global classes. So in this file you can put all the global classes which we are using in this template. So I'm going to just put here button and button focus, and I'm going to just remove outline from this button. So I'm going to say here outline none and specify important keyword to override the default property. And then I'm going to say box shadow, and I'm going to remove box shadow from the button, and I'm going to say here important. So this class will remove the light blue border you will get when you click on the button. I'm going to save the changes and open the style Sass file and duplicate this statement. And I'm going to just change this file to global.scss. And now when you open the style.css, you can find this class inside the style.css file. When I open it, you can notice I have this class here. Now just out of that, before we move on, I want to link this style.css to my index.html. So I'm going to first close this package.json file, and down here just after this font awesome icons, I'm going to create here HTML5 command and say custom CSS file. and using link tag, I'm going to link my style.css file here. Now, just after that, I'm going to create a new file and name that file typography.scss. You can name this file anything, that's upon you. And in this file, I'm going to simply create a command typography classes. And here I'm going to create a new class font blue, and I'm going to just specify here font family. And right here, I'm going to specify this variable. I'm going to copy this variable and specify that right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just specify this font family to this class. So using this class, I'm going to specify this font family. Now just after that, I'm going to create one more class here, font rel. Then I'm going to specify font family, and I'm going to copy this variable and specify that here. Then I'm going to create font rubric, specify font family property, and specify this variable font rubric. So now I can access all the font families using these classes. Now just after that, I want to specify different font size to this font family. So I'm going to create here a simple classes for that. So I'm going to say here font size 12. So this will specify font size 12 pixel to the element. I'm going to copy this class, paste it down here, change this size. So I'm going to say here font size 14. This became 14. Then I'm going to specify font size 16. And I'm going to specify font size 20. So using these classes, I can specify my font size and font family. Save the changes and include this file in the style.scss file right here. I'm going to select my typography.scss. Save the changes, and now you can find all these classes in your style.css file. Now as you can see, we successfully created the setup of the template. Now from here, if you want to follow along with me, you can download this project from the description. Now, before we move to the next section, let me first open the finished website in the browser. So I'm going to just open this finished website in the browser. Once I open the website, let me just close these unwanted tabs. And now let me just back to my index.html and open this file as well in the browser. So I'm going to right click here and say open with live server. If you don't have this option, when you right click on the index file, just click on this extension and just install the live server extension in the Visual Studio Code editor. Once you install it, you will have this option, open with live server. Click on it, and this will just automatically open the index file. If nothing happens, open your browser and just search for localhost and specify your port name. Now this is our index page. We don't have anything in the body sections, so we'll not get anything here. Let's get started and start with the header section of this website. So I'm going to just simply add here a comment, start header, and I'm going to just close this comment. And in this comment, I'm going to start header section of this website. So I'm going to start with the header. So I'm going to say here header, and in this header, I'm going to create the header section of this website. I'm going to create the main section of this website. So I'm going to create here HTML5 command, start main site, and then close this command like this. And in this command, I'm going to create main tag. Just after that, I'm going to create the footer section. So I'm going to simply create HTML5 command and close it. And in this command, I'm going to say footer. So in the header section, I'm going to create the header of the website. In the main section, I'm going to create main section of the website. And in the footer, I'm going to create footer of this website. So let's start with the header section. In the header, I'm going to first specify ID to this header so we can access this header easily. I'm going to specify ID header. So in this header, I'm going to create a division tag with the class strip. And along with that, I want to add some bootstrap classes to this division tag. So I'm going to simply add deflex. So this will specify display flex property to this division tag. Then specify justify content between. This will add some space between the elements we specify in this div. Then I'm going to add here padding x4. This will add left and right padding. And then I'm going to specify padding y1. This will specify top and bottom padding. And then specify bg light. So all these classes are bootstrap classes. Now in this div, I'm going to create a paragraph. In the finished website, we have address here. So I'm going to copy this address and I'm going to specify that address inside this paragraph. Now when I save the changes and open my browser, you can notice I have this address here. Now I want to style this paragraph. So I'm going to specify class to it, font rel, which we have in the global class section. Then I'm going to specify font size 20 and text black 50. So the text black 50 is a Bootstrap class, and both these classes are custom classes. We already created this class in the typography.scss file. Now this class is used to specify light gray color to this paragraph. Just after that, I want to remove margin, so I'm going to specify M0. Save the changes. This will just change the font family and font size of this address. Now I want to change the font size of this text, so I'm going to simply specify here font size 12. Save the changes. Now just after that, I'm going to create another div just after this paragraph. So I'm going to create here a division tag with the font rel class. Along with that, I'm going to say font size 14. So this will specify two classes to this div, font rel and font size 14. In this div, I'm going to create anchor tag. I'm going to leave this href attribute as it is. Specify class, padding x3. This will specify left and right padding. Border right. This will specify right border to this anchor tag. Then specify border left. This will specify left border to this anchor tag. And then specify text dark. So I'm going to just change the color of this text to dark. So using this class, I'm going to specify dark color to this anchor tag. And in this anchor tag, I'm going to specify login. I'm going to duplicate this anchor tag and just remove this border left and specify here wishlist. And I'm going to specify here 0. Save the changes. I'm going to have here login and we have wishlist here. Now just after that, I'm going to create this primary navigation. So I'm going to just open a new tab and just say here get bootstrap. I'm going to just open the get bootstrap website and click on these components. From this component, I'm going to just navigate to navbar and I'm going to just get this predefined code of bootstrap. So I'm going to copy this code and paste it in this header. So inside this header, just after this strip, I'm going to create here HTML5 comment primary navigation, and inside this comment I'm going to paste the bootstrap code. I'm going to close this comment down here to indicate this is the closing primary nav. I just need to change this brand name, so I'm going to specify here mobile Shopee. Then I'm going to just change these links, so I'm going to say here on sale. Then right here I'm going to get rid of these features and say category. Then I'm going to get rid of this pricing and say products. Get rid of this li tag, create a new li tag. So I'm going to copy this li, paste it down here and change this text to block. Then I'm going to duplicate the li tag again. I'm going to change this to category. Then I'm going to duplicate the li again and say coming soon. Save the changes, open your browser, and you can notice you have your primary navigation menu here. Now I want to change style of this navigation menu and I want to add this icon with this card value. Open the navigation menu. Let me first get rid of this bg light and navbar light class. And instead of adding this class, I'm going to add here navbar dark to dark navigation menu, and I'm going to add my custom class color second bg. Now you can notice we don't have this class yet, so we need to first create it and then I can apply this class to this navbar. Save the changes and let me just create this class. So I'm going to just create a new file in this include. I'm going to right click here and say new file and name this file color.scss. And in this file I'm going to create a comment color template. I'm going to create here a class color primary, and then I'm going to specify color to it. And instead of specifying hex color, you know that we have variable for that. So I have here primary color. So I'm going to copy this variable and paste it here. So when I specify this class, I'm going to have this primary color to the element. I'm going to do the same. So I'm going to copy this class, paste it down here, and at this time I'm going to specify this color to the background. So I'm going to specify a class here, color primary bg, then change this property and I'm going to say here background. That's it. Just out of that, I'm going to create here color secondary. So I'm going to say here color second, then use this variable color second, specify that here. So when I specify this class, I'm going to have this color to the element. I'm going to copy this class, paste it down here, change this class name to color second bg, and when I specify this class, I want to specify this color to the background. So I'm going to say here background. Now you can notice I'm using this class to specify this color to the background. So as you can notice here, I specify this class here to the navigation menu. So this color is going to apply to the background of the navigation menu. Just after that, I'm going to say here color yellow, and I'm going to specify here color and just copy this variable. Specify that here, copy this class, paste it down here, and just change this class to color yellow bg, and this property is going to be background. Save the changes. Just after that, when you specify all these classes, don't forget to add this color.scss file in the style.css so we can use it. Just after this typography, I'm going to duplicate this line and change this file. So I'm going to specify here include color.scss. Save the changes. When I open my website, you can notice I have this color to my navigation menu. Now I want to make some changes in this navigation menu. So I'm going to just close all these SAS files, save all the changes, and now just after this UL tag, I'm going to add this icon and the cart value. Just after this UL tag, I'm going to create here form tag. I'm going to leave this action attribute as it is, and then specify class. Font size is going to be 14 and font red. In this form, I'm going to create anchor tag, and in this anchor tag, I'm going to create two span tag. But before I create span tag, I'm going to first specify style to it. So I'm going to specify class padding white 2. This will specify top and bottom padding to this anchor tag. Then I'm going to specify rounded pill. So this is the bootstrap class used to specify border radius to this anchor tag. Just out of that, I'm going to specify color primary bg, which is my custom class. And in this anchor tag, I'm going to create a span tag. To this span tag, I'm going to specify class. The class is going to be font size 16. So this will just change this font size of this span tag. Padding x2. This will specify left and right padding to this span tag, and then specify text white. So this is the bootstrap class used to specify white color to the text. And in this span tag, I'm going to add icons. Now to add icons in your HTML template, you need to use some font awesome classes. So I'm going to add here I tag, and I'm going to specify class to it. There are different classes you can use to add different icons in your project. So I'm going to add a class here, fast fa shopping cart. Now you can find all these classes in the Font Awesome website. Now just out of this span tag, I'm going to create another span tag here. I want to specify here class is going to be padding x3. This will specify left and right padding, padding white 2 to specify top and bottom padding, then specify rounded pill and text dark. Just out of that, I'm going to specify background color as well. I'm going to specify bg light, which is a bootstrap class used to specify light background color. So this will specify light background color to this span tag. And then I'm going to specify here 0. Because we don't have anything inside this card, I'm going to specify 0 in this span tag. Save the changes, back to the website and open it. You can notice I have the span tag here. But as you can see, we don't have the card icon here. So let me just check my classes. Oops, I think I misspelled here, shopping. That's right. Save the changes, and now you can see I have the card icon here. Now what I want to add some space between these elements. So I'm going to just back to my HTML file, and to this UL tag right here, I'm going to specify margin auto. Along with that, I'm going to specify font family to it. I'm going to specify font rubric. Save the changes, back to the website, and as you can notice, I have some space between these elements. Just out of that, once I have space between this element, I want to add some icons right here as well, just like this. So I'm going to add here I tag, and to the class, I'm going to say fast fa and specify the icon class here. You can notice I have here an icon. I'm going to specify this icon to this category as well. Now it's super easy to create this navigation menu, right? Now, as you can notice, the header section of this website is now completed. In the header section, we just have the strip and the navigation menu. Now, let's move on to the main section of this website. In the main section, I have this beautiful carousel. Then I have the top sale. Then we have the special price where we can filter all the products. This is the branding, this is the advertisement, new phone section, and latest blogs. And just out of that, I have the footer of this website. So let's see how to create these different sections of this website. Now we know that how you can create this beautiful navigation menu using Bootstrap. Now let's move to the main section of this website, and in the main section I'm going to first create this banner section. In the banner section I'm going to add this beautiful oval carousel with these images. If you want, you can create this text and this button using HTML. Now let's see how to create this slider using oval carousel. So I'm going to just minimize this header section, and in the main section I'm going to create this banner section. For the main section I'm going to first specify ID so we can access it very easily. I'm going to specify ID main site, and then here I'm going to create HTML5 comment oval carousel, and I'm going to close this comment like this. Now in this oval carousel I'm going to create a new section. So I'm going to say here section and specify ID. So I'm going to specify here hash and specify banner area ID. When I press tab, I'm going to have section with the ID banner area. Now in this section I'm going to create a division tag with the class oval carousel, and just out of that I'm going to specify oval theme class. Using this class I'm going to create oval carousel. Now in this step you need to specify oval items. So I'm going to put all the items in the division tag. So I'm going to specify here item class. So I'm going to create division tag with the class item, and I'm going to add here image tag with the source attribute. Now in the source attribute I'm going to specify my banner images. Now if you check your asset folder, you don't have any images yet. So I'm going to just add all the images which we are using in this tutorial in this asset folder. So I'm going to just copy a few images and paste it inside this asset folder. So I'm going to use all these images in this tutorial. You can download all these images from the description of this video. Once we have all the images inside this asset folder, I can use it using this source attribute. So in the source attribute, I'm going to specify my asset folder, and then I'm going to select banner.png file. And to the alt attribute, I'm going to specify banner1. I'm going to do the same. So I'm going to copy this division tag and paste it down here. You can do the same thing in Visual Studio Code. You can use Shift Alt down key. For example, if I select this div and when I press Shift Alt down key, this will duplicate this statement just down here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this image. I'm going to say here banner 2. I'm going to change this alt attribute as well. If you want to specify different images, you're free to specify that. Save all the changes. If you try to execute your file, you're not going to get anything here, because you need to first initialize the oval carousel using JavaScript. So I'm going to open my index.html, and here inside this mobile Shopee, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to name that file index.js. If you want to specify different name, you can do that as well. I'm going to choose index.html, and before I specify any code inside it, I'm going to first link this file down here in the script section. So I'm going to create here a custom HTML5 command and say custom JavaScript, and then I'm going to add here a script tag with the source attribute, and then I'm going to link index.js. Save the changes, back to the index.js, and as you know we are using jQuery in this tutorial, so I can use $, which refers to the jQuery object. Then I'm going to call document.ready function, and inside this function I'm going to execute jQuery code. Now in this function I'm going to first create oval carousel for the banner section. So I'm going to say here banner oval carousel. So I'm going to first select oval carousel. So as you know, we have this oval carousel inside this banner section. So I'm going to first select this ID. So I'm going to add here jQuery object, and in the double quote I'm going to specify hash banner area, and then I'm going to select this class oval carousel. So I'm going to specify here dot, specify oval carousel, and then you need to call oval carousel method. So I'm going to specify here dot and say oval carousel, and in the parentheses you can specify different parameters to this method. I'm going to specify different parameter to this oval carousel. So I'm going to say dots true and items 1, specify semicolon. Now once you specify this code inside this document.ready function, make sure you have this method in the oval library. So as you can notice, in index file we just added the CSS files of oval carousel. We need to add the jQuery file as well to access this oval carousel method. So I'm going to open my browser, and on the new tab I'm going to search for cdnjs.com, and from this website I can get the JavaScript file of oval carousel. So I'm going to say here oval carousel 2 And at this time, I'm going to select the JS and copy this minified version of this oval carousel. So I'm going to copy the script tag in the index.html. I'm going to paste it just before the custom JavaScript file right here. I'm going to create a simple HTML5 command and say oval carousel JavaScript JS file. And I'm going to paste the script tag here. Save the changes, back to your website. You can notice you have your oval carousel. Let me just close this tab, and as you can see, your oval slider is now completely ready. Now you know that how easy it is to create this oval carousel. Let's move on to the next section, and in this section I'm going to show you how you can create this top sale section of this website. In this section I'm going to add this top sale title, and we have this beautiful oval carousel with products. So I'm going to back to my website and open the index.html. And in this file, I'm going to first minimize this section, and right here I'm going to create HTML5 comment just like this. Now here I'm going to create a section tag and specify ID top sale, and inside this section I'm going to create a division tag with a class container. So I'm going to specify here a class container. This is the bootstrap class used to specify 80% width and put all the content at the center of the document. Just out of that, I'm going to specify here padding by 5. So this will specify top and bottom padding to this division tag. Then here I'm going to add heading top sale. So I'm going to add h4 heading tag and say here top sale. Save the changes, back to your website. You can notice I have here a title. Let me just add some class to it. To this title, I'm going to specify class font rubric, and font size is going to be 20. Just out of that, down here I'm going to add horizontal row. So I'm going to add a tag hr, and just out of that I'm going to add my oval carousel. So I'm going to create here a comment and say oval carousel. I'm going to close this command, and inside this command I'm going to create my oval carousel. So I'm going to first add here division tag with the class oval carousel. So I'm going to create a division tag. So I'm going to specify here dot oval carousel. Along with that, I'm going to add a class oval theme, which is used to specify default styling to this oval carousel. Inside this div, I'm going to add oval items. So I'm going to specify here div with the class item, and I want to add some padding to it. I'm going to add padding by 2. This is my first oval item. So inside it, I'm going to create my first product. So I'm going to create division tag with the product class. To this division tag, I want to specify font family. So I'm going to say font rel, and inside it I'm going to create anchor tag. So when we click on the image, we can navigate user to the different page. So in this anchor tag, I'm going to add image, and I'm going to select asset folder, then select products, and I'm going to select my first image here. Now just out of that, I'm going to specify all the attribute product 1. Now to make this image responsive, use bootstrap class img fluid. I'm going to save all the changes, and just after this anchor tag down here, I'm going to create another div with the class text center. So this class is used to center all the text. Then I'm going to create here h6 heading tag to specify product title, and I'm going to say here Samsung Galaxy 10. And now let me just toggle this window on the right side so you will see everything clearly. Now before we move on and create this product section, we need to first initialize this oval carousel so we'll understand what we are doing. So in the index.js file, I'm going to first initialize this oval carousel. So I'm going to open the index.js file, and down here I'm going to create a command top sale oval carousel, and I'm going to create here jQuery object, and inside it I'm going to first select my top sale ID top sale, and then select oval carousel. Just out of that, I'm going to call a method oval carousel and pass parameter to it. Now I'm going to pass parameter loop true, then I'm going to pass nav true. This property allows us to add navigation button. Then I'm going to add dots false. I don't want to add these dots to this oval carousel, so I'm going to specify dots false. I want to make this oval carousel responsive, so I'm going to pass a property responsive, and I'm going to pass object to it. So I'm going to pass curly braces, and inside it I'm going to pass different breakpoints. So if the window has 0 viewport or greater than that, I want to specify one carousel item. Then if the window width, or you can say a window viewport, is greater than 600 pixel, then I want to display 3 carousel items. And then if the window is greater than 100 pixel, I want to display 5 carousel items. Specify semicolon and save all the changes. When you save the changes, you can notice I have my product here. Now, just after that, I'm going to back to my index.html and I'm going to just add product rating, price, and add to cart button. So I'm going to just add here just after this H6 heading tag. So down here, I'm going to create division tag with the class rating, and I want to add text warning as well. So I'm going to add bootstrap class text warning, and then font size is going to be 12. In this div, I'm going to add span tag, and in the I tag, I'm going to specify my icons. So I'm going to add here fast FA star. Save the changes. When I save it, you can notice I have here star. Let me just duplicate this statement. I'm going to press Shift Alt down key. Save the changes. You can notice I have 5 star here. Let me just add here far FA star. Save the changes. And now you can notice we have 4 star to this product. Now what I want to change the color of the star. So I'm going to use bootstrap text warning clause. Oops, I think I misspelled here warning. Save the changes. You can notice I just specify the yellow color of bootstrap using text warning bootstrap class. Now just after that, I want to add the price of this product. So just after this div, down here, I'm going to create division tag with the price class. I want to add padding to it. I'm going to add padding by 2. And in this div, I'm going to add a span tag with a $sign and specify price of the product. I'm going to specify price 152. Just after this div, I'm going to add a button of the type submit. Then I'm going to specify class to it, btn warning. So this is the bootstrap class, and then I'm going to specify font size is going to be 12. And to this button, I'm going to specify text add to cart. Save the changes. You can notice I have this button here. Now if you just take a look at your whole carousel, then you can notice you only have one item in this whole carousel. So let me just duplicate this division tag. So I'm going to copy this div and paste it down here, change this image, save the changes. I have my second product here. Now if you want to change the title of the product, you can change that as well. I'm going to change it to Redmi Note 7, and then I'm going to copy this div, paste it down here to create my third product, change this image, and I'm going to just leave the title as it is. When I save the changes, you can notice I have my third product as well. You can create multiple products in this whole carousel. So I'm going to copy both these division tag, paste it down here. When I save the changes, I have my 5 products. So I'm going to add 2 more whole carousel here like this. And now I'm going to save the changes. When you save the changes, you can notice you have your whole carousel here. And when you have the whole items more than 5, you're going to get this previous and this next button. Now I want to just style this button. So I'm going to just back to my Explorer and create a new file inside this SAS folder. So I'm going to create a new file inside this include folder. I'm going to right click here and say new file. I'm going to name that file topsail.scss. And I'm going to just link this file to my style.scss file. So I'm going to import that here. I'm going to duplicate this statement and I'm going to link that file here just like this, topsail.scss. Save the changes, then back to your topsail.scss, create comment here to indicate this is the topsail template, and down here I'm going to style this previous and this next whole carousel navigation button. So I'm going to simply first select the ID topsail, and in the ID I have my oval carousel. So I'm going to select oval carousel, then select item, and then select product, and I'm going to select my anchor tag. And to this anchor tag, I'm going to specify overflow hidden. I'm going to copy this product selector, paste it down here, and right now I'm going to select my image and I'm going to add transition to it, and I'm going to specify here transform point ease, and then I'm going to paste the selector again, and when we hover on the image, I'm going to just specify transform scale 1.1. So when you hover on the image, I'm going to just add this transform property and scale the image 1.1, and then using this transition, I'm going to just add a smooth effect to the transform property. Save the changes. And now when I hover on the image, you can see I have this beautiful transition on my products. Now just for that, I'm going to select this oval carousel buttons. So I'm going to simply add here oval carousel, then select oval nav, and then select button. And to this button, I'm going to first specify position, absolute, then select top 30%, and outline is going to be none. Save the changes. Just out of that, I'm going to select the selector again. So I'm going to copy it, paste it down here, and then at this time I'm going to select oval previous class. And to this oval previous, I'm going to specify left 0, font size is going to be 35 pixel, and color is going to be primary color. So I'm going to specify here color primary. Save the changes. Now when you save the changes, you can notice this font size and this color is not applied to this button, because if you inspect this document, so I'm going to just click on this cursor and click on this button, you can notice we have span tag inside this button. So I'm going to just specify this font size and color to this span tag. So I'm going to simply select this selector, specify span tag here, and I'm going to just grab both this font family and font color and paste that here. Oops, I think I misspelled here font size. And now you can notice I have font size to this previous button. Now what I want to add some margin to it. So I'm going to add margin left -4 rem, and I'm going to add padding to it. Padding is going to be 0 to the top and bottom and 1 rem to the left and right. So you can notice I have some padding to it. Now just for that, I'm going to just do the same for the next button as well. So I'm going to copy this selector, paste it down here, and instead of selecting the oval previous, I'm going to select oval next. And right now I'm going to specify right is going to be 0. Save the changes. You can notice I have this button here. Then I'm going to copy this selector, paste it down here and select this span tag. And then I'm going to specify these properties. So I'm going to copy it, paste it down here, and I'm going to change this margin left to margin right and leave everything as it is. Save the changes. You can notice I have the next button as well. So using this button, you can navigate to different products. Now, if we just take a look at your CSS, then you can notice we repeated 3 properties. Now, let me just copy this selector and specify here comma and then specify that selector here. And instead of specifying this margin here, I'm going to get rid of this margin, and then I'm going to copy this previous button, specify that here, and specify here margin. So I'm going to copy this margin, paste that here, and I'm going to just say here margin left -4, get rid of these properties like this, and save the changes. Now you can notice we have the same result, but we did not repeated the same properties again. That's super easy. The top cell section is now completed. You can navigate to your different product whenever you want using this next and this previous button. In the next section, I'm going to show you how you can create this special price section of this product. Now, in the previous lecture, we understand how to create this top sale section of this website. Now let's move on and see how to create this beautiful special price section of this website. So in this section, I'm going to add ISO top library so we can filter all these products. For example, when I click on this all brands button, I'm going to have all the brands of the mobile. And when I click on this Apple, this will just show the Apple mobiles, and I'm going to have the Apple mobile in front of me. If I want to show Samsung mobile, I can do that as well by using this Samsung button. When I click on it, I'm going to have Samsung mobile, and when I click on this Redmi, I'm going to have all the Redmi mobiles. So I'm going to show you how you can create this filter on your product using ISO top plugin. So let me show you how you can create this beautiful section. So I'm going to just back to my website, and I'm going to just open index.html, and just out of this top cell down here, I'm going to create my HTML5 command, special price. I'm going to name this section special price, and I'm going to just close this command like this. I'm going to start this section with section tag, and I'm going to pass ID special price. In this section, I'm going to create a container. So I'm going to call bootstrap container class, and then I'm going to create h4 heading tag. I'm going to pass title to this section. So I'm going to say here special price. I'm going to save the changes. When I save it, you can notice I have this title here. Let me just specify some classes to it. to this h4 heading tag, I'm going to specify class font rubric. So this will specify font family to this h4 heading tag, and then specify font size is going to be 20. Save the changes, and now I want to create few buttons here. So just out of this h4 heading tag, I'm going to create here a division tag with id filter. So I'm going to specify here hash and say filters. Along with that, I want to add classes to this division tag. So I'm going to specify here dot and then pass classes to it. So I'm going to say here button group and then text right. When I press tab, I'm going to have id filter and class button group and text right. Now in this div, I'm going to using bootstrap class text right to put all the buttons on the right side of the screen. In this div, I'm going to create a button and specify class to it. And I'm going to pass bootstrap class btn, then specify is checked. So the first button is always checked, and then I'm going to pass data attribute to this button. So I'm going to pass here data filter. So I'm going to pass here value asterisk. I'm going to use this button to get all brands mobile. So I'm going to say here all brands. Save the changes. You can notice I have this button here. I'm going to duplicate this button by pressing shift alt down key like this, and I'm going to just get rid of this is check class like this, and I'm going to just change this data filter attribute as well. And now when I click on this button, I want to filter Apple mobile. So I'm going to specify here data filter dot Apple. Then I'm going to pass here value to this button Apple. So when we click on this button, I want to filter all the Apple mobiles. Now just for that, I'm going to specify here Samsung, and I want to filter Samsung mobiles. So I'm going to say here Samsung. Then I want to filter Redmi mobile. So I'm going to say here Redmi, and I'm going to specify here text Redmi. In the data filter attribute, I'm using dot before the brand of the product. So as you can notice, I'm going to just specify dot Apple, dot Samsung, and dot Redmi. After a few seconds, I'm going to explain why I use this dot before this brand name. Now, just after this div, I want to create here a grid layout. So I'm going to just create here division tag with the class grid. And in this grid, I'm going to create grid items. So I'm going to create here grid items. And now I just want to specify when I click on this button, which item I want to display. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass this Apple as a class to this division tag. For example, if I just say here Apple, and when I save the changes, so now when I call ISO plugin, and when I click on this Apple, this will just display this division tag because we specify here Apple filter. So using this class, I'm going to just filter all the Apple mobiles. So I'm going to just indicate use this Apple class as a filter of this button. So when you click on this button, it's going to filter this division tag. Now, if you want to filter your Samsung mobile, you can pass this Samsung class right here, just like this. So I'm using this class in this data attribute. That is why I'm using dot here. Now, just out of that, I'm going to specify class border. So this will add border to this division tag. And now inside this grid item, I'm going to create my product. So instead of creating a new product here, I'm going to just back to my top sales section. And from here, I can copy my product from here. So I'm going to just copy my product. Let me just minimize these sections. And now I want to copy this division tag product. So I'm going to copy it and paste it inside this grid like this. And now you can notice I have my product here. But now what I want to change the image and this title, because as you can see, I just specify here class Apple. So I'm going to simply change this image and specify here Apple mobile image like this, and I want to change the title as well. So I'm going to change the title of this mobile. You can notice here I just changed the title and this image. Now what I want to add some padding outside of this border to the top and to the bottom. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just grab this product division tag and create here a new division tag with the class item, and I'm going to just specify class to it padding by 2. So this will add top and bottom padding to this product. Now just out of that, I'm going to specify style and specify width to this div. So I'm going to pass here style and I'm going to specify width 200 pixel. And in this div, I'm going to paste my product. Very simple. Minimize this item, save the changes. you can notice I have my first product here. Now before we move to the next product, I'm going to just add ISO plugin in this project so we can filter this product by clicking on this button. I'm going to simply open a new tab and search for cdnjs.com. And from this website, I'm going to search for ISO jQuery plugin. So I'm going to click on this jQuery ISO and I'm going to just copy this minified version of this ISO package. So I'm going to copy the script tag and paste it just before this index file. And right here, I'm going to create HTML5 command and say ISO plugin CDN. So I'm going to paste my script tag here, save all the changes, back to the website. And now we need to initialize this section. So I'm going to open the index.js file, and in this jQuery, in this document.ready function, down here, I'm going to call command ISO filter. And down here, I'm going to first initialize the grid system. I'm going to first initialize this grid division tag as an ISO filter. So I'm going to create jQuery variable grid, and then I'm going to select grid class, this one. Then I'm going to just call a method ISO, and to this method I'm going to pass parameter. So I'm going to pass here curly braces and pass values to this ISO method. So I'm going to first specify item selector. So I'm going to pass property item selector, and then in the single code you need to specify grid item here. So I'm going to pass this grid item division tag class to this item selector property. Just after that, I'm going to pass layout mode is going to be fit rows. Save the changes, and now you can notice we have the first product here. And now when you specify this property layout mode fit rows, it's going to fit all the products in the row. Now just after that, you need to inform this ISO filter when you click on this button which product you want to filter. So I'm going to just create here a command filter items on button click, and I'm going to just select my buttons. So as you can notice, I have here class button group in this div. So I'm going to select this button group class. So in the double quote, specify dot and select button group. And when I click on the button, so I'm going to say dot on, and when I click on the button, I want to call the callback function. So I'm going to pass here function, and in this function, I'm going to just say var and create a variable filter value. And now what I'm going to do is, and now when I click on this button, I want to get the value of this data filter attribute. So I'm going to just create here a variable filter value, and then I'm going to pass here this. So when we click on the button, I want to get the attribute data filter. So I'm going to say here attribute and pass single quote data filter. So I'm going to just pass this data filter attribute to this filter method. This method is going to return this data filter value to this variable. And then I'm going to call grid this object and call its method ISO and specify parentheses. I'm going to pass value to its property filter. And to this filter property, you need to pass the filter value. So I'm going to copy this filter value and pass it here. Specify semicolon, save all the changes, and now you can filter all your products. Now let me just create few products here. So just out of this apple, I'm going to just copy this div, paste it down here. And now I want to filter Samsung mobile. So I'm going to specify here Samsung. Then I'm going to change this image and this title. And as you can see, you have your Samsung mobile. Oops, I think I misspelled something. Let me just check my JS file. Yeah, right here. I just misspelled this fit rows. I used to do this type of mistake. I'm going to save the changes. And as you can notice, I have my second product here. I'm going to just back to my index.html and create my third product. So I'm going to copy this grid and paste it down here. And this time I'm going to create readme product. So I'm going to copy it, specify that class here, change this image, and I'm going to specify here image 3, and I'm going to change the product title as well. Save the changes. You can notice I have my third product as well. Now just after that, I'm going to create Apple product. So I'm going to copy this div, paste it down here, and just change this image. And I'm going to change this image to image 14. Save the changes. I have my Apple product. Then I'm going to create Samsung product. So I'm going to copy this div, paste it here, and change this image. I'm going to change it to image 12. And now let me just filter this product. Now when I click on these all brands, I'm going to have all the brands of my mobiles. When I click on this Apple, I'm going to have only Apple mobiles. When we click on this Samsung, I'm going to have only Samsung mobiles. When we click on this Redmi, I'm going to have only Redmi mobiles. And when we click all brands again, I'm going to have all my brands one by one. Now let me just add a few more products inside this grid layout. So now once I have all my products, I'm going to save the changes. And as you can notice, I have all my products here. Now what I want to add some margin between these products. And I just wanted to add some margin to the top as well. So I'm going to simply open my SAS files. In this include folder, I'm going to create one more file and name that file special price. And I'm going to specify extension as CSS. And now just for that, I'm going to add this file to style.scss. So down here, I'm going to specify special price. Save the changes. And then I'm going to open the special price.scss file, specify here command, and then I'm going to say special price section template. And I'm going to first select this special price section, this one. So I'm going to select this ID. In this section, I'm going to first select this ID, and inside this ID, I have grade item. And to these items, I'm going to specify margin right 1.2 RAM and margin top is going to be 1 RAM. Save the changes. So when I save the changes, you can notice I'm going to have margin to this product. So now you can simply filter your product whenever you want. So now the last thing we need, I'm going to back to my index.html, and to this division tag, I'm going to specify font blue and font size is going to be 16. Save the changes. You can notice I'm going to just specify font size to it. So now it looks beautiful. Now as you can see, the special price section is now ready. You can filter your product by using these buttons very easily. Now I hope you understand how to use ISO Top plugin to filter all these products. Now in the next section, we're going to learn how to create advertisement in your website. Now you know that how to create this beautiful special price section where you can filter all your products. Now let me show you how you can create this advertisement for your website. So I'm going to back to my website, and down here, just after this special price, I'm going to create here HTML5 comment and then just say here banner ads. So in this banner ads, I'm going to first create section tag with the ID banner ads. And in this section, I'm going to create division tag with the class container. Then add padding by 5. This will add top and bottom padding. Just after that, I'm going to add here image tag with the source attribute and then pass asset folder. Then I'm going to select my banner image, this one, and then pass alt attribute. I'm going to say here banner 1. Class is going to be img fluid to make this image responsive. I'm going to duplicate this image tag. So I'm going to just press shift alt down key to duplicate this image. And then select my second image here, this one. Save the changes, back to the website, and as you can notice, I have my advertisement section here. Now that's super easy to create this advertisement in your website. Now let me show you how you can create this new phone section in this website. So I'm going to simply minimize this section, and down here I'm going to create new phone section. I'm going to simply add here HTML5 comment, then I'm going to close it down here, and in this comment I'm going to create a new section. So I'm going to say here section with ID new phones. Now in this section, I'm going to create this oval carousel. So as you know, we have this oval carousel at the top up here. Why don't we use the same code in this new phone section? So I'm going to just back to my oval carousel top up here, and I'm going to copy this top cell oval carousel. So I'm going to copy this oval carousel completely, and I'm going to paste it inside this new phone section. But before I paste it, I'm going to just specify title to it. So I'm going to simply create here container and specify h4 heading tag with the title new phones, and I'm going to just change its font family. Font is going to be Rubik and font size is going to be 20. I'm going to just add here horizontal row, and down here I'm going to paste my oval carousel. Let me just minimize these oval carousel items, And now when I save the changes, you can see I have my new phone section. But at this time, you're not going to see the oval carousel because you did not initialize the oval carousel yet. So we need to first initialize the oval carousel, then you will see that oval carousel item just out of this title. So I'm going to just open index.js file, and up here you know that we just use this code to initialize the top cell oval carousel. I'm going to copy this code and paste it just after this ISO top code. I'm going to just change this comment and say new fonts oval carousel, and then I'm going to just change this ID as well, because as you know we use new fonts ID. I'm going to copy this ID, paste it here like this. Let me just close these SAS files, and now I'm going to just specify here dots true, and now it's going to be false, and I'm going to leave everything as it is. Save the changes, and now you can see I have a new phone section. Now what I want to add some background color to this product. So I'm going to simply back to my index.html, and I'm going to pass here bg light class. So to add this class to all these products, I have a very simple idea. So I'm going to select this first class item and padding white 2 and press Ctrl D. So this will duplicate the cursor in Visual Studio Code editor. So once I duplicate all this cursor, I'm going to just simply create here a class bg light. So once I specify this class to all these items, I'm going to save the changes, and now you can notice I have this background color to my products. If you want to create more products in this new phone section, you are free to create that. So it's super easy to create this new phone section in this website. Now in the next lecture, we'll understand how to create these latest blocks. Now once you understand how to create this beautiful new phone section, let's just move to the next section of this website. In this section, we'll create the latest blocks, and I'm going to add 3 blocks in this section. So let's see how to create this latest block section. So I'm going to just open my index.html file, and just out of these new phones, down here I'm going to create my HTML5 command. So I'm going to simply create here HTML5 command, and in this block I'm going to create a new section. So to create a new section, I'm going to start with a section tag and specify ID to it, and I'm going to specify ID blocks. Now in this section, I'm going to create a division tag with the class container and add padding by 4. So this will add top and bottom padding to this division tag. I'm going to add h4 heading tag and specify latest block text. And just out of that, I'm going to specify some font family to this title. So I'm going to specify font rubric, and font size is going to be 20. I'm going to save the changes, back to my website, and you can notice I have this title here. Now just out of this h4 heading tag, I'm going to create horizontal row. So I'm going to simply add here HR, and then I'm going to create here oval carousel. So I'm going to create here division tag with the class oval carousel, and then I'm going to specify oval theme class. Once I have here oval carousel, I want to specify oval items to this div. So I'm going to create here a division tag with item class, and in this item I'm going to create bootstrap card. So I'm going to create division tag with the class card, and then I'm going to specify here h5 heading tag and add title. So I'm going to say here upcoming mobiles. So this is going to be the title of the block. When I save the changes, I'm not going to have anything here because we need to initialize this oval carousel first. So I'm going to back to my index.js, and down here I'm going to initialize this oval carousel. So in the index.js file down here, I'm going to just create a new command, blocks oval carousel, and here I'm going to first select my block. So I'm going to select my block using ID block, and then select oval carousel class, and then I'm going to call here oval carousel method and pass properties to it. So I'm going to simply copy these properties right from here and then specify that here. I'm going to just change few things here. I'm going to leave all these 3 properties as it is, and I'm going to just change this responsiveness. So what I'm going to do is, when the viewport is greater than 600 pixel, I want to display only 3 items. So I'm going to remove this 1000 viewport. Save the changes. Now I'm going to back to my index.html file. To this title, I'm going to pass classes. So I'm going to pass class card title, which is a bootstrap class. Then I'm going to specify font size is going to be 16. This will just change the font size of this title. And just out of that, I'm going to add image here. So I'm going to add here img tag, and in the source attribute, I'm going to pass my asset folder, then select block, and then select my first image here. And then I'm going to pass alt attribute card image. And here I'm going to pass bootstrap class card img top. When I save the changes, I have images to my block. Now just out of that, I want to remove border from this card. So I'm going to just specify here border 0. So I'm going to call a bootstrap class border 0. This will remove the border from these blocks. And then I'm going to specify font rel. This will specify font family to all the text inside this block. And then I'm going to specify margin right 5. I want to add some width to these blocks. So I'm going to specify style here, and then specify width is going to be 18 rem. I'm going to have width to these blocks. And now just out of this image, I'm going to add paragraph, and I want to add some demo text here. So I'm going to call here lorem, and I want to insert 20 words in this paragraph. So I'm going to specify here 20, and when I press tab, I'm going to have 20 demo words inside this paragraph. Now to this paragraph, I'm going to specify class card text, and font size is going to be 14 and text black 50. Along with that, I want to add some padding to the top and bottom. So I'm going to specify padding y1, save the changes. I have the description of this block. Just out of this paragraph, down here, I'm going to create anchor tag, and I'm going to specify class to it. And I'm going to specify class color second and text left. And to this anchor tag, I'm going to specify go somewhere. Save the changes. As you can notice, I have my block here. And now the last thing, I want to copy this item. So I'm going to copy this item, paste it down here, and paste it down here, and just change this image. I'm going to just change this image to 3. Save the changes, and you can see I have my latest block section ready. If you want to specify your own images, you are free to specify that in this block. Now you know that how to create this beautiful blog in this website. Let's move to the next section where we understand how to create this footer of this website. Now you understand how easy it is to create this latest blog section of this website. Let's move on to the next section where we create this beautiful footer of this website. So let's move to the index.html file, and as you can see, the main section of this website is now completed. So let's move to the footer section of this website. So as you can see, I have here footer tag. So I'm going to put all this code of the footer inside this footer tag. So I'm going to first specify ID to this footer so we can access it very easily. I'm going to specify ID to it, footer. Then I want to add a class to this footer. As you can notice here, I have dark background to this footer. So I'm going to specify here class and use bootstrap class to specify dark background. So I'm going to specify here bg dark. Then I'm going to specify text white, and then I'm going to add padding y5. So this will add top and bottom padding to this footer. Save the changes. I'm going to just back to my website, and you can see I have here my footer. Now inside this footer, I'm going to create container, and inside this container, I'm going to create new row. Now in this row, I'm going to create different columns. So now I'm going to use a bootstrap grid column system to create this footer. So I'm going to first create a new row, and then I'm going to create a division tag with the class call lg3. So this class is going to specify 3 column space to this division tag. So as you know, bootstrap has 12 column grid system. So I'm going to specify 3 column space to this div, and then inside this div, I'm going to just first specify h4 heading tag. I'm going to say mobile shopping. When I save the changes, you can notice I have here my website title, mobile shopping. I want to specify class to it. I'm going to specify class, font rubric, and font size is going to be 20. Now what I want, when the viewport is less than the large device, I want to specify 12 column space to this div. So I just want to make this div responsive. So I'm going to specify here bootstrap class call 12. So when the viewport is less than the large device viewport, I'm going to specify 12 column space to this division tag. Just out of this h4 heading tag, I'm going to specify here paragraph, and inside this paragraph, I'm going to just add some lorem text, and then I'm going to add some classes to this paragraph. So I'm going to specify here class, font size is going to be 14, font family is going to be rel, and I want to specify text to white 50 to this paragraph. When I save the changes, I'm going to have my paragraph text here. Now just after that, just after this column, I'm going to create another column here. So I'm going to create here a division tag with the class called LG4. So as you can notice, to the first div, I'm going to specify 3 column space. To the second div, I'm going to specify 4 column space. And I'm going to add here call 12 to make it responsive. Now in this div, I'm going to add h4 heading tag. So I'm going to copy this h4 heading tag right from here and paste it here. And paste that inside this div. And I'm going to just change this text, and right here I'm going to say newsletter. And just after this h4 heading tag, I'm going to create a form, and I'm going to get rid of this action attribute and specify here class form row. And inside this form, I'm going to create a division tag and create 2 columns. So I'm going to create div with the class call. I'm going to duplicate this div and create 2 columns here. In the first column, I'm going to add input text box with the type text and then specify class to it. The class is going to be form control, and then I'm going to pass placeholder to it, and I'm going to say here email, and I'm going to specify asterisk to indicate required field. Save the changes. I'm going to have my text box here. Just for that, to the second column right here, I'm going to add button of the type submit, and in this button I'm going to specify text subscribe, and I'm going to specify class to it btn primary, and margin bottom is going to be 2. Save the changes. As you can notice, I have my button here. Now just after that, I'm going to create this third and this fourth column as well. So to create third and fourth column, let me just minimize this, and down here I'm going to create my third column. So I'm going to create here division tag with the class called LG2. So I'm going to specify 2 column space to this div and specify call 12. Inside this division tag, I'm going to specify title. So I'm going to grab this h4 heading tag and specify that in this third column. And then I'm going to create here division tag and call display flex property. So I'm going to just call here a class div flex. So this will specify display flex to this div, and then call flex column. So this will specify flex direction column to this division tag. Now I just wanted to specify flex wrap as well to make this div responsive, to make this flex box responsive. In this division tag, I'm going to add my different links. I'm going to add here anchor tag, and I'm going to specify class to it, and I'm going to specify font family, font rel, font size is going to be 14, and text wide 50. And now I want to add padding bottom 1. That's it. And then I'm going to specify text about us. When I save the changes, I'm going to have about us text here. Let me just duplicate this line by pressing Shift Alt down key. So I'm going to duplicate this line, change this text. I'm going to change it to delivery information. I'm going to change this text as well to privacy policy. And then I'm going to change this text terms and condition. Save the changes, and as you can see, I have my links here. And now I want to change this title, so I'm going to specify here information. Now just after that, I'm going to create my last column. So I'm going to minimize this column, and down here I'm going to create a new column. So I'm going to create here division tag with the class called LG2, and in this div I'm going to create my fourth column. So I'm going to specify here first call 12, and in this div I'm going to first call the title of this column. So I'm going to copy this h4 heading tag, specify that here, and change this text. I'm going to say here account, and then I want to just add links. So I'm going to copy this div from the previous column and paste it inside the fourth column right down here. And now I just want to change this text, and I'm going to change this text to my account. I'm going to change this text to order history. This text became wish list, and this text became newsletter. Save the changes, and as you can see, I have my fourth column as well. The footer of this website is now completely ready. Let's see how to add this copyright text at the bottom of this website. So I'm going to just create here, just after this footer, I'm going to create here division tag with a class copyright. So this is a custom class. If you want, you can change this class name as well. And I'm going to specify here bootstrap class text center to center all the text. Then specify BG dark to specify dark background color to this division tag. And then I'm going to specify text white. Padding Y is going to be 2. So this will specify top and bottom padding to this div. Inside this div, I'm going to add a paragraph and specify text to it. So I'm going to first add copyright symbol. So I'm going to add here and person and specify copy, and then specify semicolon here. When you specify semicolon, it's going to add copyright symbol in this paragraph. Then I'm going to specify here text copyright 2020, and I'm going to say here design by in the anchor tag. Later, if you want to specify link in this href attribute, you can do that. I'm going to pass daily tuition, and using class, I'm going to specify color to this text. So I'm going to specify here class color second. Save the changes. Now, as you can see, I have my copyright text here. Now, I just want to specify some classes to it, to this paragraph. I'm going to specify class. I'm going to specify font family. So I'm going to say font rel, and font size is going to be 14. This will just change the font family of this text. Now, as you can notice, the footer of this website is now ready. That's super easy, right? Now, if you just take a look at your website, it's beautiful, isn't it? You have your banner section, your top sale section. You can filter your different brands. You have your advertisement. Then you have your new phone section and your latest blogs. And here you have your footer of this website. Now the next step we want is to create the product page. So when we click on this product, I want to display all the information of the product. I want to display its rating, its price, quantity, and all that information on the new page. So when we click on any of these products, I want to open a new page, product.html, and I want to display all the information of the product on that page. For example, let's say I'm going to just back to my finished website, and when I click on this product, for example, I want to open the product.html page. So when I open it, I'm going to display all the information of the product in this page. Now in the next section, I will show you how you can create this beautiful page. Now you know that how easy it is to create your e-commerce website homepage. Now let's move on to the next page where we understand how to specify all the information of the product when you click on it. For example, when you click on this product, I'm going to create a new page, product.html, where we display all the information of the product. We're going to display the title of the product, then the MRP, the maximum retail price, then the deal price. We're also going to show how much money you saved, and we're going to display services we are going to provide with this e-commerce site. And then at the bottom, I have all the information of the product. And just for that, just before this footer, I'm going to have the top sales section. So let me show you how you can create this product.html page in your e-commerce website. So I'm going to back to my index.html. In the root directory of this mobile Shopee folder, I'm going to create a new file and name that file product.html. You're free to choose any name for this file. Now I'm going to copy all the code from this index.html file. So I'm going to press Ctrl A to select all the code and press Ctrl C to copy it. Then I'm going to paste all this code inside this product.html file like this. So we don't need to create footer and the header of this page. And now I'm going to minimize this header, this main section, and the footer. Now what I want to remove the main section of this website. So I'm going to remove all the main section from this product.html page. So I'm going to remove all these sections from this main tag. But as you can notice here, I have this top sales section at the bottom. So I'm going to leave this section in this main tag. So I'm going to remove this first banner area right from here and remove all these sections. And I'm going to just leave as it is the top sale section. And just before this top sale, right up here, I'm going to create HTML5 command just like this and close it. And in this command, I'm going to create a new section. So I'm going to start with a section tag and specify ID to it, product. I want to add some class to it to add padding. I'm going to add padding Y3. Inside this section, I'm going to create a container and I'm going to create a row inside it. I'm going to create a row and create 2 columns. I'm going to specify 6 column space to this image and 6 column space to this product information. So I'm going to create here 2 columns. So I'm going to say here call SM6. Then I'm going to duplicate this statement like this. In the first column, I'm going to add my image. So you can notice here I have here an image. So I'm going to add here image tag and specify my image here. So I'm going to specify my image from products folder and I'm going to select my image. I'm going to specify alt attribute product and specify class img fluid to make this image responsive. I'm going to save all the changes and now back to my website. and let me just open my product.html page. So I'm going to say here product.html. Now as you can notice, I have my image here. Just after this image, I'm going to create here a division tag with the class form row. So I'm going to say here form row, and I want to add some classes as well to this div. I'm going to add padding top 4 to add top padding to this div, then add font size is going to be 16 and font is going to be below. Once I specify this font family and font size, I'm going to create here 2 columns. So I'm going to add here division tag with the class call. So using this div, I'm going to create a new row and create 2 equal columns. And then in the first column, I'm going to add button of type submit, and I'm going to specify class btn danger to specify light red color to this button. Then I'm going to specify form control class, and to this button I'm going to specify text proceed to buy. Save the changes. Using this btn danger, I'm going to specify this light red color to this button. Now just after that, I'm going to copy this button and paste it in the second column right here, and I'm going to just change this class btn danger to btn warning, and I'm going to just change this text as well. So I'm going to change this text to add to cart. Save the changes, and as you can see, I have my add to cart button as well. Now just after that, I want to specify information of my product in the second column. If you just take a look at your row, you can notice you have your first column here. I'm going to just minimize it, and here you have second column. So in the second column, I'm going to specify all the information of the product. So I'm going to open my product.html page, and in the second column right here, so I'm going to create h5 heading tag here, and I'm going to specify class to it, font below, then font size is going to be 20. So I'm going to specify some font size and font family to this product name, and then specify here Samsung Galaxy 10, and then so I'm going to call here small tag, and inside it I'm going to call brand of this mobile. So I'm going to say here by Samsung. Save the changes. As you can notice here, I have this brand and the name of the product. Now I just want to add some padding to this column, so I'm going to add here padding y5. I'm going to have some padding to this column. Now just out of this small tag, I'm going to add here rating of the product. So as you can notice, I have all this rating inside this top cell section. So I'm going to just simply copy this division tag and paste it right here. But before I paste it, I'm going to create here another div and specify class divflex. And inside it, I'm going to call my rating division tag, just like this. And just after that, down here, I'm going to add anchor tag. And in this anchor tag, I want to specify user rating and answers. So as you can notice here, I have customer answers and ratings. So I'm going to specify that in this anchor tag. So I'm going to copy it and paste it inside this anchor tag. And to this anchor tag, I'm going to specify class padding x2. So this will specify left and right padding to this anchor tag. Then specify font rail, and font size is going to be 14. Save the changes. As you can notice, I have my rating. Now just after that, just after this div down here, I'm going to create here horizontal row and save the changes. Now you can notice this row has some margin. I'm going to remove it by specifying class margin 0. When I save the changes, it's going to remove this margin from this horizontal row. Now just after that, I'm going to create this pricing section. So to create this section, I'm going to create here a new HTML5 command. So I'm going to create here a command and close it here. So to create this section, I'm going to start with a table tag, and I'm going to specify class to it, and the class is going to be margin y3. So I'm going to specify top and bottom margin to this table. Now in this table, I'm going to create table row. So I'm going to say here tr, and I'm going to just specify class to it, and the class is going to be font rail, and font size is going to be 14. Now in this row, I'm going to create table data. So I'm going to say here td. So I'm going to say here m.r.p. So this indicates the maximum retail price of the product. And just after that, I'm going to say here td, and in the strict tag, I'm going to just display the maximum retail price of my product. So I'm going to say here $162.00. So this is the maximum price of this product. I'm going to save the changes, and as you can notice, I have the maximum retail price of my product. Using the strict tag, I'm going to get this line on this price. Now just out of that, I'm going to just copy this tr tag, table row, specify that here and change this text. And I'm going to say here deal price and specify class to this TD. And I want to specify here font size 20. I want to increase the size of the deal price. So I'm going to specify font size 20 and text danger. So this will specify this red color to this text. And I'm going to just get rid of this strict tag right from here. Specify here $, and in the span tag, I'm going to call price of my product. So I'm going to specify 152.00. Just after that, I want to inform the customer the tax is already included in this price. So I'm going to call here small tag and specify here inclusive of all taxes. And then I'm going to add some space at the beginning. So I'm going to simply add here ampersand NBSP. So using this statement, I'm going to add white space at the beginning of the text. Just after that, I'm going to save the changes, and you can notice here I have my text. Now just after that, I want to specify class to this small tag. So I'm going to specify here class text dark and font size is going to be 12. Save the changes, and you can notice I'm going to specify text dark and font size to this text. Oops, I think I misspelled here to this deal price. Let me just check here. Yeah, right here I just misspelled these double quotes. I'm going to cut this statement, get rid of these quotes, create my double quote and specify that classes again. Save the changes. I'm going to just specify my deal price in the light red text, and I'm going to increase the size of this deal price. Let me just remove this space from this price like this. Now once I have my deal price, I'm going to just add this section where I'm going to display how much money you saved from this product. I'm going to just open my product.html, and down here just after this table row, I'm going to copy this table row again, paste it down here and change this text, and I'm going to change it to you save. And I'm going to just remove these classes from this table data like this, and to the span tag I'm going to simply call class font size is going to be 16, and I'm going to specify text danger. I'm going to remove this $sign from here and specify that here. Save the changes. As you can see, I have this section here. Now I just want to remove this text, so I'm going to just back to my page product.html, and I'm going to just remove this small tag like this. Save the changes. Now just after that, I'm going to create this section where I'm going to display all the features of this website, and we will display the policy in this section. So to create this section, just start this product, I'm going to just create here a new command and name that command policy. I'm going to close it like this, and in this command I'm going to create a division tag with the ID policy, and in this div I'm going to create a division tag with the class deflex, and inside it I'm going to create another div with the class return, and I'm going to just add text center to center all the text and margin right 5. So this will add right margin to this div. Then I'm going to create here div again and specify font size going to be 20, and I'm going to add margin y 2. This will add top and bottom margin, and then I'm going to specify color second. In this div I'm going to create a span tag and specify class to it. So using this class, I'm going to call my font awesome icons. So I'm going to call here fas fa and then specify the icon name. So I'm going to say here retweet, then specify border to it and add padding 3. So this will add top, left, right and bottom padding. Then I'm going to specify rounded pill. So this will just specify border radius to this icon. When I save the changes, you can notice I have this icon here with this beautiful border with border radius. Now just out of that, just out of this div, I'm going to create here anchor tag, and I'm going to specify class to it, font rel, and font size is going to be 12. And in this anchor tag I'm going to specify text 10 days, break the statement, I'm going to add a br tag here, and I'm going to say replacement. So I'm going to have here text 10 days replacement. Now to create the next policy, I'm going to just simply copy this div, this return div, and paste it down here. I'm going to do the same and paste it here. And now I want to just change this class to change the icon. So I'm going to change this class fas fa truck. When I save the changes, I'm going to have here truck icon. Then I'm going to change this icon as well, fas fa, and I'm going to specify here check double. Save the changes. I'm going to have my check double icon. I'm going to just change this text as well. So to this second policy right here, I'm going to specify daily tuition, specify break statement, and say deliver. I'm going to remove this text, and here I'm going to specify 1 year warranty. Save the changes, and as you can see, the policy section of this product is now ready. Now just out of that, I'm going to add horizontal row just out of this policy. I'm going to add here HR tag, and then I'm going to save the changes. Now just out of that, I'm going to create this section where we specify the deliver by and specify the date, and then I'm going to specify sold by, name of the seller, then I'm going to specify the delivery location zip code, then the quantity, color of the product, and we will just specify the different RAM size of the product. So I'm going to just open my product.html file. So I'm going to create here a new command, order detail. Close this command to indicate this is the closing order detail, and inside it I'm going to create a division tag with the ID order details, and I'm going to specify class to it. The classes is going to be font rel, dflex. This will specify display flex to this div, and then I'm going to specify flex column and text dark. Now in this div, I'm going to create a small tag and specify here delivery by March 29 till to April 1. Then I'm going to create here a small tag again and say sold by, and then specify the seller name. Inside the anchor tag, daily electronics, and then just out of this anchor tag, I'm going to specify the rating of the product. So I'm going to just add here ratings inside this span tag. Now just out of that, I'm going to add here a small tag again, and then specify I tag here to add icon, and specify class FASFA map marker. So I'm going to add here map marker icon, and then I'm going to specify here alt, color is going to be primary, and I'm going to save the changes. When I save the changes, I'm going to have this marker icon here, and in the small tag I'm going to add some space NBSP to add some space ampersand MBSP, and then I'm going to say here deliver to, and then specify here customer name. So I'm going to say here customer, and then I'm going to specify the pin code here. So I'm going to say here 424201. Save the changes, and as you can see, I have the pin code of the customer and the customer name. Just out of that, once I specify all the information, I'm going to just specify product color, quantity, and size. So I'm going to open my product.html page, and just out of this order detail, I'm going to create here a division tag with the class row, and in this row I'm going to create two columns. So I'm going to create here col 6. So this will create two columns, and I'm going to duplicate this div to create two equal columns. Now in the first column I'm going to create colors. So I'm going to add HTML5 command, and now in this color, in this first column, I'm going to add division tag with the color class and add margin y 3. Just out of that, in this div, I'm going to add h6 heading tag and say color. I'm going to just add classes to it. Class is going to be font below. Save the changes, and just out of that, I'm going to create these colors. So down here, I'm going to create a div with the class padding 2. Then I'm going to add color yellow BG. So padding 2 will add top, left, right padding to this div, and color yellow BG is going to specify background yellow color to this div. Just out of that, I'm going to specify here rounded circle. So this class is going to specify 100% border radius to this div. Save the changes, and now you can see we have this type of result here. But now what I want to grab this h6 and this div and add it inside the dflex class. So I'm going to just add here div with the class dflex, and I'm going to specify justify content between to add space between each element, and paste my h6 and the division tag. And then I'm going to save the changes, and now I want to add button inside this color. So in this div, I'm going to add button and specify class to it, and I'm going to pass class to this button, and I'm going to say here btn font size is going to be 14. Save the changes. So when I add button, you're going to get your color of your product. Then I'm going to duplicate this statement by pressing Shift Alt down key, just like this. And then I'm going to just change these colors. So I'm going to just change this color to color primary. So I'm going to say here color primary BG and color second BG. Save the changes. I'm going to have 3 different color here. Very simple, right? Now just after that, once you have your all colors, let me show you how you can create this quantity of this product. So when you click on this button, it's going to increase the quantity, and when you click on this button, it's going to decrease the quantity. We will learn all the JavaScript later in this course, but first let's create the UI of this quantity. Down here in the second column, I'm going to create division tag with the class qty quantity and specify deflex to it. Inside it, I'm going to create h6 heading tag with the text qty quantity and specify class to this h6 heading tag font below. Then I'm going to add division tag with the class padding x4 and deflex. Along with that, I'm going to specify font rel. So I'm going to add 3 classes to this div. Padding x is going to specify left and right padding to this div. Then deflex is going to specify display flex to this div, and then I'm going to specify font family font rel. In this div, I'm going to add button and I'm going to add some classes to it. qty up. So this is a custom class. Then specify border bg light. And then I want to add this icon inside this button. So inside this button, I'm going to add I tag and specify class to it. And I'm going to specify class here fast fa angle up. Save the changes. You can see I have this button here. Now let me just duplicate this button by pressing Shift Alt down key and just change this class to angle down. Save the changes. You can see I have the down button as well. Now once you have your up and down button, which you can use to increase the value of your quantity and decrease the value of your quantity, I can now add input text box between these buttons. So between this button right here, I'm going to add input tag, input type text, and I'm going to specify classes to it. I'm going to specify class qty input, which we are going to use when we create JavaScript code for this section. Now just out of this class, I'm going to add border and padding x2, and then I'm going to add width 50%. Just out of that, I'm going to specify bg light class. Save the changes, and as you can see, I have here input text box. And now to this input text box, I'm going to specify disabled. So using this disabled attribute, I'm not going to allow user to add imaginary amount of quantity inside this input text box. So I'm going to disable this input text box, and I'm going to allow user to only increase the quantity using these buttons. Let me just remove this colon right from here like this, just like this. And now I want to add value to this input text box. So to this input text box, I'm going to specify value. The default value is 1, so I'm going to specify 1 here, and I'm going to specify placeholder 1. Save the changes. I have the default value 1 and the placeholder 1. Now just out of that, I'm going to specify the RAM size of the mobile. Now let me show you how you can display the RAM size of the product in this page. So I'm going to just minimize this row, and down here I'm going to create HTML5 command. I'm going to add here HTML5 command like this, and I'm going to copy it, paste it down here. Inside this command, I'm going to create division tag with the class size. Along with that, I want to add margin to it, margin y3. So this will add top and bottom margin to this div. Then add h6 heading tag to specify title. So I'm going to say here size, and I'm going to specify class to it. Class is going to be font below. Just out of that, I'm going to create here division tag with the deflex class. So I'm going to say here deflex. Along with that, I'm going to call justify content between class, and just out of that, I'm going to add a class with 75%. So I'm going to say here w-75. Using this deflex, I'm going to specify display flex to this div. Using this justify content between, I'm going to just add space between all the elements inside this div, and using this w75, I'm going to add with 75% to this div. Now in this div, I'm going to create another div with the class font to big and border, and I'm going to add padding 2. And then inside it, I'm going to create a button and specify classes to it. I'm going to add btn bootstrap class, add padding 0, font size is going to be 14, and I'm going to just add a text here, 4 GB RAM. When you open your website, you can notice you have your button here. I'm going to just copy this div, paste it down here and paste it down here, and just change the RAM size 6 and this became 8. Save the changes. The RAM size section is ready. Now just after that, the last thing we need is to create this product description. So to add product description, I'm going to just minimize this column. So I'm going to just minimize this column like this, and then in this row I'm going to create a new column. So I'm going to create here a division tag with the call 12 class. So I'm going to specify 12 column space to this division tag, and then I'm going to add h6 heading tag here with the title product description, and specify here class font rubric. Save the changes, and you can notice here I have this product description section here. Just out of this h6 heading tag, I'm going to add hr horizontal row and a paragraph. To this paragraph, I'm going to specify class font rel, and font size is going to be 14. And now inside this paragraph, I'm going to add some demo text. So I'm going to call lorem text here. Save the changes. As you can see, I have the lorem text here. I'm going to duplicate this paragraph by pressing Shift Alt down key like this. So here you can see I have the description of my product. If you just take a look at your product page, then it looks beautiful. That's super easy to create this page. We just added 3 columns here. In the first column, we have this image and 2 buttons. In the second column, we have all the information of the product. And in the third column, we have the product description. That's it. Once you understand how to create this product page, let me show you how you can increase the quantity when you click on this increase and decrease button. So let me show you how you can do that. You know that how easy it is to create this beautiful product page in your e-commerce website. Now let's see how you can increase your quantity by clicking on this increase button, and how you can decrease this quantity by clicking on this decrease button. So I'm going to just open my product.html, and as you know, I'm going to just have my JavaScript code inside this index.js file. So I'm going to just add code down here. So just down here, I'm going to create a new command, product qty section. And now I just want to select first the increase and this decrease button. So I'm going to open my product.html file. So in this row, I have here 2 columns. This is the color section and this is the quantity section. So let me first create here a command to indicate this is the quantity section. I'm going to add here a command, and I'm going to say here product qty section. So this command is going to indicate this is the quantity section. Now let me just close this command to indicate this is the closing div of this section. So I'm going to add here closing command just like this. In this section, we added the quantity buttons. So we have 2 buttons here. The first button is going to increase the quantity, and this second button is going to decrease the quantity. So I'm going to just specify class qty up to this first button, and I'm going to specify class qty down to this second button. So when you click on this qty up, I'm going to increase the quantity by 1, and when you click on this qty down, I'm going to decrease the quantity by 1. So I'm going to open the index.js, and I'm going to simply create here variable let qty up is equal to, call the jQuery object, and here I'm going to say dot qty, and then I'm going to say qty up. So I'm going to call this class in this section. Don't forget to specify dot here to indicate this is a class. Then I'm going to duplicate this statement, and I'm going to change this variable to qty down, and I'm going to change this class as well, qty down. Now once I have both these elements in these variables, let me just create click event on these buttons. So I'm going to create a click event on qty quantity up button. So when you click on this quantity up, so I'm going to select the quantity up button dot click. So I'm going to call a jQuery method click, and when you click on it, I want to execute function. So I'm going to specify here function as a parameter, and I'm going to pass here event parameter, and here I'm going to say if the input value of the text box is greater than or equal to 1, I want to increase the quantity. So what I'm going to do is, in the if statement, I'm going to specify an expression where I'm going to say if the value of this input text box is equal to 1 or greater than 1, I want to increase the value of the quantity. And I'm not going to allow user to add product more than 10. I'm going to just allow user to only purchase 10 quantity, not more than that. So we need to first select the input text box as well. So I'm going to create here a variable let input, and I'm going to specify here jQuery object, and I'm going to select my input text box. So as you know, I have the class to this input text box qty input. I'm going to copy this class and I'm going to select qty and then select my qty input class. I'm going to just check here if input.val. So I'm going to call here jQuery method val. This method is going to return the value of the input text box. I'm going to check here if the value of this input text box is greater than or equal to 1, and I'm also going to check if the value of this input text box is not greater than 10. So I'm not going to allow user to add imaginary value inside this input text box and purchase the product. I'm going to just specify the limit to the customer to only purchase product less than 10 quantity. So in this expression, I'm going to say input val, and I'm going to just check if the value of this input text box is less than or equal to 9. I'm going to just execute this if statement. So if both these expression become true, I'm going to execute this if statement. Now in this if, I'm going to simply select input dot val. I'm going to call a method val, and I'm going to change the value of the input text box when we click on the quantity up button. So when we click on it, I'm going to call a function here as a parameter, and I'm going to pass argument to this function. I'm going to pass I and old value. So I'm going to say here old val. Now the first parameter is the current index, and the second is the current value of this input text box. So I'm going to access this current value. So in this function, I'm going to simply call return, and I'm going to just add 1 inside the current value of your input text box. So I'm going to simply call here plus plus old value. So when you click on this up button, I'm going to just increase the value of the input text box by 1. So I'm going to just specify here semicolon, save the changes. When you click on this increase button, it's going to increase the value of this input text box by 1. And if the value is equal to 10, this button is not going to increase the value because we already set the limit to this quantity. We're not going to allow customer to purchase any product more than 10 quantity. So if the customer try to purchase the product more than 10 quantity, this button is not going to work. Now let me just create this decrease button functionality. So I'm going to just copy this code, paste it down here. I'm going to just say here in the comment, I'm going to say qty down button. Don't forget to change this variable as well, qty down, and I'm going to just change this expression as well. So here you just need to get rid of this equal sign, and I'm going to just change this to 10. So here I'm going to just select the input value, call the function, and instead of increasing the value of the input text box, I'm going to just decrease it. So I'm going to specify here minus minus. So this will just decrease the input text box value by 1. Don't forget to specify semicolon right here. Save the changes. Let's say if I just increase this value of the quantity 5, and I'm going to say here 5, and if I want to decrease the quantity, I'm going to click on this decrease quantity button, just like this, right? And you can notice when the quantity is equal to 1, I can't decrease it less than 1 because I just added this functionality in this if statement. So now using this increase and this decrease button, you can set the quantity of your product. Now you understand how to create this complete page, how to add JavaScript inside it, and how you can change the quantity of the product. Now let's move on to the next section where we understand how you can create shopping cart page of this website. For example, now let's say you add this product in the shopping cart. You click on this add to cart button, and then this product is added in the cart. I'm going to display the value here 1 when the product is added in the cart, and when we click on this cart, I want to open cart.html page. I'm going to display the value in this section when we move to the back end of this website. So when we click on this cart, I want to display the cart.html page, and I want to display all the product added in the cart. Now let me just open my finished website and open the cart.html page. So as you can notice here in the cart, I have added 2 products. I'm going to just simply create here shopping cart title, and I'm going to display the product added in the cart. And here on the right side, you're going to see the subtotal of these products. Now this is just a HTML page. We're going to make this dynamic using PHP. So we're going to calculate the subtotal when we move to the back end of this website. But just for now, let's see how to create this beautiful UI for the shopping cart page. Now let me just back to my website and open my product.html page. Now just after that, I'm going to open my Explorer and create a new file inside my root directory. I'm going to create a new file here and name that file cart.html. You can name this file anything. And now in this file, I'm going to copy all the code from product.html. So I'm going to select this file and I'm going to select all the code by pressing Ctrl+C, copy it and paste it inside this cart.html. So I'm going to paste all the code inside this cart.html file. And now what I want to just remove the main section. So I'm going to first minimize the header, this main section and this footer. And from the main section, I'm going to remove this product section. I'm also going to remove this top cell section, and instead of adding this top cell, you can notice here I have here new font section. So I'm going to add that section using index.html file. So in the index.html, you can notice here I have the new fonts section here. I'm going to copy all this code and paste it inside this cart.html file. So instead of adding this top cell, so I'm going to select this code, get rid of it and just add my new font section here. Now once I have my new font section here, I'm going to save the changes. Let me just open the cart.html file, and here you can notice I have the new font section here. Let me just remove this product section from this page, save the changes. As you can notice, this will just remove product section from this page. And now here I'm going to create my shopping cart section. So I'm going to create here first HTML5 command and say shopping cart section. I'm going to close this command, copy it and just close this command to indicate this is the closing shopping cart section. Now here I'm going to create a new section tag and specify ID to it, cart, and I also want to specify class to it, and class is going to be padding y3. And in this section I'm going to first create container fluid class. So I'm going to simply call a bootstrap class container fluid. So this class is going to specify 100% width to the division tag, and then I want to just specify here width 75%. I'm going to just decrease the width of this container fluid by using this width 75%. Now just after that, inside it I'm going to add title. I'm going to add h5 heading tag and just say here shopping cart, and I'm going to save the changes. And here you can see the title shopping cart. Let me just add classes to it, font blue, and font size is going to be 20. Save the changes. It's going to change the font size and font family of the title. Just out of this h5 heading tag, I'm going to create here a new row for the shopping cart items. So I'm going to create here HTML5 command just like this and just say here shopping cart items. I'm going to copy this command, paste it down here to indicate this is the closing shopping cart items. So right here I'm going to create a new row, and inside it I'm going to create two columns. And in this column I'm going to add this shopping cart products. I'm going to specify 9 column space to this section and 3 column space to this subtotal section. So I'm going to create here 2 columns and say call sm9. So this class is going to specify 9 column space to this div. Then I'm going to create another column here and specify call sm3. So in the second column I'm going to specify subtotal section, and in the first column I'm going to add these products. So in the first column right here I'm going to add these products. So right here I'm going to first create HTML5 command just like this and say cart item. So this is my first cart item. So I'm going to create here command cart item, copy it, close it here. So let me just open our finish website, and here I'm going to first create a new row, and inside it I'm going to create columns. So I'm going to first specify border to it. So I'm going to specify border to this product. So I'm going to say here border top. You can notice in the finish website I have border to this product. So I'm going to add border to this div, and I'm going to add padding y3 and margin top 3. In this div I'm going to create a new column. So I'm going to say call sm2. So this is going to specify 2 column space to this div, and in this div I'm going to add image tag. The source attribute is going to be the image, the product image. So I'm going to specify my first product image here. Alt attribute is going to be cart1, and to make this image responsive I'm going to specify class imgfluid. Just out of that, I'm going to save the changes. Now as you can see, I have my first product here. Now just out of that, I just want to specify fixed height to this product. So I'm going to add style is going to be height, and in the style I'm going to specify height 120 pixel. So I'm going to specify fixed height to this product image, just like. Just out of that, just out of this div, I'm going to create a new column. So I'm going to say call sm8. So I'm going to specify 8 column space to this div, and here I'm going to add h5 heading tag, and here I'm going to specify the product name. So I'm going to add here Samsung Galaxy 10. So this is the product name, and I'm going to specify class to it, font blue, and font size is going to be 20. Save the changes, and here I'm going to have my title of this product. Now just out of that, I'm going to just add here, just out of this h5 heading tag, I'm going to add small tag to add brand of this product. So I'm going to say here by Samsung. I'm going to add here division tag with the class deflex. So I'm going to say here deflex, and inside this deflex, I'm going to add rating of the product. As you can notice here, I have rating of this product. So I'm going to just copy rating code from this index.html file. As you know, I have this code inside this top sale section. So I'm going to copy this code right from here. I'm going to just copy this div of rating and paste it inside my card.html right here, just like this. Save the changes, and here I'm going to have all my ratings of my product, and then I'm going to display the customer ratings. So I'm going to add here anchor tag, and I'm going to specify here class padding x2. This will specify left and right padding, font rel, font family, and font size is going to be 14. And then here I'm going to specify user ratings. So I'm going to specify some numbers just like this, and say here ratings. Save the changes. Here I'm going to have user rating of my product. Now just out of that, just after this div right down here, I'm going to allow user to specify quantity of the product in the cart. So I'm going to simply add here a division tag for that. But before I add here division tag, let me just create a comment for this section to indicate this is the rating section. So I'm going to add here command product rating. Just close this command right here and paste division tag inside this command. Just out of this command down here, I'm going to create HTML5 comment again, and right here I'm going to say product quantity. Copy this command, paste it down here to indicate this is the closing quantity division tag, and inside this command I'm going to create a new division tag and specify class QTY, and I'm going to add deflex class as well and padding top 2. I'm going to add 3 classes to this div, and inside this div I'm going to add deflex again. So I'm going to add here deflex, and then I'm going to specify font rel, and width is going to be 25%. Now this deflex class is used to put all the element in the single row. Now in this div I'm going to simply add my quantity section. As you know, I have these buttons inside this product.html file. If you just open your product.html, you can notice here, just down here you have your quantity section here. Let me just copy these buttons with this input text box, copy these 3 lines and paste it here. Save the changes. When I save it, you can notice I have my quantity section here. Just after this div, right down here, I'm going to create 2 buttons for delete and save for later. So I'm going to create here button, and this is the type of submit, and I'm going to specify here class to it, btn, specify font family blue, then specify text danger to specify light red color to these buttons. Padding x is going to be 3. This will specify left and right padding. Then specify border right to the first button only, and I'm going to specify text here delete. When I save the changes, here I'm going to have my delete button. Just out of that, I'm going to just duplicate this button just like this, change this text to save for later. I'm going to remove this border from this second button. I'm going to remove this padding as well. And now the last thing, I want to fill this empty space, so I'm going to simply specify width to this input text box. I'm going to specify here width 100% instead of 50%. I'm going to specify 100 here. Save the changes. As you can see, this will just increase the size of this input text box. Now, just out of that, I want to display the price of the product on the right side of the column. So, as you can see, I have my 8 column space to this division tag. So, I'm going to minimize it, and just out of this div, I'm going to create here a new column, and I'm going to specify column space 2. So, I'm going to say here call sm2, and here I'm going to specify division tag with the class font size 20, and text is going to be danger. Along with that, I just want to specify here font family, font blue, and in this div, I'm going to simply add dollar and then add span tag here. Inside this span tag, I'm going to specify my product price. So I'm going to say here 152. And to access this span tag, I'm going to simply specify class to it, product price. Save the changes. As you can notice, I have my product price here. And now what I want to align this text to the right side of this column. So to this column, I'm going to specify text right. When I save the changes, this text is going to align to the right side of this column. That's super easy, right? Now, once you understand how to create your first product, you can create your second product as well. So to create your second product, let me just back to my card, minimize it, copy this div and paste it down here. And I'm going to just change this image. I'm going to say here image 2, save the changes. As you can notice, you have your second product as well. Now, let me show you how you can create this subtotal section of this page. This subtotal section will display the total amount of your products. So I'm going to create this section in the second column. To create this subtotal section, I'm going to just back to my website, and here you can see I'm going to specify 9 column space to this section and 3 column space to the subtotal section. So in this 3 column space division tag, I'm going to create this subtotal section. So right here, I'm going to first add here a comment to indicate this is the subtotal section, subtotal section. I'm going to close this comment to indicate this is the closing div, like this. And now in this div, I'm going to simply add a division tag with the class subtotal. Along with that, I'm going to add text center to center all the text, and margin top is going to be 2. Now in this div, I'm going to add H6 heading tag, and I'm going to just specify this message. Your order is eligible for free delivery. I'm going to copy this message and specify that in this H6 heading tag. I'm going to paste that message here and add icon before this message. So I'm going to add here I tag, and I'm going to specify a class to it. I'm going to add class FA fast check. Oops, fast FA check. Save the changes. Here you can see I have this beautiful message here. Now let me just specify font family and font size. So to this H6 heading tag, I'm going to specify class. I'm going to specify font size 12. Font is going to be rel, and text is going to be success. So this will specify green color to this text. Then I'm going to specify padding by 3. Save the changes. You can notice I have this message here. I want to add border to this section. So to this subtotal div, I'm going to specify border. Save the changes. And here I'm going to have my border to this section. Just out of that, I'm going to just create my division tag. Just out of this H6 heading tag right here, I'm going to create a new div with the class border top and padding by 4. So this class is going to specify top and bottom padding to this division tag. Then in this div, I'm going to add H5 heading tag and specify text subtotal and specify amount of item in the shopping cart. I'm going to say here 2 item, and just out of that, I'm going to specify class to this H5 heading tag and say font blue, and font size is going to be 20. Now save the changes. You can notice here I have the subtotal text. Let me just remove this space. Now just out of that, you can notice here I have here amount of my product. So just out of this text right here, I'm going to create a span tag. So I'm going to first add white space here, ampersand NBSP to add white space. Then I'm going to add here span tag with a class text danger, and inside this span tag here I'm going to specify $, and I'm going to create a span tag again. And now in this span, I'm going to specify class text danger, and I'm going to specify ID to it so we can access this span tag easily. I'm going to say here deal price. inside this part tag, I'm going to specify the price of my product. So I'm going to specify 152.00. I'm going to separate this dollar from this price because I don't want to waste my time to filtering this dollar from this price when we work on PHP. So I'm going to create a new span tag for that and specify price inside it. And using this ID, you can simply access the price of your product very easily. I'm going to just remove space, save the changes, and here you can notice you have the subtotal of your product. When we work on the back end of the website, I'm going to get the product price and calculate the subtotal of the product. Now, let me just add colon just before here, right here, I'm going to add colon. And now, just for that, I'm going to add this proceed to buy button. So just for this H5 heading tag, I'm going to add here button of the type submit, specify class to it, btn warning, and margin top 3. And I'm going to specify text here, proceed to buy. Save the changes. Here you can see you have the button proceed to buy. And now, as you can see, the cart.html file is now completely ready. Let me just add some space between this shopping cart and this new phones section. So I'm going to just back to my new phone section, and to this container, I'm going to add padding y5. Save the changes. This will add some space to this new phone section and my shopping carts. That's super easy, right? To create this cart.html page. Now in the previous section, we understand how we can increase the quantity by clicking on this up and decrease the quantity by clicking on this down button. Now I'm going to use the same JavaScript code here in this cart.html file as well. So what if I click on this increase button? When I click on it, you can notice it's going to increase the value of this second product as well. When I click on this decrease button, it's going to decrease the value of this second product as well. When we click on this first product, I only need to increase the value of this first product. I don't want to increase the quantity of my second cart product. So let's see how we can solve this problem. When we click on this first product quantity section, and when I increase the quantity of my first product, it's going to increase the quantity of my second product as well. I'm going to use the same JavaScript code. That is why this is happening. So now to solve this problem, we need to identify this input text box and this button by unique ID. So we're going to simply specify data attribute to this input text box to uniquely identify it. So when we uniquely identify these elements, we can inform JavaScript to increase the value of the specific input text box. Let me show you how we can solve this problem. I'm going to just back to my cart.html page. What I'm going to do is I'm going to simply uniquely identify these buttons and this input text box. So I'm going to simply identify this button using data attribute. So I'm going to specify here data and then specify ID to it. And I'm going to identify this button. So I'm going to specify here product 1. So I'm going to identify this button by data attribute product 1. I'm going to copy this data attribute and specify that to this input text box as well. And I'm going to do the same for this button as well. And now you need to just change few things in the index.js file. So I'm going to open my index.js. I'm going to just get the button and the input text box using the qty input and this qty down classes. So when you duplicate your product, I'm going to have two buttons and two input text boxes of the same classes. So that is why it's going to change the value of the second product input text box as well. So what we are going to do is, instead of selecting this input text box by using this qty input class, I'm going to select this input text box using data attribute. So I'm going to just get rid of this line. So I'm going to just comment it and I'm going to initialize this input text box inside this click event. So what I'm going to do is, so when we click on this button, it's going to return this ID product 1. So for example, when I click on this product 1 button, I'm going to just create a variable and select only the input text box as ID product 1. So I'm going to just select my input text box inside this click function. So inside it, I'm going to simply create here a variable let input. I'm going to name this variable input and I'm going to call jQuery object. And in this parenthesis, I'm going to call template string and I'm going to select my input text box. So I'm going to say here dot qty input. As you can notice, I have this class to this input text box qty input. I'm going to select this input text box using data ID. So once I specify this class, I'm going to specify here in the square bracket, I'm going to say data ID. And now I'm going to specify value to this data ID. So in the single code, I'm going to specify data ID to this input text box. So what I'm going to do is when we click on this button, I'm going to get the data attribute value. So I'm going to get this data ID value. So when we click on this button, I'm going to select the input text box as class quantity input with the product 1 ID. As you can notice here, the button has product 1 ID and the input text box also has product 1 ID. So this button is only going to change the value of this input text box. So in this index.js, I'm going to specify data ID and I'm going to select the input text box using the data ID selector. So right here, I'm going to call dollar and in the curly braces, I'm going to pass this dot data and I'm going to pass in the double quote ID. So this code is going to return the data ID of your button. So when you click on the button, it's going to return data ID value of that button. So this is going to return product 1 and I'm going to select the input text box with product 1 data ID. So once we select the input text box, I'm going to just change the value of the input text box very easily. I'm going to specify here semicolon like this, copy this line and paste it right here as well to the quantity down button. You don't have to change anything here. Save the changes. And now when I click on this increase quantity button, you can notice it's going to change the quantity of this product. It will not change the quantity of this second input text box. So this will just solve this problem so easily. You also need to specify data ID to the product quantity section as well. Let me just back to my product.html page, and when you click on this quantity, it's not working because we just changed this code. So we need to pass this data ID to the product quantity section as well. I'm going to open the product.html and to these buttons, I'm going to specify data ID. I'm going to specify this data ID to this input text box as well and to this button as well. Save the changes. Here you can notice now it's working. Now as you can see how easy it is to create the cart.html page. Now as you can see, your HTML template is now completely ready. This is your home page. Then let's just check out the product.html page. So I'm gonna say here product.html. So this is your product page. And let's just check out the cart.html page. So here is your cart.html page. Now once we have the HTML template ready, let's move on to the backend of this website. Till now we have been working on HTML, CSS and JavaScript. But now let's move on to the backend of this website where we're gonna work on PHP and MySQL database. So if you have a basic understanding of PHP and MySQL database, then that's super easy to understand the rest of the course. But if you don't have it, don't worry, I will explain everything to understand each and every line. So to work with PHP, you need a server to execute PHP in the browser. So I'm using XAMPP server to execute PHP in the browser. So just install this XAMPP server in your local system to work with PHP. I'm using Windows, so I'm going to install this latest XAMPP Windows version in my local system. Now once you install the XAMPP server, let's move on and install PHP Storm in your local system. I'm using this PHP Storm IDE to create my PHP projects. For the rest of the project, I'm using PHP Storm IDE to work with PHP. PHP Storm Intelligence helps us to rapidly develop the PHP code. So I'm using this editor to work with PHP project. You can download this PHP Storm IDE from jetbrains.com/phpstorm. You can download it for 30 days trial or as a free educational purpose. If you're not comfortable with this IDE, don't worry, you can stay with Visual Studio Code Editor. That doesn't matter which editor you're using for the rest of the course. So I'm going to install and open PHP Storm in my local system. So I'm going to open the PHP Storm editor and open an empty folder inside it. So I'm going to create an empty folder inside the XAMPP htdoc folder. And I'm going to name that folder tutorials. Now in this folder, I'm going to paste my HTML template. So I'm going to simply copy all my files and paste it inside this tutorials folder. So I'm going to simply open my HTML template project. So I'm going to just copy this mobile Shopee folder and paste inside the htdoc folder. So I'm going to open the XAMPP folder. Inside it, I'm going to have htdoc, and inside it, I'm going to create a new empty folder, tutorials, and I'm going to paste my HTML template here, just like this. And now, as you can see, I have here a new folder, mobile shopping. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab these all files and put inside the HTML folder, because as you know, this is just the HTML files. So I'm going to just convert it into PHP language. So I'm going to put all these HTML and CSS files inside a new folder. So I'm going to right click on my project, select new directory, create a new directory, and I'm going to name that directory HTML template. And inside this directory, I'm going to put all my template files. So I'm going to move this file inside this HTML template, just like this. And I'm going to just move these folders as well. Now, as you know, we need this asset folder inside this PHP project as well. So I'm going to copy this folder and paste it inside this HTML template. So I'm going to copy it and paste this folder inside this directory, just like this. Now, inside this HTML template, I'm going to have my HTML template of this e-commerce website. I'm going to use all the code and put that code inside the PHP file. So let me show you how you can convert the HTML into PHP. Now, as you know that we have the e-commerce site HTML template inside this HTML template folder. Now let's convert this HTML into PHP. So in this mobile shopping, I'm going to create a new PHP file. So I'm going to select PHP file here, and I'm going to name this file index.php. So I'm going to say here index. I'm going to specify the extension .php. I'm going to say OK. So when I press OK, I'm going to have a new file here, index.php. Now in this file, I'm going to first echo something. So I'm going to say here echo e-commerce website. Save all the changes and let's execute this file in the browser. So as you know, to execute PHP program in your local system, you need to start the Apache server. So I'm going to open the XAMPP control panel and start the Apache server. So I'm going to click on this start button. Now as you can notice, the Apache server is now started. Now let me just execute this file in the browser. So I'm going to open my browser, open up a new tab. So I'm going to execute this file. So I'm going to say here localhost, then I'm going to specify the tutorial folder, tutorial, and then I'm going to specify my project name, mobile shopping, and the file name index.php. When I press enter, I'm going to have a message e-commerce website. This PHP file is now successfully executed in the browser. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy my index.html code. So I'm going to open the HTML template, copy this index.html code from here. So I'm going to press Ctrl A to select all the code, Ctrl C to copy it and paste it inside this index.php file. So I'm going to select all this code and get rid of it and paste the index.html code inside this file. So now as you can notice, I have my all HTML template code inside this file. Save the changes and execute this file. But as you can notice, I don't have style to this HTML. So I'm going to simply link this style.css to this HTML file. So I'm going to create a new file inside this mobile shopping style.css. So I'm going to select style sheet and specify name to it style.css. So I'm going to specify here style, press OK. This is going to create a new file style.css, and I'm going to paste all my code from this style.css. I'm going to open it and copy all the code from this file and paste it inside this style.css right here. Save the changes, just reload your browser. The style is now applied to your project. Now once you have all your CSS code in this style.css file, let me just close all these files like this. And now we need to copy the index.js as well, because we have all the JavaScript code inside it. So I'm going to create a new file in this root directory of this mobile shopping project. I'm going to create a new file of JavaScript. So I'm going to select the JavaScript file and name this file index.js. Once I have this index.js, I'm going to copy all the code from this file index.js. I'm going to copy all the code from it and paste it inside this index.js file right here. Save all the changes, close these files, and now let's execute your browser. All the JavaScript is now successfully linked to the PHP page. Now the problem is the images is not appearing. We just need to solve the images problem. So I'm going to open my PHP storm, and here you can notice in the index.php file, let me just scroll down to the banner section, and here you can notice in the source attribute, this asset folder is not going to refer to this asset folder. So we don't have to specify here double dot. Instead, we just need to specify here single dot, just like this. So now this path is going to refer to this asset folder. I'm going to do the same to all my source attributes. So I just wanted to remove this first dot from this statement. So I'm going to simply select this asset just like this and press Ctrl R. So this will just select all the assets folder, and I'm going to just replace it with a single dot. So I'm going to just click on this replace all button. When I press it, you can notice this is going to replace all the asset folder and remove double dot from it. And you can have the single dot everywhere in the source attribute. Save this file, and I'm going to just reload my website. When I reload it, you can notice I have all my images. Once I have my all images, let me just separate all these sections in the new file. Now, let me show you how you can separate all the section of this index file and put it in a separate partial file. So we can work with all these sections one by one independently. So I'm going to just create a new folder inside the root directory. So in the mobile Shopee, I'm going to create a new directory, and I'm going to name that directory template. And inside this template, I'm going to create a partial files of the index. But first, let me just put this header and the footer in the separate file, so we can work with header and the footer independently. So instead of adding the header and the footer in this template, I'm going to put it inside the root directory. So in this mobile Shopee, I'm going to create a new file, PHP file, and name that file header.php. Now the header is an important file, so I'm not going to put that file inside this template folder. Now let me just open my index.php and minimize this header. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this main section from this opening main tab right from here, and just grab this header section of this website. I'm going to cut this section from here and paste it inside this header.php file, just like this. Save the changes, back to the index.php, and here I'm going to call PHP syntax, and inside it I'm going to create a command, include header.php file. I'm going to just include this header.php right here. So I'm going to say here include, in the parentheses, in the single quote, I'm going to say header.php. So now when you execute your index.php, it works fine. Now let me just minimize these sections, and I'm going to do the same for this footer as well. I'm going to create a new file in the root directory and name this file footer.php. In this footer.php, I'm going to put all the footer code. So I'm going to grab this code from this closing main tag right from here. I'm going to grab this code till the closing HTML, cut from here and paste it inside the footer.php, just like this. Save the changes, back to the index.php, and don't forget to include this footer file in this index.php. So I'm going to copy this code, paste it down here, and I'm going to say include footer.php and change this file. I'm going to say footer.php. So using this include statement, I'm going to include this file in this position. When you execute your index file, it's work fine. I'm going to do the same for these sections as well. For the top sale, for this pricing, for this banner, new phone section, and for this latest blocks. I'm going to create a new files for all these sections so we can work with it independently. Let me show you how you can do that. Inside this template folder, I'm going to create a new HTML file, and first I'm going to create a partial file for this banner section. So I'm going to specify name for this file, banner area. Now to identify this is a partial file, I'm going to start this file with underscore, and then I'm going to specify banner area. When I press OK, I'm going to have a new file here, banner area.php. Now just out of that, I'm going to just back to my index.php. Let me just close this footer and this header. I'm going to just grab this banner area right from here and paste it inside this banner area.php file right here. Save the changes, back to the index.php, and here I'm going to first add PHP syntax just like this, and I'm going to create here PHP command, and inside it I'm going to say include banner area. I'm going to just copy this command, paste it down here to indicate this is the closing banner area, and inside this command I'm going to call a simple include statement. And in the parenthesis, in the single quote, I'm going to specify template, the folder name, and then specify underscore banner area dot php. Save the changes, and when I execute my index.php, it's going to work fine. Now just out of that, I'm going to create a new file in this template. I'm going to right click here and say new PHP file, and I'm going to name this file top sale. So I'm going to start this file with underscore to indicate this is the partial file, and I'm going to say here top sale.php. In this file, I'm going to grab the code of the top sale section. I'm going to cut this code from here and paste it inside this file like this. Save the changes, back to the index.php. So I'm going to just include this top sale section here. I'm going to copy this code and paste it down here just like this, and we just need to change this partial file. So I'm going to specify here top sale. Save the changes. You don't have to worry anything, it will work fine. So I'm going to do the same for these all sections as well. I'm going to create a new file in this template, new PHP file, and I'm going to create a new partial file, special price. And in this file, I'm going to copy the code special price section right from here. I'm going to cut this code and paste it inside this special price.php file right here. Save the changes. Just after that, I'm going to just include this file. So I'm going to copy this code, paste it down here. And now let me just change this partial file and specify here special price.php. Then I'm going to create a new file for the banner ads. I'm going to create a new PHP file and say here underscore banner ads.php. And I'm going to just put this banner ad section inside this file. So I'm going to cut this section from here and paste it inside the banner ad.php file. Save the changes, back to the index.php, copy this code, paste it down here, and then let me just replace this special price to banner ads. And now create a new partial file for these new fonts as well. Create a new PHP file, name this file new fonts. Press OK to create a new fonts.php file. Then I'm going to grab this new font section and paste it inside this new fonts.php file right here. So I'm going to paste my new font section inside the new fonts partial file, copy this statement, paste it down here, and I'm going to just replace this partial file, and here I'm going to say new fonts.php. So in the templates, I'm going to create a new PHP file, name this file underscore blocks. And in this file, I'm going to put this block section. Grab this code from here and paste it inside this blocks.php. Save the changes. Inside the index.php, I'm going to include this partial file. So I'm going to copy this code and I'm going to just change this partial file. And here I'm going to specify blocks.php. Save the changes. Now let me just remove this extra space from here like this. Save the changes. And as you can see, if you reload your browser, your PHP index file is now ready. Now you can work with all these sections independently. That's super easy to create this index.php file. Now let me just close these files. And now let's create a new file for this product.html and cart.html. But before we create this page, let me just change these comments. So I'm going to just change this comment to include top sale section. Copy this comment. I'm going to paste it down here. To indicate this is the closing top sale section, I'm going to get rid of this comment and say special price section. I'm going to copy this comment and replace it with this text. Then I'm going to change this to banner ads. Copy this text, paste it here, change this comment to new font section. I'm going to copy this code and paste it here and change this section to blocks area. I'm going to just change this text as well, blog area. And now let me show you how you can convert this product.html and this cart.html file in PHP. So let me just open the product.html and I'm going to create a new file for that. So I'm going to create a new file in the root directory. I'm going to right click here and say new PHP file, and I'm going to name this file product. And in this file, I'm going to first grab the header of this website. So I'm going to copy this include header statement. So I'm going to copy this section and paste it inside this product.php file like this. And then I'm going to copy the footer as well, just like this, paste it in the product.php, and then in this section, I'm going to add the body of this product. So I'm going to simply copy this body section of this index file, paste it in the product section just like this. And now, as you know, we have the top cell section in this product.html. So I'm going to leave this statement as it is and get rid of the rest of the statements just like this. And now let's create a new partial file for this product. So I'm going to create a new partial file in this template. Right click here and say new PHP file. And to create a partial file, I'm going to specify underscore and name this file products.php. As you can notice, the partial file has a name products and the main file has name product. So I'm going to create this file and I'm going to grab the code from the product.html file, minimize the header, and as you can notice, in this section we have the product code. So I'm going to grab this section, so I'm going to copy it and paste it inside the products.php file right here, just like this. Save the changes, and now back to your product.php, and up here before this top cell, I'm going to just add my products.php partial file. So right here I'm going to say products.php. Don't forget to change this text as well. I'm going to say here include products. Save the changes, close this HTML file, and I'm going to just close this partial file as well. Now let me just open the product.php in the browser. So I'm going to open my browser and here I'm going to search for product.php. When I open it, you can notice I have my product.php file here. Now let me specify the actual path of the image. So I'm going to open the partial file of the products, and up here I have the image tag. I'm going to get rid of these double dots from here, save the changes. When I reload the browser, I'm going to have my image here. So that's super easy to create this product.php file. Now let me show you how we can convert this card.html into PHP. So I'm going to close this partial file, and in the root directory right here I'm going to create a new file card.php. So I'm going to create a new file here card.php. I'm going to copy all the code from the product.php. So I'm going to copy all this code and paste it inside the card.php. I'm going to leave this header and the footer as it is. And as you know, if you open this file, you can notice in this file you have new phone section. So I'm going to just get rid of this top cell section and specify here new phone section. So I'm going to get rid of this partial file and say here new phones.php. So this is going to add the new phone section in this file. Just out of that, I'm going to just get rid of this statement like this and create a new partial file for this card.html. So in the template folder, I'm going to create a new file and name this file card template. And in this file, I'm going to grab the code from this card.html. You can notice here I have this card section. So I'm going to copy this code and paste it inside this card template file right here, just like this. Save the changes, close this card.html, open up the card.php file, copy this code, paste it up here, and now let me just change this partial file. So I'm going to change it to card.template.php. Save the changes, and now let me just check my card.php. So I'm going to search here card.php. When you open it, you can notice you have your card.php file. Let me just specify the accurate path of the image. So I'm going to get rid of this double dot from here, just like this. Save the changes. Now as you can see, that's super easy to convert HTML into PHP. Let me just back to my index.php. Now as you can notice, we successfully converted the HTML template into PHP files. Now once you understand how easy it is to convert the HTML template into PHP, let's move on and see how to connect MySQL database to the PHP project. I'm going to use MySQL database to grab all the products detail and display them one by one in these different sections. So as you know, to create these products, I'm using the static HTML. Instead of adding static HTML to display all these products, I'm going to use database and display all these products one by one. I'm going to store all the values of these products in the database and grab that value and display them here. So let's get started and see how to connect MySQL database to your project. So I'm going to back to my project and close this unwanted files. Now I'm going to create a new folder inside the root directory. So I'm going to right click here and say new directory. And I'm going to name this directory database. In this database, I'm going to create a new class to connect MySQL database to your project. So let me first create my new database. So we need to first open the XAMPP control panel and start the MySQL server. So I'm going to click on the start button to start the MySQL server and click on this admin button to open the PHP MyAdmin area. And right here, I'm going to create a new database. So I'm going to click on this new and specify the database name. Now I'm going to specify my database name shopping. When I click on this create, I'm going to have database shopping. Now when you have your database in PHP MyAdmin, let me show you how you can connect this database to your PHP project. So I'm going to just create a new file inside this database folder. So I'm going to right click here and say new PHP class. I'm using object-oriented programming to connect database to the project. If you don't know what is object-oriented programming, then I have a separate dedicated video for that. You can check that out on the top right corner of the screen. Now let me specify the name for the class and for the file. So I'm going to specify the name for the class db controller. I'm going to specify the same name for the file as well. Now once you specify the class name, let's click on this OK to create this class. Now as you can notice, this will create a new file dbcontroller.php, and here you have your new class dbcontroller. Now in this class, I'm going to first create few protected properties to connect this project to MySQL database. So in this class, I'm going to first create a command database connection properties. In this class, I'm going to create few protected properties. So here I'm going to start with a protected keyword and then specify the property name, host. I'm going to specify value to it, and I'm going to say here localhost. Now as you know, we are working on the local host, so I'm going to specify localhost value to this host. Then I'm going to create another property, so I'm going to say here protected and specify name for this property user, and I'm going to specify my username of PHP MyAdmin. I'm going to say here root. Then I'm going to create another protected property and specify here name password. Now I'm going to specify empty string here because we did not set any password to the database. If you do, don't forget to specify your password inside this string. Just after that, I'm going to create a new protected property and name this database. Now here you need to specify your database name. So as you know, you have your database name shopping. So I'm going to specify that name to this database property. Just after that, once you have your protected properties, let's create a constructor and initialize the MySQL database. Now let's create a constructor for this class. So down here, I'm going to create a new command and say call constructor. And here I'm going to call public function constructor. Now in this constructor, I'm going to initialize the connection property of the MySQL database. So we need to create that property as well. So just after that, down here, I'm going to create a command and say connection property. And I'm going to create here a new public property connection. So I'm going to specify here con, and I'm going to specify the default value null. I'm going to initialize this connection property with MySQL database. When we create an object of this class, I'm going to initialize this property. Now in this constructor, I'm going to say this. So this is refers to the current object. I'm going to call the connection property is equal to, then I'm going to call MySQL function. So I'm going to say here MySQLi connect, and to this function I'm going to pass a different parameters. Now the first parameter is the host name. As you know, we have this property host, so we can pass that property in this parameter. So I'm going to just call here this host. So this statement is going to pass this value to this parameter. Just after that, we need to pass the second parameter, which is the username. So I'm going to specify here this and call the property user. Then the third parameter is the password. So I'm going to call here this password. And the last, you need to specify the database name. So I'm going to pass here this database. Specify semicolon, save the changes. And now when you create an object of this class, it's going to initialize this property with a MySQL database. Now when you have connection in this property, you can access it anywhere using this class object. Just out of that, I'm going to just create here if this connection, and then I'm going to call here connect error. So if there is any error in this connection property, I'm going to just echo a message fail. I'm going to just concatenate the error message with it. So I'm going to say here this connection and then call the connect error. Save the changes. And now if you want to know the connection of your MySQL database and this PHP project is successfully established or not, you can echo a message here as well. So I'm going to just echo here a message for now. Echo connection successful. Save the changes. And now instead of creating an object in the other file, I'm going to create an object down here. I'm going to create here db controller object. So I'm going to create here object db is equal to new db controller. And now I'm going to require this file in the header section of this website. So I'm going to open the header.php file, and after this link tag down here, I'm going to call a PHP syntax, and inside it I'm going to create command and say require MySQL connection. And I'm going to just call here require statement require. In the parentheses I'm going to specify database, the folder name, and then I'm going to pass dbcontroller.php. Save the changes. When you reload your browser, you can notice here you have a successful message here. Now once you know that the connection of your MySQL database and your project is successful, let me just back to my controller.php and get rid of this connection echo message. And instead of creating an object here, I'm going to create a new function.php file where I'm going to create all the object of the classes. So I'm going to create a new file inside the root directory. I'm going to right click here and say new PHP file. I'm going to name this file functions.php. In this file, I'm going to first require this db controller. So I'm going to grab this statement right from here and paste it in this functions.php like this. I'm going to get rid of this object as well. Grab this object, save the changes, and paste it inside this function.php file just like this. And now instead of including this db controller, I'm going to include this function.php in this header. So I'm going to just copy this statement and paste it here. And I'm going to get rid of this db controller and include functions.php. Let me just change this command as well. Require functions.php file. Save the changes. Save this functions.php as well, and save this file as well. And now you have the successful connection of your MySQL database. Now let me show you how you can close your MySQL connection when the object is not in use. Just out of this constructor down here, I'm going to create a new method. I'm going to create a method for closing connection. So I'm going to say here comment for MySQL closing connection. Here I'm going to create a new protected method. So I'm going to start with the protected keyword and create a function close connection. And I'm going to just specify here inside this close connection, I'm going to say if this connection, I'm going to call this property connection is not equal to null. If in this property I have open connection, then I'm going to close that connection. So I'm going to call here this, call the connection property, and then call close method. I'm going to call here this, call the connection property, and initialize it with null value. So using destructor, you can call this method. Destructor function is automatically called when the object is not in use. So just after this constructor, I'm going to create a public function. So I'm going to say here public function destructor. And in this destructor, I'm going to simply say this call close connection method. So this code is going to close the connection when the object is not in use. It is always the best practice to close your connection when the object is not in use. Once you understand how to close the MySQL connection, I'm going to just back to my website. And here you can notice I'm going to get all this product from the static HTML. Now what I want to store all the data of this product in my database and fetch all the data one by one and display all this product. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to store the product image, its title, brand name, pricing, and other small details of the product in the database and fetch that details in this page. And using the database, I'm going to display all these products instead of using HTML. Now in this database, I'm going to create 4 tables. First table is going to be the product table. In the product table, I'm going to store all the information of the product. Second is the cart table. In the cart table, I'm going to store the shopping cart item. In the third user table, I'm going to store all the user information, and the fourth is going to be the wish list table. In the wish list table, I'm going to store the user save for later products. So if the customer want to save a product for later, we can store that product in the wish list table. Now, instead of creating each table one by one, I have a .sql file which you can import in your MySQL database. So let me just open that file first. You can find this file in the database folder. In the database down here, we have shopee.sql file. Don't worry, you can download this file from the link provided in the description. Now let me just open this file. You can notice we have here 4 tables. First is the cart table, second is the product table, third is the user table, and fourth is the wish list table. For now, let's take a look at the product table. We're going to talk about all these 3 tables later in this course. Let's talk about the product table. In the product table, create a new field, item ID, and I'm going to specify not null to it. The ID is going to be integer. The second field of this product is going to be the item brand, where I'm going to store the brand name of the product. Then I'm going to create a field, item name. Here I'm going to store the product name. Then I'm going to create item price. I'm going to store my product price inside this column. I'm going to specify the data type double for this item price column. Then I'm going to create a new column, item image. In this column, I'm going to store the path of my image so we can access it and display my image in the website. And the last, we have item register. Now this column is optional, but this column is useful if you want to find the date and time of the product added in the table. Now once we have this product table, I'm going to add some values inside it. So I'm going to create a statement, insert into, and specify the table name. And then I'm going to specify my column names and its values. You can notice in the values, I'm going to specify item ID, item brand name, then the product name, price of the product. So this column is going to be the deal price of our product. Then I'm going to specify the path of my image, and then I'm going to specify the register date of this product. Now if you want to get rid of this value, you can do that as well and specify here now. The now function will automatically get the current date and time of your system. Now as you can see, I'm going to install some data in this product table. So I'm going to install all the brands of my mobile in this product, so you can access it and display one by one in the website. So just download this file, open your Shopee database, and now let's import this file in this database. So I'm going to just click on this import button and choose my file. You just need to choose shopee.sql file. So I'm going to click on this choose file, and I'm going to select this shopee.sql file and click on open. Once I open this file, I'm going to just click on this go. Now once you have the successful message, let's just back to the Shopee database, and here you can see you have 4 tables. First is the cart, second is the product, third is the user, and fourth is the wish list. We'll talk about these 3 tables later in this course. Let's take a look at the product table. When you open this product table, you have values in it. Using these values, I'm going to display all my products. So in these values, you have item ID, item brand, the product name, you will have the product price, then you have the item image and the registration date. So I'm going to use all this data to display my product in my website. So let me show you how we can do that. Now what I want to display this product using this database data. So I'm going to fetch all this data from this database and display this product one by one in this carousel in the top sale section. So let's see how to do it. In the database, I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to create a new PHP file here. So I'm going to select PHP class, and I'm going to specify class name product, and the file name is going to be product.php. I'm going to create this file, and in this file create here comment. This is the product class, so I'm going to say here use to fetch product data, and in this class I'm going to create a public property db, and I'm going to specify value null. Just so that I'm going to create here constructor. So I'm going to say here public function constructor, and inside this constructor, and using this constructor, I'm going to create dependency injection. If you don't know what is dependency injection, then you can learn all about dependency injection from the top right corner of the screen. Using dependency injection, I'm going to access this connection variable. So in the product.php, I'm going to pass here argument. So I'm going to pass here class name db controller and create a variable here db. Now in the constructor, I'm going to pass argument db, and this db is the type of db controller class. So when you create an object of this product, you need to pass a DB controller object to this constructor. In this constructor, I'm going to say if not set, and in this if set, I'm going to say if DB connection is not set, then I'm going to return null. And if we have a successful open connection in this argument, then I'm going to specify this argument to this property. So here I'm going to say this DB, I'm going to call this property DB and initialize it with this parameter. So I'm going to say here DB. So now using this property, you can access your connection variable. Just after that, I'm going to open the functions.php file and I'm going to just create here a require statement for the product.php. So I'm going to copy this statement and paste it down here, and I'm going to say here require product class. And I'm going to get rid of this file name from here and I'm going to specify product.php. I'm going to create here a new object. So I'm going to say here product object, and here I'm going to create a variable product, and I'm going to just create a new object of the product class. So I'm going to say here product, and as you know, we pass DB controller as an argument to this constructor. So we need to pass value to this argument. So in the functions.php, I'm going to pass value to this product. So I'm going to pass this object inside this parenthesis, just like this. So this is what we call the dependency injection. So now we can access all the public properties of this DB controller class using this property. Just after that, I'm going to create here a new method to fetch data from MySQL database. I'm going to create here a new command, and I'm going to say here fetch product data using get data method. Here I'm going to create a new public method. So I'm going to say public function and specify the name for this method. So I'm going to say here get data. You're free to specify any name to this function, but make sure you specify the relative name to this method so we'll understand the use of this method very easily. So I'm going to specify here get data to this method and specify curly braces to it. In this method, I'm going to create my SQL query to fetch data from the product table. So I'm going to simply call here this, call the DB property, and using this DB, I can call the connection. And now once we have the connection of the database, I can call a method query. So I'm going to call here a method query, and I can pass SQL statement inside this query. So here I'm going to say select star from product. So I'm going to specify here product. In this query, I'm going to get all the data of the product table. As you can notice, if you specify this statement, then it's going to just return the data of only a single table. Now what if I want to get the data of the different table? Then I need to create a new method for that. So I'm going to pass this value as an argument to this method. So here I'm going to create a new argument table, and I'm going to specify default value to this argument product, and I'm going to pass this argument instead of specifying this hard-coded value. In the curly braces, I'm going to specify table, just like this. Now, if you're using PHP Storm editor, then you can add a data source in the PHP Storm as well. You just need to click on this database, and here you can add your data source of your MySQL database. So PHP admin use MariaDB. So I'm going to click on this MariaDB. Then I'm going to just choose my scheme. I'm going to specify the username root, leave the password as it is, and I'm going to select my database. And I'm going to just click on this, apply, click OK, and here you can see I have my database here. Now I'm going to just back to my product.php, and here you can see I'm going to just select this product table, and I'm going to get all the values, all these columns values using this statement. Just after that, I'm going to store this query in the variable. So I'm going to create here result variable and store the result of this query. Now once I store this result, I'm going to create a new variable here, result array, and specify empty array to it. So I'm going to specify here empty array to this variable. Just after that, I'm going to create here while loop and get all the data of this product. So I'm going to create here while, and in this while, I'm going to first say MySQL fetch array. So this function is going to fetch the result row as an associative array. So I'm going to just use this function to get the data as associative array, and I'm going to specify here result. And in the second parameter, I'm going to say MySQL associative. Now if you want to fetch your data key and value pair, you can use this associative array. I'm going to choose this associative array, so I'm going to say here MySQL associative. Now this function is going to return one row, so I'm going to store that row in the variable. So I'm going to create here a variable item and store that row in this variable. So here I'm going to call result array, and in the array I'm going to store item. So simple. So this while loop is going to fetch product data one by one. Just out of that, once we have all the data using this while loop, I'm going to just return it. So I'm going to say here return result array. So I'm going to save this file and open the functions.php, and inside it you can notice I have this product object. I'm going to use this object to call getData method. Down here I'm going to call product, and using it I'm going to call this method getData. We have the default parameter to this getData, and we have the value to it product. So we don't need to pass value to this getData method. For example, if I want to get the data from card table, I can specify here card. So this function is going to help us to get data from any table. I'm going to get rid of this value because I want to get the data from my default product table, and then I'm going to grab this statement and put it in the print R. Save the changes, save the product file as well, and just reload your browser. Now once you reload your browser, you can notice you have all the data in the browser. So now you can use this data and display your product one by one. Let me show you how you can use this data to display your product in the carousel. So I'm going to first get rid of this print statement, and now as you know, you can access this product and this db variable anywhere in the project. So as you can notice, we have this file in this header. So if your file has header, then you can access this both object anytime. I'm going to choose back to my template. I'm going to open the template folder and open the top cell section. And here I'm going to just get the data from the database and display them in this top cell section. So let me just minimize my items just like this. And as you know, I'm using the hard-coded static HTML data to display all the product. So now I don't need to do that. I can use now my MySQL database to display my product detail. As you know, I have my data in the database and I'm using PHP, so I don't need to repeat this div more than once. So I'm going to just get rid of these divs from here and use for each loop to create multiple divs. So I'm going to get rid of these divs just like this, and I'm going to just create PHP statement in this file. So top here, I'm going to create a PHP statement, and in this syntax, I'm going to first create a variable product shuffled. If you want, you can specify any name to this variable, and then I'm going to call this product object. So I'm going to call this object in this top cell section, and I'm going to call a method getData. So this method is going to return the data in this variable. So what I'm going to do is, in this oval carousel, I'm going to create a PHP statement here, and in this PHP statement, I'm going to call for each function to iterate this array, and then I'm going to pass this array right here, and then I'm going to store this array item one by one in the variable. So I'm going to say as item. Now once I have the item in this variable, I can now display them in this division tag. Let me first close this statement. So I'm going to first specify here opening curly braces, and just after this division tag right down here, I'm going to create a PHP statement to close this for each. So I'm going to specify here closing curly braces. So this curly braces is going to indicate closing for each function. Now what I'm going to do is, instead of specifying this hard-coded values here, I'm going to get this value from the database. If you just open your Finish website, then you can notice this is your first row data. In the item variable, I'm going to have this type of array. In this array, you have key and value pair. To access the array key, you need to specify the key name in the square bracket. So I'm going to just access this value using this key. So in this file, I'm going to just get rid of this hard-coded value and add here PHP statement, just like this. And in this PHP statement, I'm going to just echo item, and in the square bracket, I'm going to pass item image. So I'm going to pass this key to access this value. Now what if this value is empty? Then I'm going to just call my default value. So in PHP, you have null coalescing operator, which is the new feature of PHP 7. I can use that feature to specify the default value if this variable is empty. So I'm going to specify here double question mark, just like this, and specify my default value in the double quote. Now if you hover over this operator, you can notice we have a message here. Coalescing operator is available in PHP 7. I'm using the latest version, so I don't need to worry about this message. I'm going to get rid of this title, and here I'm going to call a PHP statement and just say echo, and then I'm going to call item variable, specify the key name, item name, and then I'm going to call the null coalescing operator and specify the default value unknown. Don't forget to specify semicolon right here as well. I'm going to get rid of this price, call the PHP statement, and here I'm going to say echo item, and in the square bracket I'm going to call a key. So as you know, I have this item price key, so I'm going to pass that key here, item price, and specify the default value 0. Don't forget to specify semicolon, save the changes, and now let's reload your browser. And now you can notice here I'm getting this data from the database. I'm not using static HTML to create this product. So I hope you understand how you can get the data from MySQL database and display them one by one in the top sales section. You know that how you can get the data from the MySQL database and display all these products one by one in this top sales section. Let's move on to the next section where we understand how you can get all this data and create this beautiful special price section. So we can filter all this product. So I'm going to just back to my editor, and here you can notice I have this top sales section. So let me first open this special price partial file. So I'm going to open this special price partial file, and as you can notice here, this is your grade items. So let me just minimize these grid items. So this is your special price products. We need to just first iterate this first division tag. So I'm going to get rid of this all divs from this grid division tag. So I'm going to get rid of these divs, and as you know, to get the data from the database, I'm using this beautiful get data method. Now this method is going to return the data of product table. So I'm going to just call this PHP syntax in this special price. But if you just take a look at your index.php, then you can notice you have this top sales section and then you have this special price in the same file. So the variable used in this top sale partial file can be used in this special price as well. So you can use this product shuffle variable in this special price as well, because we have both these partial files in this index.php. So I'm going to just back to my special price.php file and just out of this grid division tag right here, I'm going to create PHP syntax. Instead of calling for each, I'm going to use array map function. Array map function is super easy to iterate any array. So I'm going to just say here array map, and in this function you need to pass the callback function. So I'm going to pass here function, and I'm going to pass argument to it item. Just out of this function, I'm going to specify opening and closing curly braces. To the second parameter, I'm going to pass this product shuffle variable where we have all the product of the type array. So I'm going to copy this variable and use it here. So I'm going to pass that variable here. This array map function is going to iterate the product shuffle array one by one and display them using this function. Now in this function, I'm going to put this division tag. So I'm going to grab this code right from here like this and put this code just after this division tag. So I'm going to create here PHP syntax and put that code here. So as you can notice, in this array map function, I'm going to have my division tag. Now just out of that, I'm going to open this division tag, and right here in this div, to this create item, I'm going to specify the value from the database. So as you know, we have this Apple class, so we can filter this Apple product. So in the database, I have the item brand column. If we just take a look at this product, you can notice here I have this item brand column. Now in this column, I have the brand name. So I'm going to use this column to print the class name. So I'm going to get rid of this Apple from here, and just out of this border, I'm going to add PHP syntax. And in this syntax, I'm going to just echo item, specify key to it, and I'm going to specify key item brand. So this will echo the value of the item brand column. Now just out of that, I'm going to get the value of the image and display them here. So I'm going to get rid of this hard-coded value right from here, and here I'm going to specify PHP syntax just like this. In this syntax, I'm going to just echo item, specify item image key, then specify null coalescing operator, and then I'm going to specify the default value of this source attribute. So in the double quote, I'm going to specify that value. Using this null coalescing operator, if this value is empty, then I'm going to specify this default value to this source attribute. I'm going to just specify this null coalescing operator to this brand name as well. Here I'm going to just call double question mark, and in the double quote, I'm going to say brand. Now just out of that, I'm going to just change this title So I'm going to get rid of this title right from here. And in this H6 heading tag, I'm going to call PHP syntax and just echo item and specify the key item name and specify the null policing operator and specify default value unknown. Just out of that, I'm going to specify the price. So I'm going to get rid of this price from here, then call the PHP syntax. And in this PHP syntax, I'm going to just echo item and I'm going to call a key item price. Specify default value as well, 0. And now let me just save the changes and reload the browser. You can notice I have my product here. That's super easy to create this special price section. When you try to filter your product, you can see you can filter it so easily. Now you understand how to create this beautiful special price section so you can filter your products. Now what if you add a new product with new brand and you don't have that button to filter that product? In that case, you need to create a new button for the new brand. So if you want to create a new product with new brand, you need to first create a new button to filter that product and then add a data in the database. So let me show you how we can solve this problem. So whenever the user enter new data in the database and create their own product with a new brand, the button will automatically create it for the new brand. Let me show you how to do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a PHP syntax, and in this PHP syntax I'm going to first get all the brand name of the product. So I'm going to create here a variable brand and I'm going to specify array to it. So I'm going to call here array map function and I'm going to specify the callback function to this array map, and here I'm going to pass argument and then I'm going to pass second parameter product shuffle. I have all my product inside this array. I'm going to get that product and I'm going to return only the item brand column. In this callback function, I'm going to just return product and specify key item brand. That's it. Now if I try to echo this brand, so I'm going to say here print our brand. When I try to print this variable, I'm going to have all the brands of my mobile. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just get the unique brand from this array. So just out of this statement, I'm going to just say here unique, and in this variable I'm going to store my unique brands. So I'm going to call array function array unique, and in this function I'm going to pass parameter brand. So when I try to print this unique variable, I'm going to have my unique brands. So as you know, I have only 3 brands in this product. The last thing, I'm going to just sort this array. So I'm going to use sort function of PHP. So I'm going to just call here sort function of PHP and pass unique variable. That's it. When I try to print this variable, I have my Apple array first, then I have Redmi, and then I'm going to have my Samsung product. And now I just want to use this array and create these buttons. So I'm going to just get rid of this print statement from here like this, and just out of this button I'm going to create here PHP statement, and here I'm going to call array map function, pass the callback function, specify value, or you can just specify here brand and specify here second parameter, which is the unique variable. So I'm going to pass this unique variable as a second parameter to this array map function. I'm going to use this array map to iterate this array, and I'm going to just display this button one by one using this iteration. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use printf function to format this string. So I'm going to just call here printf, and in the printf, in the single quote, I'm going to just pass this button. So I'm going to just simply grab this button, copy it and paste it in the single quote, just like this. Now once I have this button, I'm going to just get rid of this hard-coded value, and as you know, we have this apple inside this variable. So why don't we use it instead of specifying hard-coded value? I'm going to get rid of this value and specify here %s. So I'm going to pass string variable here using the parameter of this printf function. I'm going to get rid of this apple from here as well and pass %sign and specify string. Now just out of that, we need to pass values to these strings. I'm going to pass parameter, so I'm going to pass here comma and then specify brand and then specify here brand. Save the changes. So I'm going to specify same value to both these variables. Save the changes. I'm going to get rid of these buttons. When I try to reload this page, you can notice I have my buttons here. I have my Apple button, Redmi button, and this Samsung button to filter my different products. Now if you add a new product with new brand, you don't have to worry anything. Now let's take a look at how you can create this new phone section of this website. Now let me show you how you can create this new phone section and add this product using database. Now I'm not going to write any code to create this section. I'm going to just grab the code from this top sale section and create this beautiful new phone section. So I'm going to just back to my top sale section, and as you know, we have this for each loop to create this product. I'm going to just grab this for each loop from this closing curly braces. I'm going to grab this for each and open the new phone section, and I'm going to just get rid of these division tags. So I'm going to just minimize these items, and the difference between top sale and this new phone section is only this class. So when I paste this for each in this section, I just need to specify this class to this item. So I'm going to just get rid of these division tags like this and paste my for each function here, and then I'm going to pass here class bg light. Reload my browser. As you can see, I have my new phone section ready. Now if you just take a look at your products, then you can notice you have this first product Samsung Galaxy and the second product is Redmi 7. You have the same sequence everywhere in the product section. So I'm going to use shuffle function to shuffle these products. So we'll get different product on different position. I'm going to just open my top sale section. I'm going to just use here a PHP function shuffle, and I'm going to pass product shuffle variable to it. I'm going to copy this statement and specify that in the new phone section as well. So I'm going to create here PHP syntax and specify that statement here. And in the special price, I'm going to specify the syntax right here. Save the changes, save this file as well, and save this file as well. When I reload my browser, you can notice I have different product on different position. Now once you understand how to create this new phone section, if you want, you can create these latest blocks as well. I'm going to leave this latest block section as it is. So if you want to create these latest blocks, you can create a new table for it and specify data and grab that data and display the latest blocks in this section. I'm going to leave this section as it is because we are focusing on the product. Just out of that, let me show you how you can create this product.php page. Now let me show you how you can create this beautiful product.php page. So let me first back to my index.php, and now what I want, for example, let's say if I click on this first product, this Samsung Galaxy 10. When I click on it, I want to display all the information of this product on product.php page. And if I click on this Redmi Note product, I want to display all the information of this product as well on the same product.php page. Now that doesn't make sense to create a new page for new product. Instead, we can use only a single page product.php to display all the information of these products. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first open the top sale.php file, and as you can notice here, to this image I have this anchor tag, and in the href attribute I did not specify anything. So now the time is to specify value to this href attribute. So what we are going to do is we are using getHTTP method, and I'm going to pass product ID to this href attribute. So when we open the product.php page, we can display that product using the product ID. Let me show you how we can do that. So in this href attribute, when we click on the image, I want to redirect the user to the product page. So as you know, we have this product page here. I'm going to just specify this product page in this href attribute. So when the user click on this image, we can navigate the user to the product page. So I'm going to just specify here product.php. So just out of that, once I specify this product.php, I'm going to just pass ID to this product page. So when the user click on this image, I want to get the ID of the product and pass with this URL. So we can get this URL with the ID and display that product in the product.php page. So I'm using getHTTP method. Just out of this product URL, I'm going to pass question mark and then specify variable name. So I'm going to say here item ID. You can specify any name to this variable. Now to this variable, I'm going to pass value 1. Save the changes. Let me just reload this website. And when I click on this product, for example, if I click on this Samsung Galaxy 7, I'm going to just redirect to product.php page. When I click on it, you can notice the product will redirect me to the product.php page. You can notice here we have the product.php page. Along with that, you can see we have the variable item ID 1. So using this variable, I can identify which product I want to display on this page. Let me just back to my top sales section, and here instead of specifying this hard-coded value to this item ID, I can get the value from this array. In this array, I have different products, and the product has unique ID. So I can use that ID and specify that value to this item ID. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just get rid of this statement and use printf function here. So I'm going to get rid of this statement and call a PHP statement here, and I'm going to just call printf, and in the single code I'm going to just paste my statement just like this, and just out that I'm going to pass this product.php as a parameter to this printf function. So I'm going to get rid of this product.php from here and specify here %sign with s. So I'm going to pass string value here, and then I'm going to get rid of this one and pass here %sign s. Now just out of that, to this printf, I'm going to pass values to these variables. So to this first variable, I'm going to pass product.php. So in the single code, I'm going to pass product.php, and then I'm going to pass value to this item ID. So as you can notice, I have this variable here, item. I can get the value from this variable. So I'm going to pass here item and specify the item key. So I'm going to specify this item ID to this variable. So I'm going to pass a key here, item ID. Save the changes. And now let me just back to my index.php. Let me reload the browser. And when I click on this product, for example, if I click on this Redmi Note 4, you can notice I have the item ID 5. And when I click on this, let's say if I click on this Redmi Note 9, I'm going to have here item ID 7. So using this technique, you can get a unique ID to all your products. So what I'm going to do is, when we click on this product, I'm going to get this item ID and display all the information of the product on the product.php page. So let's see how to do it. Now once you click on the product and redirect to the product.php page, you have item ID. So using this variable, I can display the product on this product.php page. So I'm going to simply open the products.php page. I'm going to create a PHP syntax, and here I'm going to get the product ID. So I'm going to get that item ID using get HTTP method. So I'm going to create here a variable item ID is equal to call get global variable of PHP, and here in the square bracket in the single code, I'm going to specify the name of the variable. So I'm going to specify here item ID, and if the variable is empty or null, I'm going to specify default value 1 to this variable using null coalescing operator. Once I have the product ID inside this variable, I'm going to just call here for each, and in this parenthesis, I'm going to just get all the products. So I'm going to just call this product get data method. So I'm going to just specify that in this for each, and then I'm going to say as item. So I'm going to get the array of the product one by one in this item variable. So I'm going to just specify here curly braces to open the for each loop, or there is one more way, you can specify here colon, and then just after this section I'm going to add PHP statement and close this for each. So you just need to call here and for each just like this. In this for each, I'm going to just call if, and in this if statement I'm going to specify an expression, and here I'm going to say if the item. So I'm going to just call this item variable and call item ID. So I'm going to just specify here if the item ID is equal to item ID to this variable, I'm going to display that product. So I'm going to just specify here colon to start this if statement. So before this end for each, up here I'm going to specify and if just like this. And now let me just remove these hard-coded values, and in the source attribute I'm going to call a PHP syntax, and here I'm going to say echo, and then I'm going to echo here item. I just wanted to echo the item image, so I'm going to say here item image, specify the default value to it, and I'm going to specify default value in this double quote. Now just out of that, I'm going to specify the title of the product, get rid of this hard-coded value, call the PHP syntax, and say here echo item, and specify here product name. So I'm going to say here item name. I'm going to specify the key item name and specify default value unknown. Just out of that, I'm going to copy this PHP syntax and paste it here, and I'm going to just get rid of this item name and specify item brand. And I'm going to change this default value to brand. Just after that, I'm going to just change this deal price. So I'm going to get rid of this default price from here. Paste the PHP syntax like this. Change this key. And here I'm going to specify item price. And the default price is going to be 0. Back to the website and reload the browser. Now, when you reload your browser, you can see you have your product here. You have the product title, its brand name and its price, along with the image of the product. Let me just back to index.php. And what if I click on this Readme Noted? When I click on it, you can notice I have all the information of the product. Let me just check other product. So for example, if I click on this Apple iPhone 5, when I click on it, you can notice I have the information of this product. I'm going to have this Apple mobile title, this brand and this deal price. And I'm going to have this beautiful Apple mobile image as well. So as you can notice, that's super easy to create this product.php page. The last thing you need is to specify this anchor tag href attribute to this special price and to this new phone section as well. So I'm going to back to my top sales section, and as you can see here for this image, we specify this href attribute. So I'm going to copy this PHP syntax right from here, just like this. Open the special price section and specify this PHP syntax to this anchor tag. So when we click on the image, I'm going to navigate the customer to the product page. So I'm going to get rid of this hash, specify this PHP syntax here. Just out of that, I'm going to do the same in the new phone section as well. So I'm going to get rid of this hash and specify this product syntax here. When you reload the browser and when you click on this product, for example, I want to get the information of this Readme Note. When I click on it, you can notice this product is in the special price. When I click on this product, I'm going to have all the information of this product. Now let me just filter my product, and I want to filter my Apple mobiles. I'm going to filter it and I want to get all the information of this Apple mobile. So I'm going to click on this Apple mobile. When I click on this iPhone 7, you can notice I have all the information of this mobile. So using just a single page, you can get all the information of your different product very easily. Now, we have been working on this site since a while now, and we understand how to create this site using HTML. We converted this site into PHP and we created this beautiful product using MySQL database. We get all the information of this product from the MySQL database and display them one by one in this carousel. Now, the time is to add this add to cart feature to this product. So when we click on this add to cart button, I want to add this product in the cart. So when we click on the cart, I want to display the product added in the cart. So let me show you how you can add this beautiful feature to your e-commerce website. So I'm going to just back to my project, and in the database folder, I'm going to create a new file. So I'm going to select new PHP class. So I'm going to create a new PHP class here, and I'm going to name that class cart. I'm going to name the file cart.php, and I'm going to click on this OK button. When I click on it, I'm going to have a class cart. I'm going to create a command php cart class. I'm going to first create a public property db, so we can access the database connection using this property. And I'm going to specify here null. Then I'm going to create a public function, and I'm going to create here a constructor. And in this constructor, I'm going to say if not set, and in this is set, I'm going to just specify database connection. So to this constructor, I'm going to pass db controller class and create an object. So I'm going to pass here db, and in the is set, I'm going to just say db call the connection. If the connection is not set, I'm going to return null. Just out of that, if the connection is successful, then I'm going to just specify connection property to this db property. So I'm going to just initialize this db variable with connection. So I'm going to just say here this db is equal to, and I'm going to specify db here. Now once I initialize this property, I can access the connection variable using this property. If you just take a look at your cart table, then you can notice in this cart we have 4 columns: cart ID, user ID, and item ID. In the Shopee.SQL, as you can notice, I have this cart table. Now in this cart table, I'm going to first specify cart ID. Then I'm going to specify user ID. Using this user ID, I'm going to get the user unique ID. So for example, if you just take a look at your user table, then you can see in the user table you have 2 rows. And in this row you have 2 users. So I'm going to just uniquely identify this user using user ID. So if you just take a look at your cart table, then you can notice I'm going to get the user ID and store it with the product. And just out of that, I'm going to get the item ID. So when the user click on the add to cart button, I'm going to store 3 values in this cart table. I'm going to first store cart ID, then I'm going to store the user ID and store the item ID. I'm going to get the item ID from this product table. I'm going to get the user ID from this user table. I already have 2 values in this table. If you want to change this value, you're free to specify any value in this user table. Now let me just close this file. So what I want to do is, when I click on this add to cart button, I want to insert this product ID and the user ID in the cart table. So I'm going to create here a new method. Right here, I'm going to create here a method and say insert into cart table. And I'm going to just specify here public function and specify the name for this method. I'm going to say insert into cart. And now to this method, I'm going to specify parameter. So the first parameter is the required parameter to this method. So I'm going to specify here parameter. So I'm going to call here params is equal to null. I'm going to specify default value to this parameter, and then I'm going to specify here table name. So I'm going to say here table is equal to, and I'm going to specify default value to this table. I'm going to specify cart. So I'm going to specify this cart table name to this table variable. Now using this method, I want to insert value in this cart table. So in this method, I'm going to say if this, so I'm going to call here db and then call the connection. If the connection is not equal to null, then I'm going to execute this if statement. I'm also going to check if the parameter is not equal to null. And if this parameter is not equal to null, then I'm going to execute this if statement. Now in this if statement, I'm going to first get the column names. So as you know, to insert value in the database, you have a simple SQL command insert into table name. For example, let's say you want to insert value in the database cart. So you will simply say insert into and specify the table name cart. And then you need to specify column names in the parentheses. So in the parentheses, you will specify the name of the columns where you want to insert value. So I'm going to specify user ID. So I'm going to simply start with the user ID. So I'm going to specify here user ID. So keep in mind, whenever you specify columns, it must be matched to the column name. If you specify here column ID just like this, you will get an error message. Once you specify column ID, you need to specify value. So we'll specify here values, and in the parentheses, you can specify the value to the column. So using this simple statement, you can insert value in the database. Now I'm going to use this simple technique to insert value in the cart table. I'm going to get the table columns. So I'm going to say here get table columns. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the table column names. I'm going to use this variable to get the column name. So what you need to do is when you call this method, you need to specify array to this parameter. So when you specify array, I'm going to get the keys and specify that keys as a card column. Let me show you what I want to say. Let me just create here a variable columns is equal to, and I'm going to call a function implode, and in the single quote, I'm going to pass comma. I'm going to use this comma to separate array values, and then I'm going to pass my array. So I'm going to specify here array keys and pass parameter, just like this. Just out of that, what I want to specify values to this card table. So I'm going to create here a new variable values is equal to, call the implode function, and in the single quote, I'm going to specify comma. And just out of that, I'm going to specify here comma and then specify array values, just like this, and pass my parameter here. Let me first print this column variable. So I'm going to say here print r and specify this parameter. I'm going to do the same here as well. I'm going to say print r and specify values. Now let me just call this method. So I'm going to just back to my functions.php file. I'm going to open the functions.php. Down here, I'm going to create object of this card table. So I'm going to say here card object. And here I'm going to create card object is equal to new card. And to this card, we specify the dependency injection. So we need to pass this connection property to this card. So I'm going to specify this object here, just like this. So now using this object, you can access this method. So just down here, I'm going to specify card and call this insert into card method. And to this method, we have two parameters. One is the required parameter and second is the optional parameter. So I'm going to pass the required parameter first. I'm going to create a simple array, and in this array, I'm going to create some values. So I'm going to first create here a double quote, and I'm going to pass this user ID column as an array key. So here I'm going to specify user ID and then specify value to this user ID. For now, I'm going to specify value 1. I'm going to specify this item ID column as a key to this array. So I'm going to specify here item ID. Now you can notice here the user ID and this column ID is equal to these columns. Just out of that, I'm going to pass value to this column. So I'm going to specify here 2. And just out of that, I'm going to specify here semicolon. Let's specify this array as a parameter of this insert into card method. So I'm going to pass this array here. Copy this require statement, paste it down here and say required card class. And I'm going to specify here card.php. Save the changes, and as you can notice, you have here value 1, 2. Oops, I think I specify here parameter. Let me just open the card.php and right here. I need to just specify here column parameter. Let me just specify here column parameter, save the changes, reload the browser, and as you can notice, here is my column names and its values. So using this implore function, I'm going to get the columns and the values of this insert into SQL statement. Just out of this print statement down here, I'm going to simply create a query here. So I'm going to simply create here a variable create SQL query, and I'm going to create a variable query string is equal to and use printf function. And in this printf, in the double quote, I'm going to say insert into, specify here variables. So I'm going to call here %, specify s, and in the square bracket I'm going to specify values. So I'm going to specify here %, specify s here to specify string values, and then I'm going to specify here values, and in the parentheses I'm going to specify s. Just out of that, I'm going to specify parameter to this printf function. So as you can see, I have 3 variables here. Just out of this statement, I'm going to specify here table. I'm going to specify this argument. I'm going to specify my columns and values. If I print this statement, let me just echo this statement, echo query string. When I echo this statement, you can notice I have a simple SQL statement. Insert into card. Then I'm going to have 2 columns, user ID and item ID, and I have 2 values to it. So I'm going to use this statement to insert data into card table. So let me just get rid of this print statement, and here you can see I have a simple insert into statement here. I'm going to just get rid of this echo statement, and here I'm going to just execute this query. So I'm going to say execute query, and I'm going to just create here result variable to store the result and specify here this. Then I'm going to call the variable, and then I'm going to call the connection property, and then I'm going to call the query method. And in this method, I'm going to simply pass my query string. So using this query string, I'm going to insert value in the card table. Just out of that, I'm going to just return the result. Save the changes. Let me just back to my functions.php and let me just change these values. Here I'm going to specify 2. Item ID is going to be 9. Save the changes. When I reload the browser, you're not going to see anything. But if you just take a look at your card table, then you can notice you have one value here. You have user ID 2 and item ID 9. So using this simple technique, I'm going to insert the user ID and item ID in the card table. If I just say here 1 and item ID is going to be 4, save the changes. When you reload the browser, I'm going to have the second value in this card. That's super easy, right? Now let me just clear this card table. Now once I remove these values, let me just back to my project, and here what I want. So when I click on this add to cart button, I want to return the user ID and product ID and insert it into card table. So I'm going to just back to my project, and let me first get rid of this statement from this functions.php file, because I'm going to get these values from the user. Get rid of this statement and back to the card.php. And down here, just after this method, I'm going to create a new method to get user ID and item ID and insert it into card table. So I'm going to simply create here a public function and create a simple method here and name that method add to cart. And to this method, I'm going to pass 2 parameters. First is the user ID and second is the item ID. And now in this method, I'm going to just say if we set the user ID and if I set the item ID, I'm going to just execute this if statement, and here I'm going to create a new variable params is equal to array, and in this array I'm going to specify these card columns. So here I'm going to specify this user ID and this item ID column. Make sure the name is exactly the same which you have in the card table. So I'm going to specify this user ID, and I'm going to specify value to this user ID. I'm not going to specify hard-coded value here. Instead, I'm going to get the value from the user. So I'm going to use this argument here. I'm going to pass this variable as a value to this user ID key. Then I'm going to create a new key item ID. So I'm going to pass this column name as a key to this array and pass value to it. And I'm going to pass this value item ID just like this. Specify semicolon, and down here I'm going to use my method insert into card to insert value in the database. So I'm going to simply create here a result variable to store the result, and then I'm going to set this, and I'm going to call this insert into card method, and to this method, as you know, I'm going to specify array. So I'm going to specify this array to this method, and then specify semicolon, and once you have result in this result variable, I'm going to say here if I have result, I want to reload this page. Now once the data is successfully inserted in the table, I'm going to just reload this page. So let me first create here a command, insert data into card, and in this if statement I'm going to just simply say header and specify location, and I'm going to concatenate and call a PHP server global variable, and in the square bracket I'm going to call PHP self. This variable is going to return this current index file. So when we click on this add to cart button, I'm going to call this method add to cart and just reload the page using this header statement. So I'm going to create here command reload page. Now just out of that, what I want when I click on this add to cart button, I want to return the user ID and product ID to this add to cart method. So I'm going to just back to my top sales section, and in this section you can notice I have this button submit. So using this button, when I click on this button, I want to get this user ID and item ID. So I'm going to put this button in the form tag. So I'm going to grab this button, create here a form tag. I'm going to get rid of this action attribute because I don't want to redirect this form anywhere, and I'm going to specify here method post. And in this form, I'm going to paste my button, and up here I'm going to create input type hidden. So I'm going to create here input text box of the type hidden. I'm using this input text box to only return the data. I'm not going to display this input text box in the UI, so I'm going to specify here type hidden. So I'm going to specify name, item, ID. And now I want to specify value to this input text box. So I'm going to specify item ID to this input text box. So as you know, we are in this for each loop. So I can get the item ID using this item variable. So I'm going to call here PHP statement, and here I can echo the item ID. So I'm going to just call here item, and in the key I'm going to specify item ID. I'm going to call null coalescing operator and specify default value 1. I want to specify the user ID. I'm going to copy this input tag and paste it down here. Change this name, and I'm going to specify here user ID. Right now I don't have any user ID, so I'm going to get rid of this statement and specify here 1. So I'm going to just return this user ID, this first user ID of this Dailytuition user. Once I specify this user ID to this value, I'm going to specify name to this button. So I'm going to specify here name top sale submit, and at the top right up here I'm going to create a command request method post, and here I'm going to just say if, and in the column I'm going to call the global variable server. I'm going to call request method is equal to post. So when we click on this button, so this button is going to send a request post. So if this statement became true when we click on the button, I'm going to just call my add to cart method here. So here I'm going to create a command call method add to cart. Back to my functions.php, and as you know, I have this object card. Using it, I can call add to cart method. So I'm going to use this object. I'm going to open the top sales section. Here I'm going to call cart, and using this card I can call add to cart method. And to this add to cart I have 2 arguments. So we need to pass parameter to this add to cart method. So we need to first specify user ID. As you know, we have this user ID here. Using this input type hidden, I'm going to return the user ID when we click on this button. So I'm going to use this user ID and specify that as a parameter to this method. So to get the post data, you can use post global variable. So I'm going to call here post. In the single quote, I'm going to pass the name of this input tag, item ID. And then I'm going to just copy this post variable and paste it as a second parameter to this method. And then I'm going to change this name and specify here user ID. So I'm going to specify here user ID, just like this. So when we click on the button, both this input tag will return the item ID and user ID, and I'm going to get that value using this post global variable and specify that to this add to cart method. And this method will insert that value in the database. I'm going to save the changes, save all the files, and now let me just reload my browser. And now what I want to insert this product in the cart. So let me just click on this add to cart button. When I click on it, oops, cannot modify header information in the cart.php. Let me just back to my cart.php on the line 46 right here. Yeah, the header is already sent to the file, so I can't change the header. So I'm going to simply back to my index.php, and up here I'm going to just call a simple function obstart, just like this. Save the changes, and now let me reload this browser. When I reload the browser, you can notice the error is now gone. And if you just take a look at your cart table, you have a value here 1 1. So you have your first product in the cart. Now let me add my second product. Let me just add this second product, this one, Redmi Note 8. When I click on this add to cart button, I'm going to have this product in the cart. Let me just reload the cart table, user ID 6 and the item ID 1. Oops, I just specified the item ID in the user ID column and user ID in the item ID column. Let me just back to my editor and let me open the cart.php, and here you can see I have the first user ID and then I have item ID. So let me just back to my top cell section, and as you can notice here, I just specify the item ID first and the user ID second. Let me just swap this value, user ID first and item ID second. Let me just remove all these three lines. So I'm going to say here truncate table cart, and now I'm going to just click on this add to cart button. When I click on it, you can notice in the cart you have your product. You have the user ID 1 and the item ID 5. Now once you understand how you can insert your cart ID and user ID in the cart table, you can display your product on the cart.php page using this data. Now let me just specify this add to cart feature to this special price and to this new phone section. If you want to add your add to cart feature to the special price and to this new phone section, you need to just copy some code and specify that in these sections. So let me just back to my editor and let me copy this form tag. I'm going to copy this form tag and paste it in the special price section. So instead of specifying this button, I'm going to just paste my form tag here and change this name, and I'm going to say here special price. Then I'm going to back to my top sales section and let me just copy this if statement and paste it in the special price at the top up here. If you execute your file and click on the add to cart button of the special price, it's going to execute this top sales section as well, because as you can see, I'm going to just check if we send the request of the post method. I want to execute this if statement. I just don't want to do that. So in the top sales section, I'm going to create here if statement, and here I'm going to say if is set, and I'm going to call here post global variable, and in the square bracket I'm going to call the name of my button. So I'm going to call this name top sale button in this post method, and in the if statement I'm going to grab this statement and paste it here just like this. So when we click on this button, I'm going to just execute this if statement. Now I'm going to just copy this code of this if statement and paste it in the special price section instead of specifying this if statement, just like this. And I just need to change this button. So as you can notice, I have this special price button name here. I'm going to copy it and specify that here. I already have this input text box and this user ID, so I'm going to leave everything as it is. Save the changes, and now open the new phone section. Let me just paste this if statement right up here, and let me just copy this form tag and paste it just like this. And I'm going to just change this button name new phones. I'm going to specify this name in the if statement just up here, just like this. Save the changes, and now when you reload your browser, you can add your product from any section, from this top sale section, from this special price, or from this new phone section. Let me show you. So I'm going to just first filter my product. So I'm going to filter the Apple product, and I want to add this Apple iPhone 6 in the cart. I'm going to click on this add to cart button. When I click on it and check my cart, you can notice I have my product in the cart. So you can use any of this section to insert your product in the cart very easily. Now we know that how easy it is to add these products by clicking on this add to cart button. Now let's take a look at how you can display this product on cart.php page. So once you add this product in the database cart, I want to display these products on cart.php page. If I just open the cart.php, then you can notice I have two cards here. And this is all a static card created with HTML. I want to create this card using card table. But let me first solve this warning. Shuffled expected parameter 1 to be array null given. Now if you just take a look at your index file, then you can notice I have all these sections in the index.php. I don't have this product shuffled in cart.php. So this variable is going to return null when we call this statement in the cart.php. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to just get this statement from top sale section. So I'm going to get this statement. So I'm going to cut this statement from here and open the functions.php file. And just after this statement, I'm going to paste the statement like this. So we can access this variable anywhere in the PHP project because we have this functions.php file in the header. And I'm going to use this header in every file. So I can use this variable as well. Save this file and save this file as well. When I reload the browser, you can notice I have my new phone section here. What I want to display this product. So I'm going to simply get this product from the database and display this product one by one. So I'm going to just open the cart template.php file. And as you know, this is the partial file of the cart.php. You can notice here we have this file in the cart.php. Now just after that, once I open the cart template.php file, right here you can notice this is my cart item. So when I minimize this div, you can notice I have two cards here. Now I'm going to just get rid of this second card right from here, just like this, and use for each to iterate this division tag. So just out of this column 9, I'm going to create here PHP syntax, and in this PHP syntax, I'm going to simply call for each. So I'm going to say here for each, and in the parentheses, I'm going to get the value from the card table. So as you know, I have get data method to get values from the table. So here I'm going to call product. So I'm going to call this product object with this method get data. So I'm going to copy this statement just like this and specify that here in this parenthesis. Now this statement is going to return the data of product table. If you open this class product.php, you can notice here we specify the table name product, which is the default value of this get data argument. Now I'm going to just change this value and specify here card, so we can get all the values of the card table. So I'm going to open the card template.php, and in this parenthesis of this get data method, I'm going to specify card. So I'm going to specify the name of my table in this parenthesis. So I'm going to get all the value of this table in this for each parenthesis. Then I'm going to say here as item. Now this for each is going to return all the data in the card table, and I'm going to get that data one by one in this variable. Now just out of that, I'm going to specify here colon to start this for each loop, and I'm going to end this for each down here just out of this card. I'm going to create here PHP statement, and here I'm going to say and for each just like this. So this statement is going to close this for each. If I try to print this variable, let me show you what would be the result. When I say here print r and just try to print this variable, when I reload the browser, I'm going to have the card values. So this is my first row and this is my second row of the card table. Now what I want to use this information and get the product from the product table. So what I want to do is, I'm using this item ID to get the item from the product table. So I'm going to create a new method for that. So I'm going to just back to my product.php file, So down here, I'm going to create a new method. I'm going to create a comment for it. Get product using item ID. Now here, I'm going to create a public function. So I'm going to say public function, specify the method name. So I'm going to specify here get product, and in the parentheses of this method, I'm going to specify item ID. So I'm going to create here variable item ID is equal to null, specify the default value null, and then I'm going to specify the table. So I'm going to create here a variable table, and the default value is going to be product. So I'm going to specify the default table name product. In this method, what I'm going to do is I'm going to first check if is set item ID. I want to execute this if statement. Once I have the value to this item ID, I'm going to just create here a variable result to store the result of the query, and here I'm going to say this, and I'm going to call connection property. So I'm going to call database object, and I can access the connection variable using this object. Now once I access this variable, I can call a query method. Now in this query, I'm going to specify the SQL query and say select star from, and I want to get the data from the product table. So in the curly braces, I'm going to specify table. Now if you just take a look at your get data method, then you can notice here we use this same statement to get the data of the product table. But at this time, I'm not going to get all the data of the product table. Instead, I'm going to get the product equal to the item ID. So I'm going to create a condition here. So I'm going to call here where cos and say here where item ID is equal to, and in the curly braces, I'm going to call item ID variable. So as you can notice, I'm going to just specify here where item ID is equal to this parameter. I want that product to this result variable. You can notice here in the product, you have this item ID column. So I'm using this parameter and get the product using this column, item ID. Just out of that, I'm going to create a simple result variable just like this, create a while loop to get the associative array and just return it. So I'm going to copy this code and paste it right here, just like this. And just out of that, I'm going to save the changes. And now let me just back to my cart template.php and let me just get rid of this print statement. And before this for each, I'm going to call product object and call a method get product. And to this get product, I'm going to specify item ID. So I'm going to specify here 5 and just close this statement. And I'm going to get the result in the variable. So I'm going to create here result variable is equal to, and just specify print r and just print the result variable just like this. When I save the changes and reload the browser, you can notice I have the product of the ID 5. What I want to do is I'm going to just specify this statement in this for each. So I'm going to just grab this statement and specify that in this for each, just like this. Change this variable, and I'm going to just change this variable to card, and I'm going to just print this card. And instead of specifying this hard-coded value here, I'm going to get the item. So I'm going to specify here item, and I'm going to call this item ID. So I'm going to call here square bracket and say item ID. I'm going to try to print this statement, and notice you have two arrays. Now I'm going to use this data and display this product. If you just take a look at these values, then you can notice you have array inside this array. So this variable is going to return the array, and inside it you have another array. So you need to iterate this value and then display this product. So I'm going to just back to my project, just get rid of this print statement, and here I'm going to call array map function. And in this function, I'm going to first pass the callback function, specify argument item, specify the opening and closing curly braces, specify comma here, and then I'm going to specify the array. So I'm going to specify the card array here. So I'm going to specify this product data to this array map function. And then in this array map, I'm going to just call this division tag. So we can easily iterate and display the product item. So I'm going to just grab this statement right from here and paste that just down here. So as you can notice here, I'm going to just closing this array down here. So in this curly braces, I have this division tag. Now I'm going to create here command to indicate this is the closing array map function. Now as you know, we have item in this variable, so we can display it in this table. So I'm going to get rid of this hard-coded value and specify the data from the database, just like this. And in the source attribute, I'm going to call a PHP syntax. And here I'm going to say echo call the item variable and specify key item image. So I'm going to call this item image key and grab this value. Once I have this value, let me just specify the default value. So I'm going to call null coalescing operator, and in the double quote, I'm going to just specify the default value. Now just out of that, get rid of this title, call the PHP syntax, and here I'm going to say echo item, and in the square bracket, item name. So I'm going to say here item name to get the value from the database, and call the null coalescing operator and specify the default value unknown. Copy this PHP syntax, and I'm going to just specify that here, and instead of specifying this item name key, I'm going to specify here item brand, specify default value brand, and I'm going to just change the value of the product as well. You can notice here I have the product value, so I'm going to get rid of this hard-coded value and call the PHP statement and just get rid of this item key and specify here item price. So I'm going to call this item price key and get this value from the database. Just out of that, I'm going to specify null coalescing operator and specify default value 0. Save the changes and reload the browser. When I reload the browser, you can notice I have two different products in my shopping cart. I have all the information grabbed from the database and display them in this cart.php page. So I'm going to have my first product, Redmi Note 4, and the second is the Apple iPhone 6. Now let me just add one more product in this table. Let me just back to my index page, and from the filter section, right from the special price, I'm going to just filter the Samsung mobile, and I want to add this Samsung Galaxy 10 in the shopping cart. I'm going to click on this add to cart button. When I click on it, this will just add this product in the shopping cart. Now let me just back to the cart.php. So I'm going to say here cart.php, and as you can see, you have your product Samsung Galaxy 10 in your shopping cart. If you want, you can add some space between these two sections. So I'm going to add here to this section and specify margin bottom 5. Now as you can notice, this is super easy to create this cart.php file. And as you can notice, I have my 3 shopping cart item on the cart.php page. Now what I want to display the number of product in the shopping cart right here in the header. And when I click on this shopping cart icon, I want to redirect the user to the cart.php page. So let me show you how we can do that. Now just for that, what I want to display the number of product added in the shopping cart on the top right corner of the screen. So I want to display 3 instead of specifying this 0, because I have 3 product in this shopping cart. So I want to specify here 3 in this header section. And when I click on this cart, I want to redirect the user to the cart.php page. So I'm going to back to my editor, and let me just open the header.php file. And in this file, down here, you can notice I have the default value to this shopping cart. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this default 0 from here, call the PHP syntax, and here I'm going to call a simple echo statement. And just out of that, I'm going to call product variable. So I'm going to call product object. So I'm going to call get data method of this product object. This method is going to return the data of the table. Now using this method, I'm going to get the data of cart table. So I'm going to specify here cart, just like this. But what I want to display the number of values inside this cart. So I'm going to grab this statement and put this in the count function, just like this. And in the parentheses, I'm going to just specify get data method and call cart. So this statement is going to return the number of rows we have in the cart table. I'm going to save the changes and reload the browser. When I reload the browser, you can notice I have 3 here, because I have 3 shopping cart item in this cart.php page. Now just out of that, to this anchor tag, I'm going to simply specify cart.php. So when I click on this cart, I want to redirect the user to the cart.php page. Just out of that, what I want to calculate the subtotal of this product. So I'm going to just open the editor. I'm going to just open the cart template. In the cart template, I'm going to just scroll down, and just down here, you can notice I have the item subtotal section right down here. Instead of specifying this default value, I'm going to get these values from this table, add them in the variable, and display that variable value here. in the subtotal section. So I'm going to just create a new method for that. So I'm going to just back to my card.php page, and here I'm going to create a new method. So down here, I'm going to create a new command, calculate subtotal. So I'm going to start with the public keyword, then specify function, get sum is the name of the method, and pass argument. So I'm going to pass here array. And now in this function, I'm going to just first say if is set, call the array just like this. If we have value in this variable, I'm going to execute this if statement, and here I'm going to say if, and in the if statement, I'm going to create a variable sum is equal to 0. So I'm going to first specify the default value to this sum variable, and then call for each function. And in the parentheses, I'm going to call this array as item. And then in this for each, I'm going to call the sum plus equal to sign, so we can add the value in this variable. And then I'm going to specify float val. So I'm going to use this function to get the floating value of the product. And here I'm going to pass item and pass 0 index. And just out of that, I'm going to return this sum variable. So I'm going to just say here as printf, and here I'm going to just format the string. So I'm going to call here %, specify dot to f is going to convert this sum and specify 2-digit to the number. And just after that, I'm going to specify here comma, I'm going to call a variable sum. I'm going to save the changes back to the card template.php, and instead of specifying this hard-coded value here, I can now specify the subtotal of this product. Instead of specifying hard-coded value here, I can get all the product price in the array and calculate them using the getSum method. So I'm going to simply back to the top up here and just create a new variable here, subtotal. And I'm going to use this array map to create and return all the product price to this variable. I'm going to just minimize this div. Just before this closing array map function, I'm going to just return item price. So I'm going to just say here item and specify item price, just like this. This will just print the item price of the item. Now let me just show you this variable. So just out of this for each, I'm going to say here print r and specify this subtotal here. Save the changes, and as you can notice, I have this variable here. Now this is the value of the last product. If I grab this print statement and put that in this for each, when I reload the browser, you can notice I have the value of my all products, just like this. You can notice here. So I'm going to use this 0 index to get the value of the product and add them using getSum method. So if you just take a look at your card.php, we specify here item 0. So this 0 index is going to get this value from this array, add them in the sum variable, and just return using this getSum method. So I'm going to just back to my card table, get rid of this print statement, just back to the default value right here. I'm going to just call a PHP statement, and in this statement, and here what I'm going to do is here I'm going to say if, I'm going to call the ternary if statement. I'm going to say is set, if we have value in this subtotal, I want to execute the true statement, otherwise execute else statement. So I'm going to specify here question mark to execute a true statement, and here I'm going to specify card, and I'm going to call a method of it getSum. And to this getSum, I'm going to pass this variable subtotal, just like this. And then I'm going to specify else value, and I'm going to specify here 0. When I reload the browser, you can notice I have the subtotal of these products. When I reload the browser, oops, I think I misspelled something. I just specify here a variable. So when we return this item price, it's going to store in this variable. But what I want, when we return this item price, I want to store this item price in the array. So I'm going to pass here a square bracket. So when I print this subtotal, I'm going to have all the values of all the items added in the cart. So I'm going to specify here a square bracket, save the changes. Let me just print this subtotal. Down here, just out of this for each, I'm going to just say print r and print this subtotal. When I reload the browser, oops, I think I cannot use square for reading on card 16. Yeah. When I reload the browser, you can notice I have the subtotal of the product, and here you can notice I have the array of all the product values. So I'm using this array and specify that array to the getSum method, get the total of it, add them in the variable of sum, and display the variable in the subtotal section. Let me just change this two item text. Let me first get rid of this print r, just like this. Get rid of this two right from here. And here, instead of specifying the default value, I'm going to call PHP syntax, and I'm going to just say echo and call count function, and then pass here subtotal and specify the default value. So I'm going to pass 0 as a default value right here. Save the changes, reload the browser. I have 3 items and the subtotal of these items. Now, once we understand how to create this beautiful card.php, let me show you how you can delete this card from the table. Now, what if you want to delete these shopping cart items? For example, if you want to delete this shopping cart item from this shopping cart list, you can click on this delete button. So when you click on this delete button, I want to delete this shopping cart product from this list. So let me show you how you can add this feature to your shopping cart. To this shopping cart section, you can notice I have this card. Let me just open this div, and down here I have these buttons. I have this delete button and I have this save for later button. I'm going to grab this button and put this button in the form tag, so I can return the item ID with this button. So what I'm going to do is, when we click on this delete button, I want to return the current item ID with this button, so we can identify this product and delete from the database. So I'm going to just simply create here a form, get rid of this action attribute, specify method, post, and in this form tag, I'm going to grab this button, this delete button, and paste that inside this form tag. And I'm going to specify name to this button, and I'm going to say delete card submit. You are free to specify any name to this button. Once you specify this name, as I said, when I click on any of this button, I want to return the product ID. So I'm going to create here input, and this is the type of hidden, and I'm going to specify value to it. I'm going to call PHP syntax and specify value to this input type hidden text box. So here I'm going to call item and specify item ID. So I'm going to specify item ID value to this input type hidden text box. Then I'm going to call null coalescing operator and specify default value 0. Just out of that, I'm going to specify name to this text box, and here I'm going to specify name, and the name is going to be item ID. Don't forget to specify echo statement here to echo this value. So we'll have this value to this value attribute. Just out of that, I'm going to save the changes. And now when you click on this button, it's going to return this item ID using HTTP post method. So up here, I'm going to create a new PHP syntax. So I'm going to create here PHP syntax. And here, I'm going to say if server, and just call a request method, just like this, is equal to post. If the requested method is equal to post, I'm going to execute this if statement, and inside it, I'm going to say if is set. I'm going to call global variable post, and I'm going to pass the variable name. So I'm going to pass this button name delete card submit to this post array. And in this if statement, I'm going to create a method to delete the product using the product ID. So I'm going to just save this file and back to the card.php. And down here, I'm going to create a new PHP method. So I'm going to say here delete card item using card item ID. So I'm going to start with a public keyword, then specify function and specify the name for this method. So I'm going to say here delete card, and to this parameter I'm going to pass the item ID. So I'm going to create here item ID is equal to null, pass the default value null, and then I'm going to specify the table name from where I want to delete the product. So I'm going to specify variable table is equal to and specify the default value card. Now in this method, I'm going to say if item ID is not equal to null. If it is not equal to null, then I'm going to execute this if statement, and here I'm going to just create a variable result to store the result of the SQL query. And here I'm going to call this, call the DB variable, and then call the connection, and then call a method query to execute the SQL query. And in this query, I'm going to create SQL query to delete the record from the table. So as you know, we have the delete from SQL query to delete the record. So I'm going to say here delete from and specify the table name. And as you know, I want to delete the product from the table card. So I'm going to specify this table here. And I'm going to say here table And what you need to do is you need to specify where cost to this delete statement. So the delete statement, so this statement will understand which row you want to delete from the table. So I'm going to specify here where cost and specify item ID. You can notice we have this column in the card table, and I'm going to specify here equal to sign, and in the curly braces I'm going to pass item ID. Just out of this statement I'm going to say if, and in the if statement, if I get the result from this query, I'm going to just reload the browser. So I'm going to say here header, specify location, and I'm going to concatenate, call the global variable server, and say here PHP self, just like this. I'm going to just return result variable. Save the changes, then back to the card template.php file, and in this if statement, I'm going to create a new variable to store the result. I'm going to say deleted record is equal to, call the card object, and you can now access to this delete card method. And you need to specify the first value is the card ID. As you know, when you click on this button, I'm going to post this value. So I can get this value using this item ID variable. So I'm going to just specify here in the square bracket, I'm going to call a global variable post and pass item ID to it, just like this. I don't need to specify the default value to this method. Reload the browser, and now I want to delete this Apple iPhone 6 from this shopping cart. When I click on this delete button, you can notice this shopping cart item is deleted from this list. When I click on this button, here we go. The item is now deleted from the list. If you just take a look at your cart, you have only 2 products in this cart. If I want to delete this first Redmi Note 4, I can click on this delete button to delete this product from this shopping cart. When I click on this delete button, you can notice this product is now deleted from the shopping cart. And if you just reload your cart table, you have only 1 product here. You can notice in the header you have only 1 product in the cart, and the subtotal is also updated. That's super easy to delete the product from the shopping cart. Now you know that how you can delete your shopping cart product from this shopping cart list. Now what if the user tried to add the same product in the shopping cart? For example, let's say I want to add this product again in the shopping cart. When I click on this add to cart button, I'm going to get an error message, cannot modify header information. Now as you know, to solve this problem, you just need to call ob-start function at the start of the file. So I'm going to just back to my project, and as you know, in the index file I have this ob-start. I'm going to just copy it and use it in the cart.php. So up here, I'm going to just call ob-start. Reload the browser. Now as you can see, I have the same product in the shopping cart list. I don't want to add the multiple same entries in the database. If you just take a look at your cart table, then you can notice you have 2 duplicate entries in your cart table. I'm not going to allow user to add the same product in the shopping cart. Instead, I'm going to just change this add to cart button and change this button and specify in the cart button. Now let me show you how to solve this problem. I'm going to just back to my cart.php file. In this class, I'm going to create a new method. I'm going to create a new method to get the shopping cart item ID. I'm going to create a new array and store all the ID of the shopping cart item. I'm going to create a new function here, get item ID of shopping cart list. So I'm going to create here a new method. So I'm going to start with the public keyword, specify function, and specify the name for this method. So I'm going to say here get cart ID, and to this get cart ID method I'm going to pass argument. So here I'm going to create a new variable, cart array is equal to null. So I'm going to specify default value null to this argument. When we call this get cart ID method, I'm going to pass all the data of the cart table. So I'm going to just say here if cart array is not equal to null, then I'm going to create a variable here, cart ID, call the array map function and iterate this array. So here I'm going to call callback function, specify value and specify curly braces. And just out of that, to the second parameter of this array map, I'm going to specify this cart array. So here I'm going to pass cart array, just like this. In this callback function, I'm going to have all the values of this cart array. So I'm going to just return it. So I'm going to say return, call the value variable. I just want to return item ID in this variable. So I'm going to just pass here item ID. As you can notice here, I'm going to just add the hard-coded value in this square bracket. If you want, you can pass this value in the argument as well. So I'm going to get rid of this value right from here and create a new parameter. So I'm going to create a new default parameter key and specify that value here. And I'm going to just use this value in this square bracket. So here I'm going to just call key, just like this. But as you can notice, I'm going to get an error message undefined variable, because in the array map you can't access the variable created outside of this callback function. So if you are using array map function, then you can't access the variable created outside of this callback function. So to solve this problem, just out of this function, here you need to pass use. In the parentheses, you need to pass a variable which you want to use in this callback function. So I want to use this argument, so I'm going to pass use and specify this key in this parenthesis. So I can use this variable inside this callback function as well. Now, just out of that, just after this array map, I'm going to return this variable, because in this variable, I'm going to have all the item ID. Let me first return this variable. So I'm going to say return card ID. Save the changes and back to the functions.php. In this file, I have this card object. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just say print r, and here I'm going to call card, call by method get card ID, and to this method, I have the required parameter card array. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just get all the data from the card table and specify that to this first parameter. I'm going to call this product get data method. So I'm going to call this method right here, and I want to get the data from the card table. So I'm going to specify here card, just like this. And I don't need to specify the second parameter because it's optional. Reload the browser. You can notice I have two IDs here. On the 0 index I have 1, and on the first index I have 1, because as you know, I have duplicate items in this shopping cart. So this method is going to return item ID of both these items. Now once I have this ID, I'm going to just back to my top sales section, and here you can notice I have this button. I want to change this button if the product is already in the cart. So here I'm going to create a PHP syntax just like this. So here in this PHP script, I'm going to say if this current product is in the cart, I'm going to just execute this if statement, otherwise execute this else statement. So in the expression, I'm going to just simply call inArray function. So this function search for the array of the specific value. So to the first parameter of this function, I'm going to pass array item. So as you know, I have the item variable, and I'm going to just copy this statement, specify here, and change this key. And here I'm going to specify item ID. So I'm going to specify item ID as a first parameter to this inArray function. And then I'm going to pass second argument. So as you can notice, in the functions.php file, I have this statement. This statement is going to return this array. So I'm going to pass this array as a second parameter to this inArray function. So the inArray function will search for this item, and if this function finds the item in the array, it's going to execute this if statement, otherwise execute this else statement. So here I'm going to pass this statement. So I'm going to get rid of this statement right from here. I'm going to get rid of this print statement, save the changes, back to the top sales section, and I'm going to pass this statement here, just like this. So this statement is going to return this array, and in this array, I know that I have item IDs. This function is going to check if we have this item ID in this array, then I'm going to execute this if statement, otherwise execute this else statement. I'm going to just grab this button right from here, grab it and specify that in this else statement. So I'm going to just say here echo, and in the single quote, I'm going to pass this button. And in the if statement, as you know, if the item ID is in this array, or you can also say if the item is already in the shopping cart, I'm going to just change this button. So I'm going to say here echo, in the single quote, I'm going to paste the button, but at this time, I'm going to change this text, and here I'm going to say in the cart, change, get rid of this name attribute, just like this, and here I'm going to pass disable. Save the changes, back to the website, and open the index page, because we have top sale in the index page. So I'm going to open the index page, and now as you can notice, we have the disable button here. I just want to change the class of this button, so I'm going to just change this warning and say here btn success. Save the changes, reload the browser, and you can notice here I have the product in the cart. So I'm going to get this green button with the text in the cart. And when I try to click on this button, I can't click on this button because this product is already in the cart. Now let me just copy this statement, specify that in the special price down here, just like this, and do the same in the new phone section as well. I'm going to open the new phones, get rid of this button, and specify here the if statement. Let me just back to my special price section, and here you can see I'm going to have an error message on this second argument. Because as you know, array map will not allows you to use the variable outside of this function. So we need to just specify a use function here to access this statement. So to solve this error, I'm going to create a new variable up here in cart is equal to, and I'm going to pass this statement there. I'm going to just grab this statement just like this and specify that here. And just out of that, and now here I'm going to pass this variable in cart. So I'm going to say here in cart. And don't forget to specify use function here to this array map. So I'm going to specify here use. In the parentheses, you need to specify the variable which you want to use in this callback function. Save the changes, and now you can notice I don't have any error here. Save all the files, and now let me just reload my browser. When I reload it, you can notice I'm going to have this button in different section. You can notice here I have this button here as well in the new phone sections. So now you can't add the same product again and again in the shopping cart. So let me just back to my cart.php. So I'm going to click on this cart icon and delete. And now let me just delete this duplicate product from this shopping cart. Let me just delete this duplicate cart from here. So when you click on the delete button, it's going to delete both the record at the same time because we have the duplicate record in the table. Now because I don't have any record in this shopping cart, so I'm going to have an error message on the cart template on the line 18. So I'm going to solve this problem first. Undefined variable subtotal. So I'm going to just open the cart template, and down here, as you can notice, this variable is empty. So this statement is going to return an error message. So to solve this problem, I'm going to just specify here is set subtotal and then call ternary if and else statement. So I'm going to call question mark here. I have the value in this subtotal. I'm going to execute this if statement or execute this else statement. Just like this. Save the changes, reload the browser. As you can notice, this will just solve this problem. Now, once you solve this subtotal section problem, you can notice here I have another warning in this new phone section. This warning is coming from newphones.php file on the line 40. Now, let me just open the new phone section, and here you can notice if I don't have any record in this cart table, this statement will return null. So now to solve this problem, I'm going to specify default value to this parameter. So just out of this parentheses, I'm going to specify null collision operator and specify square bracket just like this. So I'm going to pass null array as a default value to this second parameter. I'm going to copy this PHP syntax, specify that in this special price just like this, and in the top cell section. Save the changes, open the special price, and as you can notice here you need to specify in cart variable. Let me just reload the browser. As you can notice, this will just solve the problem. Now let me just add product in the shopping cart. Let me just back to the index, and I want to add this product Redmi Note 8. Let me just add and click on this add to cart button. When I click on it, this will just add this record in the shopping cart. Let me just open it. As you can see, I have this record in the shopping cart. Now let me just add one more product in the shopping cart. So I'm going to just back to my index page, and I'm going to add my Apple mobile. So I'm going to short Apple, and I'm going to add this Apple iPhone 7. Click on this add to cart, open the cart.php, and I'm going to have this Apple mobile in the shopping cart. Now what I want, if the user want to change the quantity of the product, he can easily change it by clicking on this button. But you can notice it's going to change both these values. We need to solve this problem. And if the user increase the quantity, we need to increase this price as well, so we can calculate this subtotal. So let's see how to do it. Now we know that how to add this product in the shopping cart list. Now let's see how to increase and decrease the quantity of this product. For example, let's say you want to increase this quantity and you want to buy 2 products. You will click on this increase button. When you click on it, you can notice it is going to increase the quantity and specify here 2. At the same time, you can notice I have 2 here as well. So to solve this problem, I'm going to back to my project, and in this project, I'm going to open the cart template file. In this file, you can notice I have the button. Here you can notice I have this increase and this decrease quantity button. To this button, to this input tag and to this decrease button, I have the same data ID product one. So when you iterate this div, you're going to have the same ID to all these elements. So to solve this problem, I'm going to get rid of this hard-coded value and call PHP syntax here. And in this PHP syntax, I'm going to call echo, then call item variable. And using this item variable, I'm going to specify item ID to this data ID attribute. And then I'm going to specify default value to it, and here I'm going to call null coalescing operator and specify 0. I'm going to just copy this statement, do the same for this input text box and to this button, just like this. Let's just reload the browser, and now let's try to change the quantity of this first product. As you can notice, the problem is now solved. Now what I want when I click on this increase quantity button, I want to increase this price as well. So I'm going to just use Ajax method to increase the price when the quantity is increased. So I'm going to get the help from Ajax method. So I'm going to just back to my project, and in the template, I'm going to create a new file. So I'm going to select new, and I'm going to create new PHP file and specify name to it, Ajax. You can specify any name to this file, that's upon you. And just for that, I'm going to just back to my index.js. In this file, as you know, I have this click event on this quantity up and quantity down button. I'm going to just add Ajax in this event. So when we click on this quantity up button, I want to call the Ajax and increase the price of the product. So in this event, I'm going to create a command, and here I'm going to say change product price using Ajax call. To call the Ajax, you need jQuery. So I'm going to call jQuery object, specify dot, and call Ajax method. Now if you are using Slim jQuery, then you are going to get error message to this method, because in the Slim jQuery file, you don't have this method. So you need to first add the complete jQuery library to this project so we can use this method. Let me just back to my footer.php file, and as you can notice, I'm using this jQuery Slim file. So we need to just replace this file and add the complete jQuery file. So I'm going to open my browser, open a new tab and search for cdnjs.com. And from here, I'm going to search for jQuery. I'm going to click on the jQuery, and I'm going to copy this jQuery mean.js file. Keep in mind, you don't need to select this Slim file. Instead, just select this jQuery mean.js file. I'm going to copy the script tag of this jQuery mean.js file, and I'm going to just replace this script tag. So I'm going to have my Ajax inside this library. And now I can access this method using jQuery. Now let me just close these unwanted tabs. And now let me open the index.js, and here I can work with this Ajax method. Now to this method, you need to specify parameters. So I'm going to pass here curly braces. So this method is going to take object. So you need to pass curly braces and pass properties to this method. So I'm going to specify here URL. So this is the first property I'm going to specify to this method. And to this URL, I'm going to specify the name of my PHP file where I'm going to send the response. So as you know, I have this ajax.php. So I'm going to create here template, and I'm going to call ajax.php. Now keep in mind, you need to specify the relative path of this file. Now just out of that, I'm going to send the response of the type post. So just out of this double quote, I'm going to specify comma here and say type, and I'm going to just return the type of data post. So I'm going to say here post. So when we request to this file, I'm going to send the data with this post request, and I'm going to pass a data to this request. So I'm going to specify curly braces, and here I'm going to create a variable item ID. I'm going to get the data ID of the button. So I want to just get the ID of the button using this data ID attribute. So here to this variable, I'm going to specify value. So I'm going to just call here jQuery object, call this. So this is refers to the current object, then call data, and I want to get the ID attribute. So I'm going to specify here ID. So this statement is going to return the data ID to this variable. So when we call the post method, I'm going to pass this data as well. Just for that, once we send the request to this ajax.php file, I'm going to get the response. So I'm going to get that response using success property. So just out of these curly braces right here, I'm going to specify success, and I'm going to pass callback function to it. So I'm going to say here function. To this function, I'm going to pass parameter result. So in this result variable, I will have, so in this result variable, I'm going to have the response of this request. Now just for that, in this callback function, I'm going to just print this result variable. So I'm going to say here console dot log, and here I'm going to say result. Specify semicolon, save the changes, back to your ajax.php file, and in this file I'm going to just say if call isSet function, and in this isSet I'm going to say item id. I'm going to just send a request to this file, and I'm going to get the variable item id using this global variable of the PHP. So this file is going to send the request of the type post and send this data, and I'm going to just get this variable in this file using this post global variable. Now what I'm going to do is, using this item id, I'm going to get the product from the PHP database and return to this index file. So here I'm going to call getProduct method. So as you know, in this product I have this getProduct method. So I'm going to call this method in this file. So we need to first require this file and create an object of it. So I'm going to just open the functions.php, just call this require statement in this ajax file up here, as well as I'm going to just use this statement as well. I'm going to copy this statement and paste it here, just like this. And I'm going to just get rid of this statement, and here I'm going to create a variable product is equal to call the product object, and I'm going to call method get product. I'm going to just get the product using item id. So I'm going to pass this value to this parameter. So I'm going to copy this post variable and specify that here. So using the item id, I'm going to get the data from the product table and store it in this variable, and I'm going to just return this product. So I'm going to just echo here and return this data as JSON object. So I'm going to say here JSON encoded and specify here product. So I'm going to convert this data into JSON object and return to the index file. As you know, we have this ajax file in this template. So this file cannot access this database folder. So we need to specify absolute path of this product file. So here I'm going to pass double dot, specify /, then specify database folder, and then I'm going to specify product.php file, just like this. Now just for that, just open the console. So I'm going to press Ctrl+Shift+I, and now when I click on this increase button, you can notice here I'm going to have the data of this product. Oops, I'm going to have an error message, result is not defined, right here. Yeah, I just specify jQuery object, save the changes, reload the browser, and now when I click on this increase button, oops, I'm going to have an error message, undefined variable db. In the ajax.php file, you can notice I don't have this db variable. So let me first add this db variable. So I'm going to first require this controller file just before this product, and then I'm going to call this object, just like this. And just for that, I'm going to change this product variable, because as you can notice I have the same variable here. So I'm going to change this variable and specify here result, and to the JSON encoded pass this variable, just like this. And now don't forget to specify this absolute path to this controller file. So I'm going to specify here double dot /. Because we have this ajax file in this template, we need to pass this absolute path to these files. Save the changes, save this file as well, and now just reload the browser and click on this increase button. When I click on it, you can notice I have the product data on my console. So now I can use this item price and get the price of the product and multiply this price with quantity. So let me show you how to do it. You know that I have the JSON data in this result variable. So I'm going to create a variable and store that in the object. So I'm going to just convert this JSON data into object. So I'm going to get rid of this console, and here I'm going to say let obj is equal to json.parse. So this function is going to convert the result into object. Now just for that, I want to get the product price. So I'm going to create a new variable here, let item price is equal to, and call the object, and on the 0 index I have an array, and from this 0 index I'm going to call item price. So in the single quote I'm going to specify item price. So now in this variable I have the product item price. Now just for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this if statement and put this in the ajax. So let me first create a comment here to indicate this is the closing ajax. So I'm going to say here closing ajax request. In this ajax callback function, I'm going to call this if statement. So I'm going to grab this if statement just like this and paste it inside this callback function. And then I'm going to grab this variable and specify this outside of this ajax request up here. Now what I want, when we click on this increase button, I want to increase the value of this input text box, as well as I want to increase the value of this price as well. So I'm going to multiply this quantity with this price. So down here I'm going to create command and say increase price of the product, and here I'm going to first get the text of this price. So I'm going to just back to my cart template. I have the price of the product. You can notice here I have the price of the product in this span tag. So I'm going to access this span tag using this product price class. So I'm going to just copy this data ID right from here and specify that to this span tag, just like this. So we can easily identify the product price. Back to the index.js, and here I'm going to create a new variable. Here I'm going to say let create jQuery variable price is equal to, call the jQuery object. Here I'm going to call backtick operator. I'm going to call product price class. So I'm going to call this class product price, and I'm going to select this span tag using this data ID. So I'm going to just back to the project, and here I'm going to call square bracket, and in this square bracket I'm going to just specify data ID is equal to, and in the single quote I'm going to call the data ID. So I'm going to call this statement right here. So I'm going to just call $, curly braces, just like this, and pass my statement here. Don't forget to specify semicolon. So now this statement is going to return the current product ID. And now down here I'm going to just say price dot text. So I'm going to change this text, and here I'm going to multiply the product quantity and the price. So I'm going to just see here pass integer to convert the string into integer, and then I'm going to say integer price, and here I'm going to say item price. So I'm going to call this variable item price multiply by quantity. So as you know, I have the quantity in this input variable. So I'm going to call here input dot val. So this method is going to return the value of the input text box, and then I'm going to specify here dot and call to fix and specify here 2. So this method will add fractional digit to this text. Save the changes, and now when I click on this quantity, you can notice it's going to change the price of the product as well. Now just out of that, when we increase the price of the product, we need to change this subtotal as well. So I'm going to back to my project, and just out of this price I'm going to create here command set subtotal price, and here I'm going to say let subtotal is equal to, and call pass integer to convert the string into integer, and here in this parenthesis I'm going to change the text of this subtotal section. So I'm going to just back to my cart template, and as you can notice here I have this subtotal section, and I have this ID to it, deal price. I'm going to access this ID to change the text of this subtotal section. So I'm going to just use this deal price ID. So I'm going to copy this ID back to the index.js. Up here I'm going to just create a new variable. So I'm going to say let create jQuery variable. So I'm going to say here deal price is equal to, in the jQuery object I'm going to pass deal price. Don't forget to specify hash here because this is an ID. Just out of that, in this pass end I'm going to just say deal price dot next. I'm going to add plus sign, and here I'm going to add the item price in this deal price. So I'm going to pass integer, and here I'm going to call item price, just like this. So I'm going to first convert this string into integer so I can add that using this plus sign. At the last down here I'm going to just call deal price dot text, and in the parentheses I'm going to call subtotal dot to fix and specify 2 here to add fractional digit, just like this. Save the changes, and now when I increase the price of this product, you can notice, so it's going to increase the total price of the product as well. Now let me just add this feature to this decrease quantity button as well. So just back to your project, copy this Ajax request. So I'm going to copy this Ajax request back to the quantity down button, and inside it you just need to paste that Ajax request, just like this. I'm going to just get rid of this if statement, and here I'm going to pass this if statement. Now just out of that, let's create this price variable. So I'm going to copy this statement, paste it inside this quantity down click event, and just out of that, don't forget to minus the price of the item from the subtotal. So here you just need to specify minus instead of plus. Let's reload the browser, and now let's just increase the price of the product, and decrease it using this decrease button, just like this. Now as you can notice, when you click on this button, it's not going to change the quantity, but it's going to change the subtotal price. So it's going to minus the price of the product from this subtotal. So you're going to have the minus 458 price in this subtotal section. To solve this problem, you just need to grab these three statements and put it inside this if statement, just like this. Do the same for these statements as well, and put this in this if statement, just like this. Save the changes, reload the browser, and now let's check these buttons. When I want to add two quantities of my Apple product, I'm going to click on this button to increase the quantity, and here I'm going to have the price of my product and the subtotal. This will automatically increase the price of the subtotal section. When I want to increase the price of this first product, I can click on this button to increase the price. And when I want to decrease the quantity, I can click on this decrease quantity button, and this will just reflect on both these position. Now let's just take a look at how to add this product in the wish list. Till now, we have been added many useful features to this e-commerce website. Let's just add a very beautiful and very interesting feature to this e-commerce website, which is wishlist. So if the customer want to save the product for later, they can click on this save for later button and move that product to the wish list. So the user can add that product again in the cart whenever he wants. So let me show you how you can add this feature to your e-commerce website. So I'm going to just back to my project, and now let me just close this index file. I'm going to just create a new partial file. So I'm going to click on this template and create a new PHP file, and I'm going to name that file wishlist template. And in this file, I'm going to create HTML part of the website. So I'm going to first back to my cart.php, and here I'm going to first add this wishlist template. So I'm going to just copy this code, paste it down here, and now I want to just change this template. And I'm going to just say here wishlist template. So we'll have this wishlist after the shopping cart template. Save the changes, close this file, and open the wishlist.template, and here I'm going to create HTML for the wishlist. So instead of creating a new HTML for this section, I'm going to just copy HTML from this cart template.php file. So I'm going to copy all the code from this file and paste it in this wishlist, just like this. Now I just need to change few things here. I'm going to just back to the top section, change this title, and here I'm going to specify wish list. Just after that, I'm going to just remove this quantity section because we don't need this quantity section in the wish list. So I'm going to remove this quantity section right from here, just like this. And just after that, I'm going to just change this text, and here I'm going to specify add to cart. So when you click on the button in the wish list, I want to add the product in the cart. So I'm going to add this text, add to cart. Let me just reload the browser, and here you can notice you have your cart section. But now what I want to remove this right side subtotal section from this wish list. So just down here I have this subtotal section. So I'm going to minimize it and just remove this subtotal section from this wish list, just like this. When you reload the browser, I'm going to just remove this subtotal from this wish list. Let me just remove this padding. So I'm going to just back to my project and to this button. As you can notice, I have few classes here. I'm going to remove the padding. So I'm going to remove the left padding. So I'm going to say padding left 0, and I'm going to add padding right 3. Reload the browser, and here we go. As you can notice, the wish list is now successfully created. In this wish list, I have the product name, ratings, and delete, and this add to cart button. Now let me just give you a very simple exercise of this course. When you click on this delete button, I want to delete this record from the wish list. As you know, we just added this feature to this shopping list. So you just need to use this technique and delete your record from the wish list. So this is just a simple exercise. So I hope you complete it very easily. Now let me show you how you can add this product in the cart. Now let me show you how you can add this product in the shopping cart. So for example, if the customer click on this add to cart button, I want to remove this record. I want to remove this product from this wish list and add it to the shopping list right here. And if the customer click on this save for later button, I want to remove this record from this shopping list and add it to the wish list. So let me show you how you can add this beautiful feature to your e-commerce website. So I'm going to just create a useful method that actually remove the record from this wish list and add it to this shopping cart. So I'm going to just back to my project and open the cart.php page. And here I'm going to add a new method. So down here I'm going to create a new command, and here I'm going to say save for later. Now to create a method, I'm going to start with a public keyword, specify function, and I'm going to name this function save for later. Now to this method, I'm going to specify argument. So the first argument is the item ID. So I'm going to specify here item ID. I'm going to specify default value to this parameter, null. Then I'm going to specify the table name of the wish list. As you know, I have this wish list table in the database. In this table, I'm going to have 3 columns: cart ID, user ID, and item ID. Let me just open this table and show you the detail of this table. In this table, I have 3 columns: cart ID, user ID, and item ID. Using cart ID, I'm going to specify the unique ID to this record. Using user ID, I'm going to store the user ID, and using item ID, I'm going to store the item unique ID in this column, just like the cart table. So I'm going to create this wish list table, and I'm going to just specify this table name to this argument. So I'm going to create here variable save table, where you want to save the record, and here I'm going to specify wish list. So you just need to specify the exact name of your table to this variable. Just like that, I'm going to specify the table name from where I want to get the record and insert into this wish list. So here I'm going to create a new variable and specify from table, and I'm going to specify value to it cart, from where I want to get the record. Now in this method, I'm going to just say here if item ID is not equal to null, then I'm going to execute this if statement. Because this is required parameter, so I'm going to check this item ID is not equal to null. I'm going to execute this if statement. In this if statement, I'm going to create a SQL query. So here I'm going to create a variable query is equal to, and in the double quote, I'm going to create a SQL query. So here I'm going to say insert into and specify the table name. So here I'm going to call curly braces, and in this curly braces, I'm going to specify the table name, and I'm going to specify variable here save table. So I'm going to specify this table name in this statement. So I'm going to insert values in this wish list. Just after that, I'm going to say select star from table name. So I'm going to specify this table right here. In the curly braces, I'm going to specify from table, just like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get all the values from the card and insert it in this wish list table. And just after that, I'm going to say here where cause. So I'm going to say where item ID is equal to, and I'm going to pass item ID here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the item ID, and if this item ID is equal to this parameter, I'm going to get that record and insert it in this wish list table. And just after that, I'm going to concatenate another SQL query. In PHP, you are not limited to only execute one query. You can execute multiple queries as well. So I'm going to specify dot equal to sign, and in the double quote, I'm going to say delete from, and I'm going to specify the table name. So here I'm going to delete the record from this card. So I'm going to just specify here from table, and I'm going to just see here where cause and specify item ID is equal to, in the curly braces, I'm going to specify item ID. So now I'm going to just concatenate both these SQL queries and execute it. Execute multiple query. So here I'm going to call a method multi query. So here I'm going to create a first result variable to store the result is equal to, call this, call the DB variable, and then call the connection. Just after that, once I have the connection, I can call multi query method. And in this method, I'm going to pass my query parameter, just like this. And then I'm going to say here if I have result, then I'm going to execute this if statement. And here I'm going to say header, location, and I'm going to just reload the page. So I'm going to specify here server, in the square bracket, I'm going to specify PHP self, just like this. And then just after this if statement, I'm going to return result. Save the changes. So what I'm going to do is when we click on this save for later, I'm going to first insert the record in the wish list table. So I'm going to get the record from the card table and store it in this wish list table using this insert into command. And then I'm going to delete the record from this card table. Back to the wishlist.template, and here you can notice I have this submit button. And if you just take a look at your card.template, here you can notice here you have your submit button as well. So as you can notice, I have the text here save for later. So I'm going to first specify this method to this save for later. So I'm going to just create here a form tag and put this button inside it. So I'm going to copy this code and paste it down here. I'm going to just cut this button and paste it right here, just like this. I'm going to just leave this input text box as it is because we need this item ID when we click on this form. So when we click on this button, I'm going to just post item ID data. And now I'm going to specify name to this button, and I'm going to say here wish list submit. Just out of that, I'm going to save the changes back to the top of this website, and inside this post if statement, here I'm going to create a command save for later, and here I'm going to say if is set, and in this is set I'm going to call this post variable and the button name. So I'm going to copy this variable, paste it here, and just change this key. I'm going to call here this name, this one, wish list submit. So when we click on this button, I'm going to execute this if statement, and in this if statement I'm going to call this method save for later. So in this card.template here, I'm going to just call card object, and using this card I can access save for later method. And just out of that, as you know, so you need to pass post item ID to this method. So I'm going to just use this item ID variable here. So when we click on this button, I'm going to just return this item ID. Using the post HTTP request, I'm going to just get that variable using post global variable. Save the changes, and now let me just back to my wish list. And here, as you can notice, I'm going to just get the data from the card table. You can notice here I have the duplicate values of the card in this wish list. I'm going to just get the data from the wish list table. So here I'm going to specify wish list, just like this. So when you save the changes and reload the browser, I'm going to have my product from the wish list table. Right now I don't have any product in the wish list, so I'm not going to get anything here. But when I click on this save for later, I'm going to have this product in this wish list. Now let me just click on this save for later button to add this product in this wish list. So I'm going to just click on this save for later. Oops, I think I misspelled something. Let me just back to my project, and let me just check my code. Back to the card.php, and right here I just misspelled the table name, which is wish list, and I misspelled this spelling as well. I used to do this type of mistake, please forgive me. I'm going to change this to, it's not form table, it's from table. Copy this variable, paste it here, change this table name wish list, and then I'm going to just save the changes, back to the project and reload it. Let me just click on this save for later button to save this product in the wish list. So when I click on the save for later, oops, I think I misspelled something again. Let me just print this query string. So I'm going to just print here echo, and I'm going to just print this query string to find out the solution. Let me just print it, insert into wish list, select star from card where item ID is equal to 13. Yes, I just forgot to add here semicolon because we started the next statement just out of this ID. So I need to add here semicolon and here as well. So I'm going to just back to my project, and in this insert statement here I'm going to add semicolon, and I'm going to add semicolon here as well. Save the changes, and now let me just reload the browser. When I reload the browser, as you can notice, I'm going to have this product in the wish list. That's super easy, right? Now let me just remove this echo statement right from here, save all the changes, back to the card.template, and oops, I misspelled this post variable as well. This is wish list, and I think I misspelled the button name wish list. And now what I'm going to do is, when we click on this add to cart button, I want to add this product again in the cart. So if the customer want to add their product in the cart again, he can simply click on this add to cart button and add the product in this shopping cart list. So I'm not going to create a new method for that. Instead, I'm going to use the same save for later method to add this wish list product in this shopping cart. Let me show you how to do it. I'm going to back to my project, and as you can notice here, in this method, I have default parameter of the product table. I'm going to just change this parameter. So I'm going to simply insert the product in the cart. I'm going to just back to my wish list template, and here you can notice I have the button here. Now let me just bring this button in the form tag. So I'm going to copy this form, paste it down here. I'm going to cut this button from here and just paste it like this. I'm going to just leave everything as it is and specify name to this button, cart submit. Copy this name because I'm using it at the top up here. I'm going to just add if is set and then call global variable post, and in the key I'm going to specify the name of my button And if we click on this button, I want to execute this if statement, and here I'm going to call this method save for later. So I'm going to copy this statement and paste it here. And now if you just leave everything as it is and try to click on this add to cart button, then nothing will happen, because when you click on this add to cart button, it's going to insert this value in this wish list, and we have this product already in the wish list. So what I want, when I click on this button, I want to add this product in the shopping cart list. So as you know, I have default parameter to this save for later method. In the default parameter, I'm going to have first a wish list, and then I have cart. So I'm going to just back to my wish list, and here I'm going to pass values to this parameter. So to the save table argument, I'm going to specify cart, and then to this from table argument, I'm going to specify wish list. Save the changes. Let me just back to my project, reload the browser. When I click on this add to cart button, I'm going to add this product in the shopping cart. Let me show you. So when I click on the add to cart button, you can notice I have this product in the shopping cart. That's super easy, right? Now, if you want to add this product again in the wish list, you can simply click on the save for later. So when you click on the save for later button again, you're going to have your product in the wish list. That's super easy, right? Now, just out of that, what I'm going to do is when my shopping cart list is empty, I'm going to display empty shopping cart message to the customer, and when my wish list is empty, I'm going to display empty wish list message to the customer. Let me show you how to do it. Now what I'm going to do is when the shopping cart is empty, I want to display a message to the customer that the cart is empty. So I'm going to just back to my project, and in this template, in these partial files, I'm going to create a new directory, and I'm going to name that directory not found. And in this directory, I'm going to create a new partial file. So I'm going to select PHP files, and I'm going to name this file cart not found. In this file, I'm going to copy all the code from this cart template. So I'm going to copy all this code and paste it in this file, just like this. You just need to grab all the code from this first column, right from here, get rid of it because we don't need it. Just get rid of this code and get rid of this PHP as well, just like this. And in this column, I'm going to simply create my empty cart template. So here I'm going to create HTML5 command and say here empty cart. And I'm going to close this command to indicate this is the closing div. I'm going to specify here dot to indicate this is the closing div. And in this command, I'm going to create a division tag with the class row. And in this row, I have column. So I'm going to just specify here call sm12. And in this div, I'm going to add empty cart image. So I'm going to just add here image tag, and in the source attribute, I'm going to specify dot / specify the assets folder, and then specify the image name. So I'm going to just specify this blog image here, this empty cart.png file. So here I'm going to specify the path of this image, blog, and then I have empty _ cart.png file. Let me just minimize this asset folder, and now I'm going to specify this alt attribute, empty cart, and I'm going to specify class to it to make it responsive. So I'm going to use bootstrap class img fluid. Just out of that, I want to add some style to it, and I'm going to specify fixed height to this image. So I'm going to specify here style is equal to height is going to be 200 pixel. Save the changes. Just out of this image, I'm going to add a paragraph, and to this paragraph, I'm going to specify empty cart text. So here I'm going to create a paragraph, and here I'm going to say empty cart. I'm going to specify some classes to this paragraph. So I'm going to specify class font blue, which is my font family. Then font size is going to be 16 and text black 50, just like this. Save the changes, and I'm going to just reload this browser. When I reload it, you're not going to see anything because we have this product here and we did not add this partial file in this cart.php file. So let me first add this file in the cart.php, but before I add it, let me just finish this division tag. I want to add this border and some paddings and margin. So to this row, I'm going to add border top, then add padding by 3. So this will add top and bottom padding, and margin top 3. And now let me just add this file in the cart.php. I'm going to open the cart.php, and here I'm going to call if and else ternary statement. So I'm going to just change this command, and I'm going to just say here include cart item if it is not empty. And I'm going to use this command down here as well. So I'm going to paste this command, and right here I'm going to just say count, and I'm going to just call here get data method. So I'm going to call this method from this product class. So I'm going to call this method in this cart.php. And now I'm going to call a method getData. This method is going to return the data of the product table. So I'm going to just specify here parameter and get the data from the cart table. So this is going to return an array and return all the data in the cart. And I'm going to just count that data using this count function. So if we have data inside this cart, I'm going to call this cart template, or I'm going to call notfound.php file. So here I'm going to simply call question mark, and if I have records in this cart table, I'm going to call this cart template.php file. So I'm going to cut this statement from here and paste it like this. And if I don't have any record in this cart table, I'm going to just execute the else part of this if statement. Specify here colon, and I'm going to just call this include statement here as well, just like this. And I'm going to change this, and I'm going to specify here not found, and I'm going to call a template cart notfound.php. Don't forget to specify semicolon. Save the changes, and now let me just reload the browser. And now let me just delete this record from this list. When I delete this record, you can notice I'm going to have here image and a message empty cart. So when you don't have anything in your shopping cart, I'm going to just execute and call this else statement and call this cart not found template. So I'm going to just back to my project, open the cart, and to this column, I'm going to specify text center, bootstrap class, and I'm going to add padding y2. This will add top and bottom padding to this div. And now let me reload the browser. Now as you can see, if you don't have any record in the shopping cart, you're going to get this beautiful image and a text empty cart. I'm going to do the same for this wish list as well. So I'm going to just back to my project and create a new partial file in this not found directory. And I'm going to just select new PHP files, and I'm going to name this file wishlist not found. You are free to specify any name to this file. I'm going to just open the wishlist template, copy all the code from here and paste it in the wish list. And now we just need to remove this data right from here, just like this. Remove this PHP statement as well. And then I'm going to just back to my cart not found, copy this division tag, paste it inside this column. And then I'm going to just change this text, and I'm going to say here empty wish list. Save the changes, back to the cart.php file, and you just need to change this statement as well. So I'm going to just copy this statement right from here, and I'm going to paste that statement here, just like this. What you just need to get the data from the wish list table. So I'm going to just get rid of this cart and say here wish list. So this getData method is going to return the data from the wish list table, and if we have data in this wish list, I'm going to execute this if statement, and here I'm going to call my template. So here I'm going to call wishlist template. And if I don't have any record in the wish list, I'm going to execute this wishlist not found template. So I'm going to just specify the template in this else statement. So I'm going to just specify here wishlist not found, just like this. Reload the browser and just delete this record. When you delete this record, you're going to have this image and a message empty wishlist down here. As I said earlier, this is an exercise for you to delete this record from the wishlist. So I'm going to leave this wishlist as it is. Now let me just add this add to cart feature to my product file as well. So let me just open my product file, product.php, and let me just add this feature to this file as well. So I'm going to just add this feature to this add to cart button. On the product page, what I want, if the product is already in the cart, I just wanted to change this button. So let me just back to my index file, and I just wanted to open this product, Redmi Note 6. And now if this product is already in the cart, I just wanted to change this add to cart button. So as you know, I have this code in this top sales section. I'm going to open it, copy this code right from here, copy this PHP tag, and then open the products.php. And now just out of that, right here, I'm going to paste the PHP code, and I'm going to just add these classes to these buttons. So as you can notice, I have classes to these buttons, but I just need to add this form control class to both these buttons. Copy this class and specify that right here, just like this. Get rid of this button right from here, save the changes, reload the browser, and I'm going to just change the font size. It's going to be 14. I'm going to change the font size here as well. I'm going to increase the font size a little more. Font size is going to be 16. That's right. Now, as you can notice, this product is not in the shopping cart list. So let me just add this product in the shopping cart list. So I'm going to back to my index page, and click on this add to cart button. When I click on it, this product is now in the shopping cart. You can notice here. And when I open the product file, you can notice I have here in the cart button. I use my index file to add this product in the shopping cart. Now here is a very simple and very easiest exercise for you at the end of this course. Now you just need to create add to cart feature to this product.php page. You need to specify add to cart button here, so when the customer click on the add to cart button, you need to add that product in the shopping list using this product.php page. So at the end of this course, this is a very simple exercise for you. Now I hope you learned many new things from this course. Don't forget to support me on Patreon page. Don't forget to share your thoughts and questions in the comment section of this video. Like this video if you find anything useful, share it with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe for latest programming videos. That is all for now. I will see you in the next lecture.